Kingdom from Ashes. The Kingdom Saga, Book 1. Written by Megan Linski. Narrated by Nadia Marshall. Chapter 1. Ashes. The entire world is ashes, and I am a fire, an ember slowly burning until it can burn no longer, and it goes out. I long to spread my wings and fly, to fly far away from here and never return, though the palace and its comforts are all I've ever known in my 17 years. I am a trapped bird in a cage, but even if my jailers would open my door, I doubt I would be brave enough to set myself free. No. If there was an inferno engulfing my cell, I still wouldn't have the courage to take flight and leave my iron bars behind. Yet I wish a fire would spring up and consume me now, so I wouldn't have to go through with this horrible arrangement.
Bennua, you lazy girl! Stand up straight!
My mother snaps as the dressmaker sticks me with more and more pins.
You move too much. Do you want to look like an ugly cow on your wedding day? You couldn't do much with her to begin with, Mother.
My eldest sister, Patina, says. The oldest out of 7 sisters, she always has to put her word in.
Even with the dress, I doubt Prince Qasim will be pleased.
All of Sahrah's deserts, thieves, and sandstorms wouldn't be able to harden my sister more than what she already is. She could suck the hardiest camel dry of its water.
Qasim will be pleased.
I shoot back at her.
You'll see it on his face the moment I walk out to greet him. He will be, for you better not shame us, Bennua, Mother warns. Qasim is the greatest prince in all of Sahrahn. He is the finest husband your father could find.
30 years old. I wonder what his palace will be like. I say fairly. Qasimar, the country that'll be my new home, is named after the great conqueror himself. I can't even think about it without getting a bad taste in my mouth. I'm being bartered and sold. And for what?
Be grateful, Estella says. At 17, you're practically an old maid. I'm surprised Qasim even considered you.
But, I start.
Your sisters were all married long before your age. Quit pouting, Mother says, sticking my dress with another pin. I don't see what you're complaining about, Dua says, quietly, looking down at her hands. Father chose the best for you. My sisters and I share quiet glances with each other, and then look at the floor quickly. I guess she's right. Father never made good choices when it came to picking husbands. Patina was married off to a desert nomad and is always traveling. Jabaira was wedded to a royal official from another country who pays more attention to his money than he does her, and Dua's husband beats her regularly. The rest are all stuck in equally horrible matches, save for Husna, who's simply married to an idiot. She isn't exactly happy, but at least nobody expects much out of you being married to a fool. Not like how everyone will soon expect everything out of me, being married to the most powerful warlord in the world. The traditional wedding colors look awful on her, Patina complains. The pink veil, the green skirt, she looks like a trashy harem dancer. We can't change it now, Mother says warily. Qasim is due to arrive tonight, unless you would like to sew another gown in that short of a time, Patina. That keeps her quiet. Within my room, standing on my pedestal, and looking out into the openness of the balcony my father has built for me, I feel a small gust of dry desert air. It's hotter than usual out today, so hot that if you didn't stay inside, the sun would fry your skin quicker than if placed in a broiling cooking pot. Pay attention! Always daydreaming. My mother hisses, shaking her head at me. She's been acting grumpier than usual. It's the stress of planning the wedding and the feast that's meant to last for days after. Qasim is bound to bring a whole party, even though there's no need. I haven't yet met the man, and I have to wonder, what is he like? I've heard many rumors that he's strong, tall, and handsome. A woman's daydream. He's won more battles than I can count, and is so rich he could buy my tiny country, Hayama, 10 times over. I keep telling myself that maybe he won't be as bad as I've thought. It's useless, my mother says, throwing up her hands and shooing the servant at my skirt. Stop working on it, you'll only ruin it. As my mother chases the seamstress out of the room, all of my sisters stand up. Patina adds, It's not like men really care about what a woman wears. All they're concerned about is getting the dress off. Well, I care, Mother says. But yes, I suppose you're right. She casts another steely glance at me. Bennua, whatever you do your best to please Qasim. There's nothing more important to a man than his first time in bed with a new bride. If you destroy every other part of the wedding, make sure you do well in that way. I don't know how I'm supposed to please a man who has had not one but 2 other wives before I. So, I suppose I'll just hope for the best and pray to Al-Shams that he likes virgins. I nod to Mother, and she sighs, gesturing to my sisters. Come, all of you. I need help down in the kitchens, the gardens, and, well, everywhere. And you. She points at me. Stay here and work on getting all the knots out of that disgusting mop of yours. Don't you ever take care of your hair? Quickly now. My sisters move to adjust the veils over their hair, as it is against the law for them to walk in a man's presence with it shown. Usually they wouldn't be allowed to go anywhere without their husbands, but since this is our father's palace, they have the freedom to journey where they like as long as they stay inside the city walls. It is a freedom that I will lose as soon as Qasim becomes my husband. Tomorrow he will own me, and there is nothing I can say about it. I slip the obnoxious dress off and put on one of my lavender tops and airy pants, leaving my veil on the bed for when I need it. I pick up a comb and begin on my hair, though it's not half as bad as my mother made it out to be. The black tendrils fall all the way down my back in soft waves, contrasting sharply against my tan skin. My almond eyes are thin, like the ancient ancestors that passed on long before me, and are deep brown underneath my thin eyebrows. Everything about me is desert, 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 all over. I don't look like a palace princess. I look like I belong in the sand. My skin is soft, however, so perhaps Qasim will like that. My room is filled with precious things my father has gathered for me on his travels to expand our small sultanate. An ostrich feather bed with satin sheets that match the priceless silk curtains, plush pillows, intricate rugs, panels of fabric string across the ceiling, bathing my room in royal purple. The large mirror I have gazing back at me from my ivory vanity displays not the brave, strong woman I want to see, but a young girl who looks terrified. After tomorrow, this room will be empty. I snap the brush down, slip my veil on, and grab the brocade robe my father had made for me. I slip the coat on and dash out the door. I'm barely through the hallway when I hear a small peeping at my feet. I look down and gasp, kneeling to the ground. A little red bird is lying on the floor. A bent leg and a broken wing. A small pool of blood is splashed about from the poor thing trying to fly. Her eyes are dull, lost from light. Shh, I whisper, and I bring out a soft cloth from within my robe.
I carefully wrap the bird in my arms and cradle her there. "Servants!" I call. One of them comes bustling over quickly. "Yes, Your Majesty?" "Fetch me some bandages immediately, and please clean this blood off the floor. I am going to need a cage brought to my room as well," I tell her. "Yes, Your Highness." She bows and hurries away. I walk back to my room, placing the small bird on the bed. "Be quiet now," I say softly. "I will take care of you." The bird has fallen silent, out of fear or pain, I'm unsure. The servant bustles in with the bandages, and I begin wrapping the bird's legs slowly, working on a small splint for the wing. "Pardon me, Your Majesty, but why are you doing this? It's just the bird. It would be better to put it out of its misery," the servant asks. "I will not end this creature's life unless it wills it to be so," I say, finishing up quickly. Though the bleeding has stopped and I have repaired the damage, the small creature is still in pain. The servant sets up the small cage by my window, and I place the bird gently inside. The bird slowly falls asleep. I turn to the servant, saying, "Bring me seed and a water bowl for this poor thing, and I will care for her myself. We must give her a chance." "Yes, Your Majesty." She curtsies, exiting my room once more. I hear a meow and laugh as a 3-legged spotted cat ventures from out under my bed, wrapping himself around my legs. "No, Jalal, you cannot stay in here," I say. "He will scare the poor bird to death." He purrs in my arms, and I stroke his head before I toss him out the door. I found Jalal much like the bird, wandering the castle with a leg that was hanging on by a bit of skin. I forced the palace doctor to mend him, pleading with him to help. Now, Jalal follows me everywhere. He wasn't the first animal I've rescued. Patina says I have a bad habit of feeling sorry for whatever lost cause comes through the palace door. She thinks it's going to get me in trouble someday. I told her it was better to have a giving heart than no heart at all, and she said nothing. I leave the bird in my room to continue to my original destination. A sense of comfort envelops me as I enter into the safest place in the entire world. No one is allowed to venture into the palace temple of the Phoenix but the priests and the royals, which explains its emptiness now. No one's down here in the middle of the day. The great golden statue of Al-Shams spreads his wings upward, his neck craning toward the black marble ceiling as he flutters out of a nest of ashes and a flower of fire. Nothing else is in the room, save for the altar below the statue, the burning incense holders, and the golden book called the Onari, which is resting on its own intricate stand. I walk over to the Onari and dare to read a few sentences before hastily walking away so I don't get caught. Being a woman, I'm not supposed to be able to read or write, but I've taught myself over the years by watching and listening quietly to the men when they believe I'm not there. I'm no scribe, but I can get by, and that's more than what my sisters can say. I go up to the altar and bow my head. Now more than ever, I need Al-Shams to give me strength. I don't have the courage to go through with this on my own. I sigh slowly and let myself feel the fire that is inside of every one of us. The fire that burns deep within my soul. That fire has gotten me through everything in my life. If I'm to get through the rest of it, I can't let it go out. The door behind me slowly opens. I jump and panic until I hear the jolly voice of my father proclaim, "Ah, Bennua! I figured I'd find you here. I went to look for you in your room, but you weren't there once again." I turn to look at my father. A man well into his age. The only colorful thing left about him is his brown eyes, which are like mine. The rest of him is white beard, white turban, even a face from which the color is fading. But even the loss of youth cannot take my father's joy.
You spend more time down here than you do up there. I'm starting to think you're reading the Onari behind my back." He wags his finger at me and chuckles jovially, as if me reading is some big joke. But despite the tease, I love him. "Yes, father," I say, smiling. "Just coming in to give thanks." "As usual." His smile is bigger than the sun. "Out of all of my daughters, you are the one who shows the most respect to Al-Shams. I shouldn't be surprised. Your name means phoenix in the ancient tongue. Did I ever tell you that?" "Yes, father," I say, though my smile has turned into more of a grimace. I've known the meaning of my name ever since I could put 2 words together. The only 2 words I'd ever need. "Yes, father." "Ah, my girl," he says. He comes closer to me, looking up at Al-Shams. "We are so blessed. We are so very blessed. All of my daughters made it to their adulthood, and tomorrow all of them will be married. A very lucky day for me. Though I only say it because of the great Al-Shams that I have what I do now." He puffs up his chest. Inwardly, I moan, knowing what's coming. One of the only good things about marrying Qasim is I will never have to hear this repetitive story ever again. I suppose that, for good measure, and just to make sure I'll never forget it, father has to tell me it one last time. "I was a simple nomad boy living in the desert with nothing more than a camel and a tent to my name," father says proudly, eyes twinkling. "It was a calm night, no stars, when I settled down in the sand to sleep, but not before making myself a fire to keep warm. I had nearly drifted off when, without warning, the fire shot up as a pillar into the sky. I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought I was drunk or dreaming, when who should appear but Al-Shams himself? A great bird of fire, rising up in the air, began to speak in a thundering voice." This story had been wonderful as a little girl, but I had heard it so many times that the magic had long worn off. I half hoped father would have another crazy dream, so he'd have something different to talk about for the next 20 years. "And then Al-Shams said to me, 'Go and do as I've said. Gather your friends and conquer the surrounding nomads. Then build the city and the palace for me, in my honor.'" Father wipes his eyes. Without another word, he was gone. And at an instant I got up and began gathering men, and, well, you know what happens after that. He smiles at me once more. I show him my teeth. "Such a great story, father. It's one your servants will hear for years to come." How true is that statement? "That they will, my daughter," he says happily. "You can be sure of it." I ponder the risk of asking the question I have hidden in my heart for so long, then decide that it's now or never. If I don't ask father now, I'll lose my chance. Forgive me if I displease you with this question, but, father, why do we have to follow the law of the Onari? My father's face falls, as if he's never thought about it before. "Why do we follow the law? What do you mean, child?" "I mean, what's it there for?" His face remains blank, and I fear I'm losing him. Why must we do everything it says, exactly how it says? And why is it the authority on everything? Who wrote it? Did Al-Shams? Someone else? "My silly girl," he says. "It's not important who wrote the book. What matters is it's there." "Yes, but it is our duty to follow the Onari exactly as it is written. For only after all are one in the law can the phoenix be reborn from the ashes of Sahrahn,
and unite the world under his rule. Father tells me gently. There will always be suffering in the world until Al-Shams returns to bring us all peace. That's why following the law is so important. You have been fortunate enough to be blessed with a father who can teach you this. Many of our people do not know, and so are wicked. The earth is a terrible place outside these palace walls, but follow the Onari, my child, and nothing bad will ever come to you. I promise that. My mouth dry, I nod. He gestures to me to come closer and says, Now listen. Qasim will be a fine husband, but he is a man, and you must know how to treat him. Firstly, always come when you are called and do whatever he tells you, no questions asked. If he speaks to you, try to respond quickly, though if you don't know the answer, simply let him know, and I am sure he'll excuse your little mind. He beams at me lovingly. I don't expect you'll be doing any cooking or cleaning. You'll have servants for that. On and on he drones, mostly about things I've already been told or have learned the hard way. He begins walking. I follow him as we head for the door, keeping a few steps behind him, as is custom. But do try and keep a pretty appearance, and pray to Al-Shams that you deliver a son first, Father says, letting his smile sag a little. That much is obvious. I've been begging Al-Shams for months, ever since I found out about the engagement, to give me a son when it's my time. I don't want to be like my mother, delivering girl after girl until she could have no more, thus my father having to impregnate a maidservant on his quest for an heir. His 8th child, a son he named Bashar, was born about a year after me, and since then father has stopped conceiving children. I used to hate my half-brother for a long time, simply because he was born of a servant and because he took away my mother's hope of having a son. But he's always been polite and smiles at me when I pass him in the halls, so I can't say I dislike him now. He'll be a nice ruler when father is gone. Even though we're brother and sister, I nearly wish father had chosen to marry me off to Bashar instead of some stranger, but that custom died out years ago. It would never happen anyway. The reason I'm being married to Qasim is to make our sultanate stronger, and no matter what, as a princess, I must perform my duty. What's wrong, Bennua? My father says, noticing my vacant expression as he glances behind him. You seem sick. I try to think of some excuse to run by him. Just wondering what the prince is going to be like. Don't be worried. I'm sure you'll love him. I know what you like, he says with a wink. Even if you didn't, I say, and he doesn't, because I don't even know. I'd still marry him anyway, for you. It's the truth. He comes closer to me, putting a hand gently to my face. I know you are frightened, but you must trust me. I've picked well. This will be good for the country and good for you. Who knows? Maybe the day will come when your daughters are so powerful they'll be able to choose their own husbands. He laughs at such an absurd thought before kissing me on the forehead. Now, go back to your room. I'm sure your mother is waiting to prepare you for Prince Qasim's arrival. I step back and respectfully bow. He hurries off to attend to more important matters. I let him leave before shaking my head. Until the day I die, my father will always remain clueless about his sultanate, his family, and especially about me. Chapter 2. From the temple, I head to the kitchens. I grab a basket and make my way through it, putting various fruits and breads inside until I can fit no more. There's no food to spare with the warlord coming, a servant tells me hastily. You do well to leave it, princess. I don't pay her any mind. Ramla complains every time I come down to the kitchens. If I didn't hear her complaining, I'd be concerned. Be still, Ramla. I tell her. You'll be rid of me soon enough.
Not too soon, princess.
She brushes back my hair tenderly. Despite me stealing her food, I'm one of Ramla's favorites. She was crying harder than I was when we were told about Qasim a few months earlier. I will be fine, I tell her, though my stomach wiggles nervously. Perhaps Qasim will let me take you with me?
No, thank you, she bursts. There's no room for an old woman in a warlord's kitchen.
Then I will make room, and Qasim will like it. I chuckle, before making my way out of the door. I call out to 2 guards, and we make our way down hundreds of flights of stairs to the common ground below, where the city is. Hayama isn't poor, but neither is it rich. It is a decently kept city of workers and merchants, buildings and streets made of soft limestone. I am very lucky that my father allows me to do this. He hates for his daughters to be outside the palace, but I assured him that by going out into the city, I'm making him look like a powerful ruler. Word has traveled back to my father about how compassionate and caring he is, so he grudgingly obliges my little trips into town. When they see me coming, the crowd cheers. Many people wave to me. A group of children come tumbling seemingly out of nowhere, swarming about my feet.
Princess, princess,
they proclaim, grabbing at my dress. Hello, my friends, I say, smiling. How are we this morning?
Princess Bennua,
a little boy named Hakim says, bowing to me.
Will you teach us today?
Of course I will, I whisper, but you must help me pass out the food. Their little hands stretch up to the basket, and I distribute its various contents. They follow me into a dark part of the city, an alleyway that lies abandoned on the outskirts of town. Hayama is very prosperous and has very few poor people. But not every city is perfect, so the infirm and the poor are clustered along this alleyway, glancing up at me and beaming when they see me coming. I begin giving the food to the poor, placing a fruit into the outstretched palm of a blind man tenderly. Thank you, princess. An old woman with a bad foot wheezes, taking my hand and squeezing it gently. You are a blessing from Al-Shams himself. I squeeze her hand back. You are an elder of the city, Bituba. It is a privilege to care for you. I give her a loaf of bread and proceed to the next beggar. Many of these people are sick or old with no family. I know that the only time they eat is when I come to feed them. The guards do nothing, only walk carefully behind me with disapproving eyes. They think it's a waste of time to be following a silly girl around, giving food to old women and blind beggars. I may be a princess, but as I am reminded constantly, I am still just a woman. A small child begins playing a little drum. The children start to dance, and I join in, spinning around in circles with them while the poor sing and clap along. I have always loved to dance. Since I was a small child, I was taught the ancient art of belly dancing by my sisters. It was the one thing that we could all do together without fighting, until I grew to be better than they. Father proclaimed me the greatest dancer in all of Sahrahn. Whether or not that praise was accurate, it created a wall between my sisters and I that was never breached. From then on, I danced alone in my room, or with the children, as I did now. By the time we are done, even I am dizzy and out of breath. Hakim grabs my hand, bouncing up and down at my feet.
Now, princess? Now?
Yes, you chattering monkey. All right. I laugh. I walk to a nearby fountain and sit upon its edge, the children gathering in a circle around me. From their places on the walls, the poor watch eagerly. Where was I yesterday?
You were telling us about your father,
Hakim says eagerly. Oh, yes, I say with a smile. As I told you yesterday, after my father received his vision from Al-Shams, he gathered all of his followers and he went throughout the desert to all the nomads and invited them to join his army. Whoever challenged my father failed, no matter how many men they had. So everyone decreed that Sultan Hanif was blessed by Al-Shams and was destined to be a great ruler.
Was my father a good fighter for the Sultan?
Hakim asks, his eyes shining. I'm not sure that Hakim's father was around during my father's great conquering of the north of Sahrahn, but I say, of course, Hakim, your father was a great warrior. The child puffs his chest up proudly, and I continue. When my father had hundreds of tribes behind him, they traveled to the Raya River and began building a city. After 30 years, Hayama was established. Once the palace was finished, my father married my mother.
And then they had you,
a little girl exclaims. Yes, they had me, after they had my sisters, I say.
Will you be ruler someday?
The little girl asks.
She cannot be a ruler. She's a woman.
Hakim protests, shaking his head.
You don't know anything, Sagira. Women don't make good rulers. Says who?
Sagira screams back, her hands on her hips.
Says everybody. Women marry princes and have their babies. Right, princess?
Hakim stares up at me with a proud face, demanding to be right. I don't know how to answer him. Slowly, I say, there's never been a female ruler in all of Sahrahn, but I'm not so sure there couldn't be someday. Hakim's face drops, and Sagira sticks her tongue out. I don't want them to fight further, so I rise to my feet and say, that's enough for today. Until next time, young ones.
Wait, princess,
Hakim begs.
I wanted to ask you a question. I want to hear about the raider prince.
My blood runs cold. Swallowing, I say carefully. The raider prince is not a good man. Why would you want to hear about him?
I've heard my father talking,
Hakim says.
He says the raider prince is the one person who could fight your father and take over Hayama. Do you think that's true? Do you think we're in danger?
My mouth is a thin line. The raider prince is a villain. Such things I do not speak of, and especially not to little ones. I say.
But princess, what would happen if he came here?
Hakim insists.
Hush now, children.
Bituba scolds.
The princess has declared that she will not speak of that wicked man. Let her be.
I pat Hakim's head gently. The raider prince will not come here, and if he does, my father will be able to stop him from hurting us. This seems to satisfy him. I wave goodbye to the children and the adults, turning to make my way back up to the palace. Princess, I don't mean to be rude, but I must ask something of you. One guard says on our way. What do you find so important? I ask. You spend your time feeding the poor and schooling the children, the guard says cautiously. Yes, and what of it? I ask. Pardon my words, but it's not what princesses do, miss, he says. Yes, but it is what I do, I tell him softly. So perhaps other princesses should. He takes this as my answer and remains quiet. Thank Al-Shams. My thoughts are still lingering on the raider prince. He's more myth than reality. Or so I hope. If a child has heard about him. I'm no expert on war, but even I know if the raider prince were to come here, And if the stories about him are true, Hayama would certainly be doomed. Chapter 3. It's not the minute I walk into my room before my sisters and my mother are upon me.
"Oh, look, it's our angelic sister come to hang up her halo," Estella teases. "Have you done enough good for one day? She needs to save Sahrahn before tomorrow. Otherwise, the wedding will be put on hold," Rehab says sarcastically, sneering at me. "I am just trying to feed and educate our people. As a princess, I feel responsible for them," I say, turning away from them. "Your sisters are right, Bennua. You should be thinking about how to please your future husband, not associating with commoners," Mother scolds. Anger rises up in me. "But if our citizens are smart and strong, our country will be also. If we give to our people, they will be loyal to us in return. They follow Father eagerly now. We must continue to earn their trust if we are to be strong," I protest. "Enough with such nonsense," my mother says, waving her hand. "Sultans are to deal with that sort of business. A princess is to be concerned with her wedding. You only have a day to go, and instead of helping us, you're rushing off to do Al-Shams only knows what with a bunch of strangers." "Speaking of helping us, Bennua, can you stitch up this hemline for me? I don't have any time. Will you do so really quickly before tomorrow?" Jabira holds up a dress, looking at me eagerly. "Yes, and our rooms are disgusting. Could you also tidy them up for us, just a bit?" Dua begs. "And Bennua, if the dishes aren't polished before tomorrow, I'll skin you alive for making the prince eat on filthy plates," Mother adds. "You need to get your head out of the clouds, my child. This is your future husband we're talking about." I sigh. Though my sisters pick on me for being too kind, they make sure to take advantage of it. Even as a princess, I can't escape the endless circle of work. With my father's realm being a small one, we can't afford many servants besides the ones for the men and the cooks, so all the women's chores usually fall to me. They've hired a seamstress to help with most of the sewing, but she's too busy working on my disaster of a dress than to glance at all the others that are left to do. I want to remind them that this is my special day, and that I am the one who should be getting help. But I accept their chores with no more protest than a tiny grunt as my sisters throw their dresses into my hands. Maybe if I hurry and wake up a little earlier, I can finish them up before the ceremony tomorrow. "Thank you, Bennua. You're a savior," Patina says, collapsing on the couch. "Now I can relax for 2 seconds before this exhausting wedding, thank Al-Shams." A trumpet sounds in the distance, and my sisters jump into the air. I freeze in place, turning toward the balcony slowly. The trumpet sounds again. All of us spring into action, save for me, who can't seem to move. "There he is! That's the prince! Drop those dresses, you silly girl, and put something on that doesn't make you look like a beggar," Mother says, panicking. She ruffles through my things, throwing to me a red dress, the midriff lined with see-through mesh, and a scarlet veil decorated with gold trim. When she sees that I'm not wearing shoes, she lets out a huff. "You'll make us look like we're poor," she scoffs, before shoving gold slippers onto my feet. "I hope the prince looks at me," Hasna fluffs. She begins fussing with her veil in front of my vanity, along with the rest of my sisters. "What do you care? You're not marrying him," Patina says nastily, but only because she's vouching for a spot at the mirror, too. "I heard that he's so handsome. A village he visited in the south made all the women stay in their homes because the men were afraid their wives would commit adultery after they saw his face," Dua bursts, nearly fainting with excitement. Girls, control yourself," Mother snaps, before adjusting her breasts, breathless herself. "He's Bennua's, not ours. Focus on your own husbands." "All of you can have him," I think quietly.
Too bad women cannot marry multiple husbands like men can marry multiple wives. By the time my sisters got through with him, Qasim wouldn't even notice me.
Carry your head proudly until you meet his eyes. Then bow in humility. Mother instructs. That'll be the best thing to do. Where are we going, Mother? Jabaira asks, hustling behind her. The throne room. That's where your father is waiting. Hurry now, girls. He'll be arriving any minute.
I wish every step I take would carry me away from the throne room instead of to it, but I force myself to do as I'm told. I considered tripping and breaking my neck on the stairs, but that would be a waste. I'm working myself up for nothing. Qasim's probably not bad at all. My father sits at the great throne, a seat made into the impression of Al-Shams rising into the air. My mother kneels on the red velvet cushion at his right hand, next to Bashir. There are 7 cushions on his left side. Usually I would take the last, but as today is my day, I take the first. The waiting commences, and no words are said. The brittleness in the air is so thick, I feel as if I could shatter it apart. The trumpets, which are accompanied by music, get louder and louder, and so does the thudding of my heart. The music eventually builds so much that even the wooden doors are shaking. I brace myself as they fly open. Acrobats, musicians, and fire-eaters trail into the room, dancing and performing elaborately with ribbons trailing into the air. Servants, dozens of them, carry large plates of gold coins and silver statues, all as gifts to my father. Finally, the epic moment comes when Qasim himself enters. At first glance, I think it can't be him, but then I realize that it has to be. All of his clothes are outlined in gold, from his intricate sandals to his feathered turban. I can't say he's not good-looking. In truth, he's the most handsome man I've ever seen. He bulges with muscle, carrying himself so gracefully that he appears to be floating on air. Even his mustache and beard gleam, and he looks 10 years less than his age. Only one thing really bothers me about him. Strung about his hip is a golden bag, and within it, I notice something move. It makes me feel uneasy, so I search for his eyes instead. When I meet them, they are empty. I look down as instructed, but peer upward through my lashes to watch. Qasim comes forward, sweeping his golden cloak behind him, and says, Lord Hanif, it is a pleasure to be in your halls. From behind him, I notice 2 black figures. Qasim's wives are so covered, you cannot see any part of their bodies, not even their faces. I realize soon that will be me, and my stomach clenches. Great Prince Qasim, my father says, and he extends his arms wide. Welcome to Hayama. I hope you've had a safe journey. Reasonably safe. We've ran into a band of raiders, 3 or so on the outskirts of the city, but they didn't pay us any trouble. Qasim smirks. Smart men, but you'd be wise to send out guards to look for them. They were creeping along the city wall. Not that they'd dare try anything with me here. His laugh sends a quiver running down my spine. I don't like this. I know he's supposed to be my husband, but I just don't. We all agree with you, dear prince. My father chuckles, and one of my sisters lets out a dainty sigh. I force myself not to roll my eyes. So, where is my princess? Qasim asks, glancing at the 7 of us. Show her to me. My father motions for me to stand up. I do so as elegantly as I can, holding my head high and trying to seem strong. Princess Bennua, my father says in a booming voice. I trust you find her beautiful? Nobody says anything. Qasim stares at me with a blank expression before answering. She's a little short, isn't she? Fire rushes through my body. All I want to do is slap him, but I remain silent. Father is floundering. He has no other daughters to offer if Qasim rejects me, and we can't afford to lose his allegiance. Her height may not be desirable, but there is no more intelligent woman you will find in the world, Father says. Intelligence is no use in a woman, Qasim says. Can she do anything else? Father clears his throat before saying, She is skilled in housekeeping, sewing. I have servants for that, Qasim says, and I can tell he's getting impatient. I pray to Al-Shams that Father will think of something quickly, yet also that he won't. She dances, Father throws out, and Qasim's eyes light up. She's a good dancer. She could dance for you and your subjects. I wouldn't approve of her dancing for a crowd, but she may dance for me, Qasim says, and he gives me a look that makes my very insides feel filthy. Very well. I accept the proposal. How is it possible for a heart to rise and sink at the same time? Father relaxes and says, You've made a good choice, Qasim. Bennua will be the best wife you've ever chosen. I hope so. I have to say the women of your court expose themselves a bit more than the Onari agrees, Qasim says, dryly. Father looks frightened. I'm not sure what you mean. Qasim sighs. I have to say, while walking through the city, I saw many things that disturbed me. You keep living like this, you'll end up just like Ashana. At the mention of Ashana, everyone in the room gasps. To even utter that name is a curse word. At truth, I am offended that Qasim even dares to compare Hayama with the whole that is Ashana. It is a disgusting city of beggars, thieves, and scoundrels. No good thing can come out of it. Even this, I know. My country will never sink to the hell that accursed city is under, my father vows, this time in a voice that is much more serious than before. And if you are comparing me to that blasted raider prince, I would never dream of putting you in the same class as that dog, Qasim says. This time his voice drops lower, deadlier than a snake's. I have seen you and I have seen him, and trust me, you are nothing alike. You've seen the raider prince? Father asks in surprise. I am just as shocked. To catch a glimpse of the raider prince is rare, almost unheard of. Most who see him don't live to tell the tale. I've done better. I've fought him, Qasim says, and my sisters cannot help but squeal. I am intrigued and lean in to hear better. Fought him? No one has fought the raider prince and lived, Father says in disbelief. I swear upon the Onari. I've seen him with my own eyes, Qasim says. His clothes are worn and haggard, and his face is scarred and in ruin. A large, hulking fellow dressed in all black. He roams the streets at night. He steals from your men and rapes your women. He kidnaps your children and sells them as slaves, all while never being seen, never being caught. He is the wicked prince of thieves, and he takes his wares back to his vile Ashana, where he dines on human flesh and drinks blood with his evil servants. Blood? Father squeaks. There was blood upon his face when I found him. I swear it again, Qasim says. I ran across him in the desert and was surrounded by his men. I fell all of them by my sword. Then he jumped in himself. He was fast, faster than any man I had ever dueled. I nearly fell twice, but not before I slashed him across the cheek. He ran away after that, holding the two sides of his face together. I would have followed him and killed the fiend myself, but I had
injuries to tend to. By Al-Shams, that is a brilliant tale, Father exclaims. What a swordsman to have met the Raider Prince and lived! I'll meet him again one of these days, Qasim says, and the next time I do, I'll rid Sahrahn of him and his wicked Ashana. Unable to contain itself, the courtroom bursts into applause. I keep my hands together, noticing once again that the bag on Qasim's hip is moving. It was a fantastic story, but it seemed exactly that, a story. The Raider Prince can't be real. I'm in half a mind to think that Qasim made him up, just to boast about himself. When the clapping is done, my father smiles brightly and says, Well done, I say. If anyone is worthier of my child, I'll have to search every cranny of the world to meet them. It is my duty, sire, Qasim says with a nod of the head. Now, as you have seen, I've brought many gifts to you, but with your permission, I'd like to present a gift to my bride. Very well, Father says. Do as you wish. Qasim waves behind him and says, Bring him in. I hear the clattering of hooves. I nearly faint as the most beautiful horse in the world walks in. It is a stallion, with a long mane that floats down his legs and a tail of blackest night. His coat is a shining bay, a magnificent mix of fire reds and dark browns. He ripples with muscle, his head marked with a fine curve, hooves harder than diamond. The horse dances upon the granite floor, his tail waving like a flag, prancing away from the restraint of his two handlers with wide eyes. He whinnies so loudly that my sisters cover their ears, but I leave mine open to appreciate that most powerful, harmonious sound. For when we travel, Qasim says, my wives only ride the finest horses. This is Al-Amar, a stallion with the best breeding lines in all of Sahrahn, second only to my mare, Qital. He's gorgeous, I whisper, unable to restrain myself. It crosses my mind that maybe marrying Qasim would be worth it, just to have that beautiful horse. He's for you, Qasim says. Of course, you may only sit upon him when you are journeying with me. Do you have a stable here? We do, Father says. He motions to one of the stable hands nearby and says, Give the stallion our best stall and the freshest hay. Do you have a saddle and a bridle? I have brought both, Qasim says. The saddle and bridle that two other servants are carrying make me swoon as well. They are red with the embroidery of phoenixes, tassels hanging from the edges. We have also brought a riding blanket, but that has been put away. It is made out of pure brocade, the most expensive fabric money can buy. Wonderful, Father smiles. It's like you know my daughter already. Any women would love these gifts. If not, she's stupid, Qasim says blandly. I don't pay any attention to his words. All I can do is watch as they take my lovely Al-Amar to the stables. Once Amar's tail fades from my sight, however, all the joy that I tasted for mere minutes fades, and I am once again paralyzed. I do suppose you would like to have some quality time with your bride? Father says. Inwardly, I scream. Of course, but only with an escort, as to avoid temptation. Qasim adds. Something in me twists. I don't realize what it is until I meet Qasim's eyes. He doesn't want an escort because he values the Onari and our laws, our customs. He wants an escort to show off how perfect he is. I understand that Prince Qasim is someone who doesn't do anything without an audience. There are many guards around the palace. They will be able to watch you well enough, Father states kindly.
And even if there weren't, I would trust such a noble man like you to be decent toward my daughter. I will be gracious to her. He smiles. Though I say that if another man is to glance at her, I cannot promise my jealousy will be contained. Many a man has lost their head for speaking or looking at one of my wives. By Al-Shams, sir, Father says, astounded. Simply a joke, Qasim says with a small laugh, but I flinch at the sound. His threat to behead any man who might catch my eye by accident sounds all too true to me. Of course, my father laughs. Bennua, go with your groom. It is time you were introduced. Thank you again, sire. Qasim extends his hand toward me. Come, princess, he demands. Let us walk. I obey. He starts toward the door and waves all his servants and performers aside. Qasim turns out of the great hall and into the walkway, going in the direction of what I know is the garden. I do not know if I should walk behind him or beside him, so I choose beside him for now. Thankfully, it has cooled off a little. The sun is starting to lower in the sky, and I can see beyond the city below. Past the giant wall of Hayama is the vast desert, an escape that goes on for miles and miles. I would call it an ocean of sand, but I cannot compare it to that, since I do not know what an ocean looks like. Here on the high wall, tropical plants and flowers bloom, favored by my father's easy access to the Raya River. The shade of a palm tree makes it easy to look into Qasim's face. I can't argue against the fact that he is handsome. If I didn't know him, I would assume he's a god, breathed to life on this earth. But I do not know if he was created for me. Your father has cultivated a beautiful garden. Never have I seen such an oasis in a palace before, Qasim says, to start off the conversation. I guess I'm supposed to speak. My mother grew it, actually. She spends much time out here, watering the plants. Your mother might water it, but it is only because of your father's power and wealth that it is here. The credit belongs to him, Qasim states. I keep silent. Qasim goes on. When you are my wife, I will build a garden in my palace bigger and greater than this one, but my servants will not keep it. You will grow it and be its gardener. People will come from miles around and praise me for picking such a dutiful wife. I hate to tell him this, or not tell him really, but I kill every plant I touch. With luck, by the time we have gotten back to Qasimar, he will have forgotten this idea. Qasim picks a flower from the side of the brick path and states, Since you are the new wife, I will expect you to dance whenever I ask you to, which will be every night. You will serve me and feed me and make love to me whenever I ask. You will bear 5 children in 5 years, all of them sons. If there are any daughters, I will disown them. I do not wish for daughters. Any woman who bears other women is a wicked wife. Do you understand? I nod, yet inside I am fearful. How am I supposed to bear 5 sons? I go to say something, but Qasim adds, You will not cry. You will not be weak. You will be strong, and once we are married, you will never speak to or look at another man save for me. When we are at the palace, you will live in our room and nowhere else, save for when it is another wife's turn to be with me. Then you will switch places with her and will be in the harem, sharing with the one who hasn't yet had her turn. And what shall I do all day if I am in these rooms? I say, unable to hold myself back any longer. Whatever I ask, the prince says. If it pleases me, you will do it. If I cannot think of anything for you to do, you will spend the day in prayer until I am ready for you. But what if I wish to do something else? I ask. Your will is to serve me and serve me only, Qasim says. You have no other desire or dreams save for that.
My desire is for Al-Shams, not for you, I snap, letting my temper get the best of me. I serve him and him only.
Qasim stares. I wonder if he means to hit me. But instead, he turns and reaches into the bag on his hip. My stomach clenches. All the air rushes out of my lungs as he brings out a hooded cobra that is twirled around his arm, an angry yellow snake that tastes the air with its tongue before opening its mouth wide to survey its surroundings. Its fangs are long, sharp, and dripping with venom. Batrateri, he says, and he strokes the cobra's hood gently. My most dangerous weapon. With her I have won many battles. She is the most venomous snake in Sahrahn. Since I was a boy, I have trained her to do my bidding. I carry her everywhere in case I have need of her. You will never see her again if you are a faithful wife, but if you become too bothersome. Qasim turns the snake toward me, so it glides across my neck. You'll find her slipped into your bed at twilight. I shiver, forcing myself not to scream. My whole body has gone cold as the snake continues tasting my skin, slithering along my shoulders. Qasim smiles and puts the snake back into its pack. All the while I can hear the aggravated hissing of the animal as it is forced back into darkness. Qasim can't wipe the grin off his face. No one dares to confront Batrateri. Your will is mine. You monster, I say, and I push him away. I run back into the palace, forcing tears back into my eyes. I will pay a heavy price for shoving him later, but it will be worth it, just to get away from him. Who should I bump into but my father? My, slow down there, princess, Father says, grabbing me by the shoulders and bringing me to a halt. I know you are excited about the wedding, but that is no excuse to go tearing around like a wild camel.
Father, I...
He sees the tears in my eyes, his own narrow in worry. My child, what is wrong? Did your walk with the prince not go as planned? There is no point in holding back.
Father, I don't know if I can marry Qasim, I burst. He's not the man you think him to be.
His face relaxes. Oh, my dear, I think I know what's going on. He smiles. You're nervous. I look at him, astonished. You're getting anxious, he says. I think we've all expected too much out of you these past few days. You don't know what you're talking about. You're too upset about all there is to be done, and after all, you're supposed to be enjoying this day.
Father, I beg you, please hear me, I say. I don't love Qasim. How can I marry him?
You can learn to love him, Father says. None of your sisters loved their husbands before, and now look at them, all crazy in love. And you will be too someday, if you give yourself time to get away from all this busyness in your brain. You poor little lamb. A part of me that I didn't know was still alive dies inside. He will never understand, so I know what I must do. I force myself to regain my composure, but the smile I slap on my face hurts my cheeks.
You're right, Father. Forgive me for acting so silly. I think I got a little too much sunlight. I don't feel well.
Of course, my dear. Such fair skin needs to be kept inside. Father brushes my head. Why don't you go lie down for a few hours before the feast? I'm sure that'll do you some good. Qasim will understand. Such a good man he is.
Yes, Father.
I curtsy to him before walking calmly to the stairs. When he is out of sight, I begin running until I finally get to my room. I fling the door open, slam it, and then throw myself upon my bed. I feel more miserable than I ever have in my life. The thought crosses my mind that maybe one day I'll behave so badly that Qasim will put the snake in my bed, and I will let it bite me, just so I can escape him. Living in a prison would be a better life than living as Qasim's slave. I bite my lip and smother my face into a pillow. I am not against arranged marriages. I would marry a man whom I did not love and try to learn to love him, as my father has said, if he was a good man. But how can I learn to love a man who is so hideous? A man who I know will always love his filthy snake and his power and his onari more than he will ever love me. Everyone is downstairs preparing for my wedding feast, and for that I am thankful. It gives me time to weep aloud and not be fearful of being heard. I have myself together by the feast that night. Barely together, but still there, placing the overused mask upon my face once more. I have to sit by Qasim at the engagement table and watch in the dining hall as all of Qasim's servants wolf down our food. I can see Mother is worried that we won't have enough as she dines next to my father, but she says nothing. I can tell she doesn't want to ruin it for me. Not that it can be ruined any more than it already is, anyway.
It's good that you don't eat too much,
Qasim says to me as he stuffs his face with a fourth plate that we cannot afford.
I despise fat women.
I can't even look at my food without feeling sick. I feel like I'll never be able to eat again. I've picked at my food all night. The various entertainment in the room hurts my eyes, but I force myself to stick it out. At last, after what seems like forever, the feast is over and it's time for dinner prayer.
Would you mind, my lord, if I was to be given a private room in which to pray?
Qasim asks my father as we head out of the dining hall and to the temple.
I need privacy in order to better concentrate on Al-Shams.
Certainly, what a devoted man, my father admires. The rest of us will go to the temple. You can have the sitting room a few doors down.
Thank you, Sultan,
Qasim says, and he goes with some servants who will show him the way. I shake my head. Is he so great that Al-Shams talks to him only when alone? We all line up in the temple, the men in front of the women, so as to avoid temptation, and kneel down to pray. But no matter how hard I try, I simply cannot concentrate. No one is forced to sit through the prayer, at least not here. I'm not sure if I'll be allowed to leave the temple proceedings once I reside in Casimar, so I might as well use my last chance. I get up to go, silently walking out the door. Nobody sees me leave. I'm not sure where I'll go, so I simply walk quietly through the halls toward one of our other gardens. Maybe some fresh air will clear my head, so I can return to pray. As I pass by the room where Qasim is residing, the door is slightly open. I hear a tiny grumble coming from within, but it doesn't sound like praying to me. Curiosity getting the better of me, I take a chance and crack open the door just wide enough so I can see inside. That horrendous pig. The sound that I did not recognize is Qasim snoring. He's lying on one of our couches, mouth open, sleeping through prayer time as if it were nothing more than an extravagant nap to him. Infuriated, I go to shut the door and return to the temple to tell my father before Qasim awakens, so he can see what a lying dog the prince really is. But as I go to turn around, I feel a hand grab my arm. I go to scream before I realize that I am looking at one of Qasim's wives. I'm unable to see her face through the thick veil she has on. Underneath the fabric, her voice comes out muffled, strained, and quiet. "You shouldn't be here," she says. Fear wells up inside me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. I was just going for a walk. Please let me go, and I won't tell my father." "You don't understand," she says, and her voice gets harsher. "I know you are faithful to Qasim. Please don't get jealous," I whimper. "I don't want to marry him." "Do not marry him," she says, and she begins to shake me. Her grip is so tight I couldn't squirm out of it if I tried. "Whatever you do, you mustn't marry him. You must go." "Go where?" "It does not matter, so long as you leave. Qasim is a terrible man. I do not want to see you suffer the same fate as Sarah and I." "I have nowhere to go," I say helplessly. "Anywhere is better than with him. He is not what he claims to be. He is perfect when people are watching, but cruel and vile when he is alone. Even if you run and meet death, death would be a better match for you than him." I cannot see her eyes, but I imagine they are desperate. "But how will I run?" I ask, floundering. "It does not matter. Prayer time is nearly over. I must go before I am discovered," she says rapidly. "Run, child. If you value your life in any way, you must run." She flees before I can respond. I stick to the spot, unable to move. My very soul feels torn in half. It is my duty to marry Qasim, for my nation. But from what I have seen of the prince, his wife's words are true. He will destroy me. But does it matter? Isn't it my responsibility to marry the prince for my family and country, no matter what he does personally to ruin my life? I cannot think straight. I want to do something to clear my head, but simply going out into the gardens isn't going to help. The stallion crosses my mind, and I say out loud, "The stables. I'll go for a night ride. That'll clear my head. I'll know what to do then." Body detached from mind, my feet begin making their way down to the city. Underneath the looming stare of the palace, I feel suffocated. I have this great irrational fear in my chest that the entire thing is going to come collapsing on me any second. I make my way to the stables easily, walking straight through the doors and to the nearest stable boy. "I wish to go for a night ride on the stallion the prince has bought for me," I say to him. "Stop what you're doing and tack him up." "But your highness, your father wouldn't oblige," he protests, confused. "Are you disobeying a direct order from a princess?" I snap, staring him directly in the eyes. To disobey royalty is death. "No, your majesty," he murmurs weakly. He does what I command without another complaint. When he is done, he leads Ammar to me. I take the reins from him, walking the stallion outside without trouble. For me, Ammar is calm, standing in place and nickering as I swing into the saddle and onto his back. I'm a bit nervous. Stallions are famously hard to handle, flighty and dangerous. I have only been atop geldings or mares. But I feel 10 times safer up here on Ammar than I do with Qasim. "I'm going for a walk in the city," I tell the stable boy. "I won't be gone long." "You shouldn't be out without a guard. It's dangerous out there and you're riding a stallion," the stable boy protests. "I have more than enough experience riding stallions," I lie, "and I'll only be gone for a while." With that, I urge Ammar into a trot. He obeys, and we leave the stable behind quickly, jogging throughout the city streets. Nobody is out this late at night. Ammar and I go unnoticed under the gentle light of the moon. It isn't long before we come to the city wall. Tall and foreboding, the brown fortress serves as both protection and bars for our people. Nobody can get in, but nobody can get out. It's like the entire world is caught up inside Hayama, and nothing else exists save for this tiny place. The wild thought comes to me that I should leave the city. I throw it aside instantly, thinking the idea is insane. I've never left Hayama before, Yet the opportunity is before me now, and what better way to figure out what to do than by trying something new? I decide quickly. I won't be long, but how will I get out? Amar and I walk the perimeter of the wall, but find no openings, save for those manned heavily by guards. There's no point. I can't get out no matter how hard I try, just like I can't get out of this miserable marriage. I turn to head back to the stables. As I do so, I notice that one of the gates is open. I peer out over Amar's neck and watch as a tiny cart drawn by a donkey comes through the gate. The guards carefully watch as the merchant lumbers through, stopping a bit past the door. Without warning, one of the wheels breaks off the wagon, and the cart tips, spilling all kinds of fruit over the ground. What luck! Leaving the gate open, the guards rush forward to help the merchant pick up the precious wares that are the lifeblood of the city. Carefully, I maneuver Amar throughout the shadows. I silently sneak past the cart, the guards, and through the gate, urging Amar through at a dead gallop. He takes off without a moment's hesitation. Never have I flown so fast. Sand is tossed into the air as Amar dashes farther and farther away from the gate. I fear that the guards are following me, but as I turn in my saddle, I realize that no one has noticed my absence and that the gate behind me is already shut. I am free. I give a happy laugh of exhilaration, urging Amar on. There are mountains in the distance. From far off, I hear a bird's cry. I have never been this close to nature, to life. There are millions of stars above me, a carpet that spans so far and so wide that I think if the world was to turn upside down, Amar and I could ride across the sky forever. The dunes swell higher underneath the light of the moon, and I tell Amar to go upward, never feeling so full inside. Soon, Hayama and the palace are far behind me. When my chest is heaving, I bring Amar to a halt, who is sweating buckets. I laugh and give him a kiss on the shoulder, stroking him lovingly. He is every bit as wonderful as I had dreamed, though I hope I haven't ruined him with all my crazy running. I shall walk back to Hayama to teach him to go slow instead of fast. I turn Amar around to go back home. But where is home? My breathing slows as I look all around me. I see nothing but sand, nothing but dunes. How far out did I ride? It seemed like mere seconds. I go to follow our hoofprints back, but I find that the wind has destroyed most of them. I can't afford to panic, for if Amar senses my fear, he will dump me, and then I'll have to explain to Qasim why I've lost his horse. I'll have enough explaining to do when I get back. I keep walking and walking until I come back to the place where I began and realize I've been walking in circles. Despite the situation, I'm not afraid. I am calm, calmer than I've ever been at the palace. I feel at peace, even though I am so far away from home. I am somewhat guilty for not being more upset, but I tell myself that I'm just keeping a level head. I'll find my way back eventually. But what if I don't want to go back home? What if I want to run away and stay out here forever? I don't have to return. I don't have to marry Qasim. I'll be starting over from nothing, but wouldn't it be better than being chained to that man? Before I can make up my mind on what to do, I realize I'm not alone. In the moonlight, 3 shapes slump into the corner of my eye. I turn Amar toward them and spot lone figures on horses, faces covered by hoods. The rider in the middle, an average-sized man, points to me. My calm vanishes. Without a sound, the other figures begin pulling rope out of the sides of their packs. Before they have made a loop to ensnare us with, I have kicked Amar into a gallop. I run, to where I am unsure. I hope and pray I am heading toward Hayama, but the sinking reality hits me as I realize that even though I have gotten out of the city, I have given absolutely no thought on how to get back in. It would take time and patience to get into Hayama, neither of which I have. The only chance I have to get rid of the thieves is for Amar to outrun them. I can't allow them to catch me, for I know what 3 scoundrels would do to a lone, defenseless princess. I urge Amar to go faster, the other 3 riders on my tail. Up and down countless dunes we go until we hit the flatland. I can mercifully see the lights of the palace far in the distance. There's a chance we can make it. Leaning forward in the saddle to give Amar momentum, I yell in his ear, "Fly, Amar, fly!" He's trying his best, but every beast has its downfall. Amar is faster than the other horses, but he doesn't have the stamina to beat them over this distance, drained from our first long run. Amar begins losing speed. The thieves gain on us. 2 riders coming up on my sides. I think I can feel someone behind me, reaching for my neck. "Go, Amar, please!" I beg. Amar puts on one last burst of speed. We reach Hayama's wall, me scanning along the opening for an entrance, any entrance. Finally, I notice a small door propped open against a stone, just big enough for 1 horse. "Here!" I shout, and I pull on Amar's reins, forcing him through the door and into a back alleyway of the city streets. Guards are standing around this open door, sleepily pulling out their swords. When they see who I am, they drop their weapons with astonishment. "Close the door," I order. "Now!" They do so. As the lock jams into place, I hear the outraged yell of one of my pursuers. With Amar heaving and myself out of breath, I put my hair back under my veil, which has fallen around my neck. I gallop off before the guards can say anything. Hopefully they'll account it to some dreamlike fantasy. I hand Amar off to the stable hand to be cooled down and clamber up to my bedroom quietly, just before the sun is about to rise. I collapse into bed, berating myself. I could have gotten killed out there, or captured, or Alshams knows what else. I knew that there were bandits outside the city at night, yet I had left the safety of the palace anyway. All the ride had done was jostle my nerves, not calm them. It had been a completely foolish thing to do. So why do I feel like this is the first time in years I've truly been alive? The morning of my wedding, I'm a mess. My eyes are drooping from lack of sleep, and my hair is tangled, but I pull myself together and try to choke down some breakfast before tossing it back up from nerves. Today is the day I sacrifice myself for my city. I try to think of it that way. Try. But what I really think is, today is the day I give up on life. "Bennua," Patina says, poking her head in the doorway. "Father and Kasim want to see you in the gardens immediately." "Isn't the marriage destined to be cursed if the bride sees the groom before the wedding?" I answer sullenly. "Who cares about silly tradition? Kasim has called. Now you go answer," she demands. She then narrows her eyes and says, "You look awful. Have you been stealing the wine?" I sigh, dress plainly, and follow her orders. Kasim and my father are already in the gardens. I go to stand by my father's side, looking away from the man who will soon own me by the end of the day. "What news, my prince? Are you this eager to see the bride before she's properly dressed?" My father laughs, smiling broadly at Kasim. "Something has gone wrong," Kasim says to my father quickly. "There has been an attack on my palace back in Casamar, from a rebel group deep within the city." "What terrible news!" my father outbursts. I regain a bit of hope. "Is all faring well, you suppose?" "My soldiers can handle the little outburst, I'm sure, but I've been having trouble with these rebels for quite some time now," he says. "I need to go back to my palace and deal with these rogues myself. It will bring me great pleasure to see such vagabonds beheaded." Kasim smiles broadly. "I apologize, Sultan, but the wedding will have to wait." "I certainly understand," my father says,
being brave enough to pat Qasim on the back. Such things are more important than weddings. Will you bring your entire caravan with you? Only a few of my men. The rest may stay here until I return in a few months' time, along with my horses and gifts, Qasim states. My father's face blanches. We don't have the money to house all his servants until Qasim returns, but he pushes a smile out anyway. Taxes will have to go up. Certainly. Very well, Qasim states before turning away. I will hurry. Eagerly I've awaited the company of my virgin bride. I don't want to keep her pining away. Qasim grins at me, and a shiver runs up my spine. The fleeting thoughts of young girls pale in comparison to the duties of great warlords. Bennua will be more than comfortable waiting for your return, Father states. You can bet Al-Shams I will be. I think. A few more months of freedom. Not much, but I'll take what I can get when I'll be spending the rest of my life in Qasim's bed. Qasim bows to my father, then turns to walk out the door. Farewell, Sultan Hanif of Hayama, until we join together as one family. One family. My father nods, and I feel like I want to throw up again. There's no doubt in my mind that mixing Hayama and Qasimar blood together will become a toxin to me, a poison I will probably end up consuming within a year of my marriage. Father accompanies me to my room, babbling on and on about how wonderful Qasim is, and how lucky I am. My mother is relieved, glad she has more time to work on my dress. My sisters are furious, upset they'll have to wait to attend a wedding and that they'll have to go back to their own husbands sooner rather than later. I don't say anything. I know I have to make these last few months of freedom count. Chapter 4. I'm finishing a rug left on my loom the next day when the palace alarm bells ring. I jump up from my spot, looking down at the garden below, where my father is having lunch. Servants and officials are running around like crazy, while my father looks around in confusion. What is it? What's going on? He demands. I creep closer to the edge to listen more intently. Sir, a servant gasps, bowing hurriedly. Messengers from the Raider Prince are at your front door. Messengers? From the Raider Prince? Could they be the riders who chased me last night? What? Father asks. Send guards to them to dispatch them, for Al-Sham's sake. Don't let them into the city. They already let them in, sir. The citizens were too afraid. They're standing in the Great Hall. Messengers from the Raider Prince in my palace? Father jumps up from his chair and waddles away. His advisors hurry behind him. Curious, I leave my loom and quietly sneak down the stairs, creeping behind the group and hiding behind a pillar in the Great Hall. Father sits on his throne while his advisors crowd around him, staring in fear at 3 figures swaddled in black. Fabric covers their faces, so the only thing you can see is their eyes. One is a small, thin figure. Another is a large, bulking brute of a man, whose very muscles look like they could crush marble. The third is less muscular, but not as wiry as the first. He seems almost a shadow. I believe that if I take my eyes away from him for 1 second, he'll disappear. He's standing in the middle and appears to be speaking for the group. All of them have long, curved swords on their hips and daggers at their sides. There's no doubt in my mind that these are indeed the men who tried to kidnap me last night. What is it you want? Father booms, but within his voice is a sliver of fear. Servants are hidden amongst the pillars like I, watching with fear and interest. The black figures don't move a hair. When there's no answer from them, my half-brother, Bashir, steps forward. Speak up before I cut your tongues out of your mouths and give you a real reason to be silent. My father asked you a question. What is it you want, you cowards?
He's bold to talk like that to messengers of the Raider Prince. The figure in the middle speaks. His voice is soothing and gentle, like sand sliding down a dune.
We've come here to make a bargain.
Hayama does not bargain with thieves and ingrates.
My father spits.
Why should I spare you now, instead of dispelling my guards amongst you to kill you where you stand?
That would be a grave mistake. I assure you that you could send every guard in this palace upon us, and we would dispatch them all easily.
The figure speaks.
And even if you were to kill us, more would be sent to take our place.
Messengers are easily dealt with.
Father shrugs.
What about 10,000 Ashana soldiers?
The man in black says. The entire council, my father, and Bashir turn white, and the figure adds,
They will be upon Hayama soil within days if you spill a drop of our blood.
10,000 soldiers. That outnumbers our guards by double. My father clears his throat and says,
All right. I understand the threat, but what do you want? Jewels? Money? Treasure?
The thief laughs.
If we simply wanted your money, it would be ours by now.
Well, out with it then.
My father demands.
What do you seek?
The thieves glance at each other. They seem to hesitate.
One of your household,
the thief says, and the great hall stands still in time.
That is, one of your family to become one of us.
My father is speechless. Bashir steps in to take his place.
What mockery is this? What game does your Raider Prince want to play?
Ashana is a city plagued with prejudice and shame all throughout Sahrahn, the figure says. If Hayama respects our kingdom and learns our ways, we expect others will soon follow suit.
You want respect?
Father asks, and he chuckles.
Respect for thieves, prostitutes, and murderers?
Legends of Ashana's wickedness are born from rumors and lies. We do what we have to in order to survive.
The tone in the man's voice has taken on a sharp edge, cleaner than the edge of a knife. I feel as if I could balance on his words for days.
Why not journey to another city? Why trouble me?
My father shakes his hands in the air, as if inquiring to Al-Shams himself why he's in this situation.
It was agreed that Hayama would be the most willing to listen, as you are the newest sultan.
The messenger adds,
You know what it's like to be one of us, and if you weren't such a coward, you would accompany us yourself.
Shut your slithering lips, you son of a whore!
My brother's temper breaks, and he pulls a sword from his side.
All you desire is a trophy, a sign of allegiance towards Ashana, and we won't have it. We'll die before we give in to your demands.
With a yell, Bashir charges toward the group. The two large figures don't move, but the small one, who is easily half the size of my brother, unsheathes his weapon and meets my brother's sword with a sound that shivers through the air. The small man beats back every single one of my brother's blows effortlessly. Their blades jump back and forth so quickly that each weapon becomes a blur. Both fighters become dancers as Bashir begins to sweat. Panic forms in his eyes as he struggles to even touch his opponent. So quickly that I don't even see it, but that I suppose it must have happened, the small fighter kicks Bashir's feet out from under him. He puts one foot on Bashir's sword hand, then his blade to Bashir's throat. My father cries out. Bashir lies on his back, shaking with anger and terror. My insides are paralyzed. Bashir is one of our kingdom's greatest fighters, if not the best. If the smallest of Ashanas can defeat him, what hope do the rest of us have?
Why not start the slaughter with your son?
The leader asks. He and the large man haven't moved, and seem about as bothered by the fight as I would be a gnat buzzing by.
He seems eager enough to sacrifice himself for a sultan.
Bashir stares defiantly up at his opponent, stares into the face of death fearlessly. The small warrior moves his sword closer to my brother's neck, and I lose my self-control. "Stop!" I cry. I hurtle myself out from the pillar and run to the middle of the room, falling to my knees. "Don't hurt my brother! I will go with you if you leave Hayama alone. I will go to Ashana."
"Bennua, what are you doing? Let me die!"
Bashir hisses.
"Bennua, how dare you speak out of turn?"
Father shouts angrily.
"You're not going anywhere unless I say it."
I ignore him. "Please," I beg, staring into the eyes of the one who has his blade to my brother's throat. "I'm Princess Bennua of Hayama. I am one of the royal court. I'll do whatever you ask, go wherever you may take me. Just let my brother live and leave my city out of this." The room stands still in time. The small figure looks to the leader. He nods back and then turns to my father.
"Your daughter has asked to come with us. She is willing to sacrifice herself for her brother and for her country,"
the figure says.
"We agree that this is a fair trade, unless, of course, you want your only son's blood on your hands."
My father trembles.
"She's to be married." "That makes no difference to us." "She's a woman!"
he screams, rising off of his throne.
"Her words mean nothing in the throes of politics and war." "The word of a woman is better than no word at all,"
the thief says slowly.
"And it looks like you've left me with no other option. The girl goes with us, or we bring Ashana to you. Make your choice, Sultan."
Wildly, my father's eyes dart from one corner of the palace to another, looking for a way to get me out of this. Our eyes connect, and I see that he is terrified, unable to make any other decision but the one right in front of him.
"All right,"
he agrees, and his whole body sags.
"Bennua will go with you if you leave Hayama alone."
"Father, what have you done? Leaving your daughter to thieves and curs?" Bashir asks. The small figure lets him up. My brother runs to my side, grabbing my shoulders and shaking me.
"Bennua, don't be a fool! Don't go with them!"
I think over his words numbly. I know I can't go back on my bargain. I would gladly sacrifice myself for my brother, my sisters, and my parents. Love means everything to me, and I would give everything I have for love. This is my country, and I would do anything to keep my people safe, even if it means being brought to the Raider Prince. You heard the father. His word is law. Going with them is the only way to save us. I speak quietly to him, my eyes downcast. I feel defeated, too.
"What if she escapes?"
my brother asks, turning to them.
"What if she manages to make it back to Hayama? What will you do then?" "If she escapes, then it will be our own undoing. If she was clever enough to outsmart the three of us, then she may go free,"
the messenger says. He seems like he speaks the truth.
"Let her just pack her things,"
my father stutters.
"Gather supplies before she leaves." "She brings nothing. We must travel light."
The figures turn and walk toward the door.
"We will leave immediately. She has 1 hour to say her goodbyes."
An hour. One precious, precious hour. Not enough time. Not that there ever would be enough. A thought crosses my mind as he goes to leave. "I have only one condition, besides that you leave Hayama alone," I state. "I ask that we take my horse, Amar, along with his saddle and bridle, to be my mount." The leader turns to look at me. His dark brown eyes connect with mine. Something invisible passes between us, and it rattles my stomach, making it do backflips.
Agreed.
I have to be dragged up the stairs and away from the great hall. Bashir accompanies me to my room, saying, "Bennua, we can figure a way to scare them off. We can kill them. Do something so you don't have to go away." "I have to do this, Bashir. I swore on your life," I say. "My life be damned. You are my sister, a woman. You don't stand a chance out there with those rogues. Do you know what they'll do to you?" He snaps. I do. Torture is a possibility, and rape a sure thing, with death being more likely than not. I nod, and he embraces me. Tears are clinging to his cheeks. "There has to be another way. The only way to stop them is to send Qasim after me when he returns. He has just as many soldiers as Ashana," I say, clinging Bashir to me tightly as if he is the world. "Qasim can find me. He's our only hope. My personal nightmare is now my only chance at survival. I can't decide what situation is worse, but I know what one is harder on my family, so I pray to Al-Shams that Qasim will find me quickly. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll be so deformed by the time the thieves are done with me that Qasim won't want me anymore." My sisters say quiet goodbyes with soft hands and downcast eyes. My mother is a mess, bawling all over the place and collapsing dramatically on the couch when the hour is nearly up. Bashir cries too, but it is quiet and silent. My father is the worst. He has large, empty eyes that look like they've lost their spirit and shine. I place my hand on his face and whisper, "Don't be sad, Father. I'll escape and everything will be all right. I promise you." I can promise no such thing, but I can try. He doesn't respond to this, but kisses my forehead. "May Al-Shams journey with you, my daughter." When I walk out into the bright desert sun, Amar is fully tacked up and waiting for me. But when I go to mount, one of the messengers stops me. It's the leader. "You ride behind me on my horse." "Do you think a woman can't ride?" I ask, glaring up at him. He leans in and a shiver runs up my spine. "I think a woman can ride well enough to get away from 3 thieves in the night," he whispers, and my mouth runs dry. He knows it was I who escaped them. Before I can object, the thief ties my hands. Bashir helps me onto the stranger's mount. I'm sitting close enough behind the thief that I can feel him breathe. "If you harm my sister, I will search every hole in Sahrahn until I can find you," Bashir threatens. The thief's eyes seem amused. "We don't hide in holes, Prince." We then turn to walk down the city streets, away from the palace and past all of the citizens with fearful, wide, and pitying eyes. The most sickening thing is, I know who their sympathy is meant for. The city gates open wide, and we stride through them. The doors make a hideous creaking sound as they close behind us, like the sound of my death drawing in upon me. We start our journey into the desert, and I force myself to look forward. By the time I can't stand it any longer, and I have to look back, the stars are in the skies above, and Hayama is out of sight.
"Where to now, Zahid?"
the large thief asks. "Okar," the leader I'm riding with says softly. "We'll ride all night and make camp in the morning."
"And what do we do with her?"
Silence reigns as seconds tick by. "Nothing for now. I have to think." "Whatever you say, Your Majesty," another thief responds. "Your Majesty? No, it can't be." But as I let the reality sink in, I realize that it must be true. I'm not riding with a servant of the Raider Prince. I'm riding with the Raider Prince himself. Chapter 5. I don't know how, but exhaustion and terror force my body into submission. I sleep through the night. I have tried my hardest, but I can't fight my captives nor loosen my bonds to escape. With nothing left to do, I doze to regain energy and figure out a plan of escape in the morning. When the horse finally jolts to a halt, I awaken, slipping off the saddle and landing painfully in the dirt. The large thief laughs, but the smaller thief shoots him a steely look, and he falls silent. Both dismount. I watch as they tie their horses and Amar to a line between two palm trees that the small one has set up. We've halted at an oasis, a small spring where litters of plants grow here and there. A few trees grow here, sheltering us from the sun. The small one waters all the horses from the oasis, including mine. The large thief pulls off his mask first, letting the fabric fall carelessly into the sand. He's a man crossing into old age, with a long black beard and a lined face that seems set in a permanent frown.
If we ride any longer, I'm going to get sores. A nice long nap, that's what I need, he grumbles.
Quit complaining, Mirk, the small thief says, and I'm intrigued by his voice. It's high-pitched and pleasant, like a bird song. We've ridden longer before. We'll be at an inn tomorrow.
We'd better be, or else I'm going my own way, Mirk threatens. You take the horse and the profit. I'll be done and looking for more sensible work elsewhere.
You always say that, the small thief argues, and you never go. Besides, there is no sensible work anywhere. This is the best job you could ever have. Mirk doesn't say anything. One thief, the one I know must be the raider prince, hops off his horse, stoops down to help. Are you all right? I'm sorry you fell. I spit at him, and he leaps back. Foul pig! Why have you brought me here? Only to feed me and water me now? Only to kill me when you feel the time is right?
Put a gag in her mouth. I don't want to hear her complaining,
Mirk says. She's terrified. Leave her alone. Of course she's going to yell, the small thief says. He removes his hood. My mouth drops open as I find that the face underneath is not the one of a man. Her hair has been cropped short around her ears, and she is wearing pants. She has dirt on her face and patches on her clothes, but her fine cheeks, large eyes, and soft lips give her gender away, no matter how hard she tries to hide it. She can't be too much older than I. You're a woman, I gasp. She smiles. My name is Ashana. And you are? Get away from me, I cry. I wiggle in the sand to try and escape, but the raider prince catches me by the arm and says, No one insults Ashana when I am around. I figured all this must be a shock to you, but you need to cooperate. I wrench my arm away from the thief and shout, You're all filth! Every last one of you!
Cut her throat and stop her yowling, please,
Mirk begs. We didn't go through all that trouble to kill her now, Mirk, Ashana says, irritated. The raider prince reaches toward his belt to grab a small dagger. I flinch, expecting the end, but all he does is cut the ropes binding my wrists before throwing the blade into the sand. Go then. Leave us if you cannot stand to be near us, but be warned. He pulls off his hood to reveal his face. You won't survive a day out there alone. As I gaze upon his face, I think back to everything Qasim had said about the raider prince, and understand that he was dead wrong. There is no scar upon his face, no ugly sneer or blood around his lips. His clothing is composed of rags, not rich silk. He is not old or ugly. I'm not surprised that Qasim lied. I expect it out of him. But I never expected the raider prince to be so young. I am compelled to look at him, a tan face that shines as radiant as the sun, full of life, with brown eyes that are as endless as the stars themselves. His beard sprouts in spots around his cheeks and chin, while his black hair falls carelessly into his incredible eyes. He's gorgeous, but not in the way you'd expect, more roguish and rugged than perfect and put together. He is beautiful. This is the infamous warrior I had heard about, the one who supposedly ate human flesh and drank blood? I've seen my sisters look more terrifying on bad days. He is muscular, athletic, but his height is equal to Bashar's. He is only a boy, not much older than I. I force my gaze away from his dark stare and look into the desert. He's right. There's no way I'll survive out there on my own, and I'm not leaving without Amar.
You won't get far, I say. The Sultan will send out guards after me.
I highly doubt they'll find us, Mirk says. They have no idea which way we went.
My father doesn't deal with people like you. You'll be dead before sunrise, I say. Don't spit back such words of ignorance, princess, Mirk snaps. The only thing that makes you different from I is your money, and you have none now. People like us? You are us now. That was the agreement you made for your brother's life, remember? Do not compare me to you, I say, and I stand with my fists clenched. I am nothing like you.
The Raider Prince steps between us.
That is enough, he says. No more arguing. We'll figure out what to do with her once we get to the next town.
Mirk glares at me, shaking his head.
This was a futile plan, Sahid.
The Raider Prince, Sahid, I think Mirk called him, picks up his dagger from the sand, then stoops down to fill up a water skin from the oasis. He hands it to me and says,
Drink up. It's a long journey ahead of us.
I slap the drink out of his hands, and it goes splattering everywhere.
Keep your drink. I'll lap like a dog if I have to, as long as nothing I gain comes from you.
Blasted palace people. Spoiled, rotten, all of them, he says, shaking his head.
Like you would know, I say. Sahid, just give her one of mine, so she can have her own. I have an extra, the woman says.
She throws Sahid a water skin. He catches it, turning to me.
Do you want to fill it up yourself?
I snatch it away from him.
Better than having your filthy hands all over it.
I kneel down to fill up the water skin. However, when I do so, it remains flat. I do my best to try and puff out the bag in order to get water to go in, but only end up splashing water all over my clothes.
Royalty. No practical skills at all, as usual.
Mirk huffs, shaking his head.
You can't do it?
Zahid smiles just like a jackal, his smile lopsided and comedic. It's awfully charming, and I hate it.
Of course I can. I haven't done it in a while.
I mumble. I try again, failing terribly.
Or at all,
Zahid says. He takes the water skin from me and asks,
What is your name, captive? I forgot what you call yourself.
I might be your captive, but that's not something you should call me unless you want me to claw out your eyes,
I say, displaying to him the long nails that I've kept up all these years at the palace.
I'm joking with you,
he says, handing me the water skin. It's filled up now.
You're my kidnapper. There are no jokes, save on me.
I drink heavily before putting the cap on the water skin and say, Princess Bennua is my name.
Unusual name,
he says.
No more unusual than anything about you, I snap back.
You are very angry, princess. You should be grateful we extracted you from the poisons of palace life. Now you can see what the real world is like.
Zahid takes another drink.
Grateful?
I say.
You took me away from my home, my family, everything I've ever loved and known.
My voice wobbles on the last note, but I force myself not to cry, staring the Raider Prince in the eyes. A twinge of regret flits across his face before he says,
"It was for the best. We both did what we had to in order to save our people."
You threatened mine. There would be no threat to me if you had stayed out of my country.
Indeed, but as I stated earlier, Hayama is the only city that would ever consider allying with Ashana. So sadly, Princess, we had to strike a deal somehow.
Why does the infamous Ashana need allies anyway? You and your 10,000 soldiers? I ask.
A war fought with a friend is better than fighting it alone,
Zahid says quickly. But I sense there is some sort of dishonesty there, something he is not telling me.
Kidnapping is a terrible way of trying to ally one country to another, I say. You could try marrying a rich girl.
Like Zahid would ever marry,
Mirk barks. The Raider Prince's face remains passive.
I don't view it so much as kidnapping as making a bargain. You did barter your freedom for your brother's life,
Zahid reminds me.
I wouldn't have really killed him, Toshana says. But at that point, our choices to get your father to agree to our terms were slim. I don't believe you. You would have cut my brother's throat, just as you will mine when you are done with me.
I glare at all of them.
I promise that no harm will come to you, Princess. I only mean for good to come of this, for both of our countries.
Zahid smiles at me. The way he says it, with the utmost sincerity and care, almost makes me want to believe him. But I know I cannot trust him. He's a liar. I stand up and say, "Are we leaving now?"
"We've been riding all night. We need to sleep if we're going to make the journey,"
the woman informs me.
Toshana's right. We'll sleep until sunset and be off again.
Zahid begins unrolling a sleeping pelt and spreads it in the sand beneath the palm tree, lying on it.
Anyone want to take first shift to watch the prisoner?
I'm not a child,
I spit.
No, but you're a woman scorned and wanting to go back to your country. You'll murder us in our sleep, then take the horse and run,
Zahid says, yawning. I guess it was foolish to wish they were all that stupid.
I'll stay up and watch then,
Toshana offers. She looks at Mirk, who snorts. Zahid yawns again and said,
I guess that means I take middle shift. Wake me up when it's time.
I can't wait, I say. He doesn't hear me. He's already asleep.
You should appreciate the trouble, girl,
Mirk says, lying down on his own pelt.
Zahid is saving your life, all because he thinks he can change your mind about us.
He snorts, shaking his head.
More like he's keeping me around so he can make a profit on me later.
I shoot back.
I'm no use to him dead.
Mirk shrugs and lies down. Toshana is holding out a cowl for me to wear, saying,
Here, you need to protect your head from the sun. Your veil won't be enough.
I don't answer her. I cross my arms and turn my back to her to wait out the day. She sighs and goes to fill up her own empty water skin, her back turned. I watch her closely. While she is busy, I creep over to Zahid's side. He's fast asleep. Reaching over his body, I quickly unsheath his dagger and tuck it into the folds of my skirt before rapidly sneaking back to my place. By the time Toshana turns, it appears as if I have never moved.
Look ahead, captive.
Bennua, I state sharply. I am riding behind Zahid again, and I hate being so close to him. Our bodies are constantly touching, and I despise how I enjoy it so.
Bennua,
Zahid says.
We're almost there.
I peer over his shoulder to see that we're nearing a large city on the horizon. There are no walls, save for small ones that traders with carts go in and out of freely. The clay houses are built with large windows. From this distance, I can hear voices shouting. "It's so loud," I say, shaking my head.
Okar is a trading port, Zahid says. People come from all over Sahrahn to sell their goods. We'll get a good price for this one here, Mirk says, pointing to Amar. We'd better not take him to the auction, though. He'll go for nothing. We might as well get a room at the inn and sell him privately.
I thought the conditions were to keep my horse, I ask sharply.
You can't be trusted with him, Mirk says. Did you honestly think we'd let you keep him? Mirk, we made an agreement, Zahid says. We can't break it now, not if we're to earn her trust. The entire point of this mission is to let her see we're not bad people, so she can convince her father to make an alliance with us.
My father would make an alliance with a group of sparrows faster than he would with you, I say. Even if you were able to convince me of your supposed dignity. You picked the wrong person. My father would never listen to me.
I drop my head, gazing at the sand. I can't even get him to hear me on simple matters.
We need gold in order to make it back to Ashana. We don't have any. Do you want us to starve on the way? The horse is the only thing we can use to turn a profit.
Mirk argues. Zahid goes to bite back. He's distracted. This is my chance. I roll off of Zahid's horse and onto the sand, falling in front of Mirk. He jerks his horse to a stop, yelling, "Clumsy girl." I jump to my feet and pull out the knife, backing far enough away so I can point it to my own throat.
Keep back, I say,
and all three of the thieves halt.
You listen.
This was a foolish plan,
Mirk says, backing up his gelding.
Be quiet,
I demand. I look straight into the raider prince's eyes.
I have nothing to lose, and you won't get any use or profit out of me if I'm dead.
Mirk goes to argue, but Zahid holds up a hand to silence him. He takes 2 tentative steps toward me on his horse and states, "We're running low on money, but I am willing to strike a bargain with you." The knife doesn't slip from my throat, but I pause. I'm listening. "If you can earn your food and make enough money to feed your horse, we won't sell him."
Zahid,
Mirk says.
That stallion is worth more than she could ever earn on her own. Do you honestly think? Let the girl talk,
Ashana says, looking at me. I think rapidly, trying to come up with a way the thieves could use me to make money.
I dance, I say. I've been dancing my entire life. I can dance in the streets, and when people are distracted, you can pick their pockets. We'll make double the money.
I drop the knife to my side.
And whatever extra I earn, you can keep all of it. Just don't sell him.
Amar is my only way back home. If he's sold, I lose my transportation back to Hayama once I escape. This has to work. Zahid thinks, scratching his patchy beard. It's worth a try, I suppose. But if you fail at this, do you accept that the horse will have to be sold? I look at Amar, and I know I have no second chances. Yes. Toshana, give her your dancing dress, Zahid says. We'll change when we're in the city, then head down into the lower districts. Bennua, grab onto my hand. I'll lift you back up. He holds out his hand so I can ride with him again. I hate the thought of taking it in mine, but I don't want to walk. I recoil as his dirty, calloused hand touches my own. A sort of strange warmth grows inside of me at his caress, and it refuses to budge. With ease, he lifts me onto the back of the saddle, and we proceed toward the city at a slow pace. By the way, he says, I'd like my knife back. Reluctantly, I put the blade into his hand. He takes it slowly, stating with a bit of humor,
Next time you try to take my weapon, make sure I'm asleep. You could have cut me with how clumsily you were handling the blade.
My mouth drops open. He knew I had the knife all along. But why didn't he do anything about it? Floundering, I say, "Just be lucky I didn't want to cut anything. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting right now."
If you say so,
he says, with that cocky smile I've already grown used to. I roll my eyes and state, "So what's so great about the lower districts? Why there?"
The lower district has the most con artists, Zahid informs me, and therefore the most coin,
Mirk says with a smile. I don't say anything. I still think stealing is wrong, but at least we're stealing from others who steal as well, and not someone who has worked hard for their money. Not that it makes much of a difference, does it? I'm not sure. While I'm still thinking, I notice that Toshana is staring at me. I wish that the quiet would come back as soon as we enter through the city gates. It feels like the world around me is going to rip right in half with all this shouting. It's very crowded here in Okar, the streets so stuffed that I'm surprised there's enough air to breathe. Filthy children run rampant among carts pulled by donkeys, smoke rising into the air by men puffing on long pipes. Women hustle around in crowded groups, carrying baskets of wares with mean eyes behind their covered faces. Some man shoves a fruit into my face and asks, "Would you like to buy some pomegranates? Sweetest you've ever tasted." "She's not interested," the Raider Prince says sharply, and shoves him away. He moves himself backward on his horse, so that I'm covered up behind him. It's nearly a protective movement. I berate myself. My kidnapper doesn't want to protect me. He merely wants to use me to fatten his coin pouch. I'm being ridiculous. Down winding streets we go, until Zahid stops and dismounts, tying his horse to a post. He offers me a hand to get down again, but I slide off of his horse by myself. "I'll pay for a room tonight and a few stables," Zahid says, glancing at me. "You had better make up for what I'm paying for." "I'll make what I owe you and 3 times more," I shoot back. The Raider Prince raises an eyebrow. Mirk snorts and rolls his eyes, while Toshana grabs my arm. "Come, you have to change." We follow Zahid inside while Mirk stands to watch the horses. Once he pays for the room, Toshana accompanies me up the stairs to the place where we shall stay. She hands me a long black skirt with a top that barely covers my breasts, and a thin veil that you can clearly see my hair under. Tiny coins are all over the outfit, especially the hips, and they jingle as the garment moves. "If you think that I'm wearing that, you're insane," I say. "I'll be arrested the minute I walk out this door." "Women aren't arrested for dressing provocatively here," she says. "They're only looked down upon." "So much better." "You don't have much of a choice. Put it on, or your horse gets sold." She holds it out for me. Hating myself, I take it from her, slipping it on quickly. My stomach flutters as the fabric caresses my skin. I'm practically naked, but I feel so free. I've never felt so exposed in my life. "Get used to it," she says, handing me a long mantle with a hood. "Put this on. Then take it off and start dancing once I begin playing my flute, but not before. Mirk and Zahid will do their job, but you mustn't stop until the music does. If we get caught, we'll all be in trouble." I follow her downstairs, where Zahid waits for us. "To the lower districts we go," he says. "The horses are put away for now." "And if we need to escape?" Toshana asks. "We split up and run back here," he says. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice that Mirk is following several steps behind us. Both of the thieves are focused on Zahid, waiting on his signal. We go into a division of the city that looks and smells like greed. Money seems to float out of every window in an odd combination of crumbling buildings adorned with fancy valances and, if you peek inside, costly furniture. Zahid enters into a crowded square, one that contains a well. Of course, everyone needs to get water. The entire town will be gathered here. He goes to a back alley to hide. Toshana leads me near the well, where women are drawing water. She lets go of my arm and draws out from her bag a small flute. I notice Mirk is in another alley, near a group of men who talk loudly. Before I can survey the rest of the situation, I hear a thin, high note on the air. A sliver of nervousness slithers through my body, but I ignore it. I have a job to do. I let the mantle slip off my shoulders and drop seductively to the ground, which immediately attracts the attention of the nearest men. I begin swiveling my hips in small circles, turning slowly in place to the rhythm. The hustle and bustle slows as I place one foot in front of the other, swaying my upper body to make my wrists twirl in slow circles around my head. I don't know what she's playing, so I have to go by ear and hope that all of my moves match well. Yet, I am unafraid. Music has always been something that vibrates and lives within my bones. I could never play it, but though I can't make music, I can express it to its fullest extent. I let it move me. I take tentative steps forward, and the flute picks up. I begin to twirl in place, slowly at first, but then turn faster so that my hair whirls out behind me. With a quick glance, I can see that Zahid and Mirk are already at work. Mesmerized men begin throwing small coins onto my discarded coat, while infuriated wives whisper to each other as they watch me with envy. The dance becomes more animated. I lift my legs up and over my head, turning on my hands to do quick front flips in short succession. The crowd grows more excited, and my feet rarely touch the ground as I whirl. I shake my body until each part of me hums, my hips rocking so fast they appear a blur. Without warning, the flute stops playing. I end with my hands up in the air, my head thrown back proudly. When I am done, the crowd bursts into tumultuous applause. I look down onto my coat and see that many coins are gathered there. I hope that it's enough to pay the rent for the night. But have Zahid and Mirk stolen enough to pay for my horse? I gave them more than enough time to do so. Curtsying to the crowd, I pick up the coins and slip them into the coat pocket, putting the hood back on and quietly shuffling away.
We must rush back to the inn before they realize they've been robbed,
Toshana whispers into my ear. She grabs my arm. We hurry away in a route different from the one we came. Mirk and Zahid are nowhere in sight.
Where are the others?
I whisper to her.
Taking a different way,
she says.
If one of us gets caught, at least the rest of us will be free.
Making it back to the inn is easy. I run up to our room and jump back into my normal outfit without hesitation. The girl that wears the modest gown looks nothing like the provocative belly dancer I was mere moments ago. My identity is safe. But in these clothes, I don't quite feel like me. I have a wild realization that I might like the wild belly dancer more. Mirk and Zahid arrive a little later, carrying what looks like large bags of coins.
A worthy haul,
Mirk says. Let us count up the coins and see, Zahid says. We spread our wares upon the floor, and I watch as the thieves number them all. Mirk stacks the coins up carefully in greedy towers. Zahid throws the gold carelessly to the side in a pile. Toshana calculates both, patiently. When the count is done, Mirk looks astonished.
This is more than we've ever gotten for a small raid, he says. More than
we've made in a month, Zahid finishes, looking up at me. And enough to pay off the stallion and still make a profit. Barely enough, but enough. Congratulations, Bennua. You've just paid for your horse. Glowing, I smirk at him. I told you so. She's not useless, Mirk. Just like I said. Toshana smiles. Mirk gives a guffaw and says, You can be right every now and then, Toshana.
It's not very often, but in unusual circumstances, you're usually right.
Oh, be quiet, she says, batting at him.
Zahid jumps up with glee and says,
We'll eat like kings tonight. Bennua, have you ever tasted fine wine? If you haven't, I've got a bottle for you. A toast to our newest moneymaker.
I smile, because a heavy meal is just what these thieves need in order for me to escape tonight. The wine must have been very nice. Mirk is out. His snores are enough to shake the inn walls, covering the sounds I make as I get up from my sleeping mat and crawl toward the door. The woman isn't stirring either. She didn't have much, but she's smaller than I am, so any amount of alcohol is certain to put her to sleep. Zahid drank more than all the others, yet he was the last to fall asleep. He lies in front of the exit, as to block me if I try to open the door. Yet I wait until I'm certain he's asleep this time. When I slip past him and open the door, he doesn't move. I shut it just as carefully and run down the stairs, careful not to wake any of the other patrons. The desk attendant is asleep as well. He doesn't notice as I slip into the fresh night, where the city is dead and there is nothing but torchlight along the buildings to guide my way. The stables are a short jog away. I waste no time in hurrying along, rushing to the stable and throwing open the door victoriously. Amar nickers when he sees me, the moon casting shadows across my face. I step forward and say, "Hush now. Everything will be all right. I'll get you out of here and we'll head home." The stable door behind me snaps shut. I whirl around to face 10 figures, men with large muscles and extravagant clothes. Fear crawls in my throat. I put my hands against the back of Amar's stall and say, "Can I help you?"
"I think you've helped enough,"
one of the men says, and he brings a knife out of his pocket. "I beg your pardon?" I ask. The breath rushes out of my lungs.
"It looks like you're the little wretch who stole our money," another man says, moving forward. "And we want it back."
"I don't know what you're talking about," I say, inching toward the lock behind me. If I can just get the stall door open.
"We'd know a seductress like you anywhere," he claims. "Tell me this, little whore. How is it that after we watched you dance, our pockets turned up empty?"
I don't know. Perhaps you were robbed," I fumble.
"We were robbed, all right, and you were the distraction. Give us back our money."
"I don't have it," I say. My voice is high-pitched and scared.
"I guess you're out of luck,"
the man says. The group brings out their swords, several of them reaching for me. I crumple to my knees and scream, completely helpless. The stable door flies open once more. All the men whip around. I glance upward to see Zahid. He has a sharp expression that matches the edge on his drawn sword. His eyes are narrowed, dangerously. He towers against the sky, and the muscles in his arms are clenched in fury. For the first time, I understand why he is called the Raider Prince. I have never seen anyone in my life, not even Qasim, look so terrifying. I let myself truly feel fear, not for Zahid, but for what he might do to the 10 men surrounding me.
"What are you doing here, boy?" the man says. "Keep to your own business and let us be about ours." "The woman you're about to harm is my business," he says. "Now step back and let her be." "So you're the bastard who snatched our pennies while this one danced," the man says. "It was a bit more than pennies, if I remember." He smiles, but there's no humor in his voice, nor in that vicious smirk. "I told you to step back. You might want to do that before I have to kill you." The 10 men look around at each other and laugh loudly. "What are you going to do, boy? You're clearly outnumbered." "One good mind is better than 10 strong men, so long as the 10 men are dumber than the back of a donkey's ass." Zahid laughs menacingly,
It sends a cold shudder quaking through my body.
"We've had enough of a coward who hides behind his tongue," one man growls. "Kill him!"
The men jump forward. I give out a cry to warn Zahid, but he springs aside and swings his sword upward, instantly dispatching the first man. He gives a quick punch and knocks another one out, leaving only 8 men in a matter of seconds. One springs forward and slashes his sword at Zahid, who jumps to grab the banisters. He swings his legs forward, kicking the man in the chest. Zahid vaults up onto the rafters of the stables, battling his enemies from the high ground. They make rapid dashes at his legs, but Zahid jumps up to avoid each one, landing perfectly balanced every time, never slipping. He fells 1, 2, 3 men from the rafters before jumping down into the hay and rolling back into the fight, taking on 2 men at once. He grabs a sword lying forgotten on the floor by one of the unconscious men and duels with both warriors 2-handed. When one man goes to cut him in the side, he smacks him on the head with the hilt, knocking him into oblivion. Zahid takes the extra sword in his hand and throws it, stabbing one man in the chest. All of the air rushes out of my body as I see the man sink to the floor, dead. I am unable to do anything but stare at his bleeding corpse as the fight goes on. I have never seen death before, and up close. It is shocking. 2 hands grab my arms and wrench me up, slamming me against the stall door. I cry out in pain. Ammar screams out behind me, banging the wall of his stall with his hooves. It's the ringleader of the group.
"Go ahead and cry,"
he says, sour breath burning my skin.
"By the time we're done with him, he'll never hear you scream."
He moves in on me before his neck jerks backward. He gurgles out something inaudible, blood seeping out the corners of his lips. A hand lands on his shoulder and pulls him off of me, flinging him to the floor. It's the Raider Prince. He saved me. He has such a dark look across his face, though. So troubled. I'm terrified of him.
"Disgusting bastards like him make me glad we took his money,"
Zahid utters, looking at the floor where the man has landed.
"I'm sorry you had to see all of this, Bennua."
I'm shaking. I want so badly to be held by my father, but I can't let the Raider Prince know that, not after the deadly display he's demonstrated. I have to act like this is something I see every day. I must pretend I'm as strong and fearless as he is. I stand tall, looking down upon the men. "Are they all dead?" I ask.
"Some dead, most still alive. I didn't kill those whom I could spare. It's always a shame when I have to take a life."
He glances around the stable, then looks at me.
"Come, we have to wake the others before the bodies are found."
He grabs my hand and pulls me along as he breaks into a run. My feet barely touch the ground. So fast he runs.
"We have to go,"
he says, as he throws the door to our room open, waking the others.
"What's going on here?"
Mirk says, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Toshana arises and says, "Something's happened, hasn't it? We've been found."
"They were looking for us,"
Zahid says.
"Bennua warned me."
I hold back a gasp of surprise. Why would he defend me in front of his comrades? I was the reason why we were leaving. I tried to escape. His face is stone, betraying no emotions. I can't bring it up now. I simply help throw things into bags, gathering everything we have in moments.
"Al-Sham's fire, Zahid. Did you have to kill half the men in this town?"
Mirk says when we arrive at the stables.
"They're not all dead, which is why we have to hurry,"
Zahid says.
Go, go, go!
We're on our mounts and out of the stable door in minutes. I'm clinging on to Zahid for dear life as he gallops through the city streets. Mirk and Toshana close behind. Ammar is glad to be running again, sprinting ahead of the other horses, even though he's tied to both Mirk's and Zahid's saddles. No one's watching the city gates. We burst through them full speed, charging out into the desert. We don't slow until Okar has faded from the horizon and sunlight is drifting over the hills. We finally bring our horses to a trot, then a walk, before stopping under the shade of a crumbling abandoned stone wall in the middle of the desert. After we tie our horses, Mirk collapses on the ground, stating,
I have to wonder if the haul was worth that much trouble.
We've been chased for less money before, Toshana says.
Not after being roused from such a comfortable night's sleep,
Mirk complains.
Such dreams I was having.
Go back to sleep, both of you, Zahid states. I have to talk to Bennua alone. The way he says the words makes it known that it isn't a request. Both oblige without complaint, sleep still in their eyes. When they're completely out of it, Zahid sits by his pack, his head in his hands. I sit next to him. Thank you, I say, for saving me. What was I supposed to do? Let you be at the mercy of them? He asks. I see that there are deep bags under his eyes. You could have, I say. You could have let me die and be rid of the trouble. As you and everyone else keeps reminding me, I went through a great deal to have you come with us, Bennua. I might be a thief and a killer, but I'm not that kind of killer. What other kind is there? I chuckle. He doesn't laugh, and I realize. You're angry at me, I state. He doesn't answer, and I respond. Well, I'm not sorry in the slightest. You stole me from my home. You shouldn't be sorry if I really am truthful with myself, Zahid states. What do you mean? I was the reason we had to run, I say, confused. No, Bennua, you weren't, he says. I don't appreciate that you tried to escape, but in the end it actually saved us all. They must have been checking every inn and stable. It was only a matter of time before they caught us and probably asleep. We wouldn't have stood a chance. Why were you following me anyway? I ask. You were dead asleep. You hit my head with the door on the way out, he mumbles. I've told you. You aren't very subtle. Oh, I say, embarrassed. Bennua, I don't understand what is so hard to comprehend, but I am responsible for you now, Zahid says. If something happens to you, it's on my hands, and as far as I know, you haven't done anything deserving death. But you killed those other men. Those lives were equal to mine, I point out. Those men were trying to hurt you. Because we took their money, I said. Money is money, he states angrily. It's something that comes and goes. It's not something to kill over. I'd never thought I'd hear that from a thief. I steal so I can survive, and so my people can survive. Because nobody will hire us anywhere else, so we can make a life for ourselves, he says. The people that attacked you are filled with greed. I suppose there might be a difference, I admit, reluctantly. However, you did kill them, and they are like you, in a way. Then see it like this. They are the enemy. You are on my side. They are attacking you? I did what I had to. He slams his sword in the dust. Who says I'm on your side? I ask, outraged. You certainly aren't on theirs. After all that, you think you'd be grateful. Grateful? You got me into this situation, I say. And I am regretting it more and more every second, he grumps. Out of all the people in Hayama to take with us, it had to be you who volunteered. Maybe I should cut out your tongue and sell it, so I no longer have to put up with your nagging. If you do that, I will rip your throat open, I threaten. Once again, it's only a joke, Bennua. Learn to take one once in a while. Something comes to me as I think about all those men in the stable, how easily Zahid dispatched them. How did you get so good at fighting? You took on 10 men alone and had no problem. Where did you learn to fight? He shrugs.
Sahrahn doesn't take kindly to homeless people. It was either become the best or die.
I didn't know you were homeless, I say. My heart clenches.
I have been since I was a child, he says.
Didn't your parents care for you?
Don't you think you should mind your own business? He says.
I am taken aback. It's a simple question.
To you, but not to me, he says.
He stares off into the distance. It's like he's not here anymore and is far away from me. For some reason, I don't like that. It hurts. So I bite back.
How rude. It's people like you who are the reason why Al-Shams hasn't returned,
I state, crossing my arms.
It would be better for us all if Al-Shams never did, he says.
My insides turn icy.
What do you mean?
I demand.
Explain yourself.
I have no appreciation for a god that favors some and is cruel to others, he says. If such a deity exists in the first place, the best thing he can do is to stay far away from here.
A ways off, Toshana shifts in her sleep. Outraged, I protest.
Don't blame him. Your kind is the reason why the world is the way it is. If Al-Shams is so powerful, he'd stop my kind from hurting others. Or rather, he'd stop your kind from hurting us. And where are you going with this?
I ask, the temperature in my cheeks rising.
No good comes from royalty, Bennua. You should know that. Excuse me? Royalty takes everything away from its people and is only concerned with itself, he says. Fat lords collect taxes from poor peasants only to waste it on frivolous means. All people in power are evil. Aren't you talking about yourself, Raider Prince? I ask scathingly. I know my people, he says, turning to me sharply. I know what it is like to live in their conditions because I live in them myself. I am a leader because I have earned it. I did not gain it simply because I was born to the right mother. Those who are become spoiled. You know nothing about how hard it is to run a country, I say through clenched teeth. I could do a better job than all of the sultans in all the countries. Take this, for example. You come from Hayama. I have never seen a more foolish sultan in my life. More foolish? Or more oblivious?
Granted, he did come from meager means, but his current riches have clouded his mind. He's about as in touch with his city as I am, and I know nothing about it.
The sultan is a great man, I burst. And only a stupid commoner like you would be dumb enough to accuse him of anything else.
I feel like hitting him, but since he has saved my life once already today, I hold myself back. Instead, I pick up my skirts and move away from him, to sleep on the other side of Toshana. After hearing his talk of Al-Shams and my family, I want nothing more to do with him. Chapter 6.
It'd probably be best if we stopped in Sumu to gather supplies,
Mirk says to Sahid as we trek across the desert.
We're running low, and the horses won't make it to the next city.
It's been an uncomfortable ride. Zahid's barely spoken since our fight. As it is, his back is rigid against my body, and his mouth is set in a thin, flat line. He gives no answer now. Toshana leans forward and says, It'd be good for us, Sahid. We haven't had much rest since we fled Okar. His face doesn't change.
I suppose we should, although I do think we should pay our dear friend Abbas a visit.
Sultan Abbas? I ask, recognizing the name. Ruler of Sumu?
No, Sultan Abbas, ruler of ostriches.
Zahid says.
By Al-Shams, Bennua, keep up.
Ignoring my outrage, he turns to the others.
We need a plan, a good one this time.
He's not bound to let us stroll through the doors again, Toshana says. We robbed him of house and home last time.
He's not very bright, Mirk says. The last time we stole from him was over a year ago. We all look different now. It just doesn't seem like very long ago because that heist was so... adventurous? Zahid adds with a smile. Life-threatening, Mirk says sourly. If he came any closer to the hairs on my head, I would have had a permanent shave. You take the fun out of everything, Zahid chuckles. It's not entertaining if our lives aren't in danger. Mirk grunts. Knowing that Zahid won't answer me any other way, I sigh obnoxiously and say, Here we are, stealing again. This time from a bunch of nobles. It's nice to know there are hard-working people in the world who get everything taken from them by mangy dogs. Abbas is anything but hard-working, Zahid says. He's a bigger thief than I am. Trust me. After yesterday's talk, it's hard for me to believe him. I don't really trust Zahid's words about the Sultan, but it's not like I have much of a choice. It's become obvious to me that I won't be able to get away from these three that easily. Not that it matters. We're so far away from Hayama that I'm hopelessly lost. I don't have the money to hire a guide, and I can't fight nor read a map, unlike the people around me. Then it hits me. I don't have to be lost. If I can learn the skills necessary to survive on my own, I won't need a guide to get back home. All I have to do is learn how to defend myself and understand direction. I already have transportation. One problem arises, however. These thieves aren't going to teach me anything unless I earn their trust. Before I can do anything, I have to make them my friends. Otherwise, I'll never be able to escape. Unless another opportunity to run magically appears, my escape will take longer than expected. I grit my teeth at the idea, but I know that's what has to happen. So, how are we going to pull it off this time? Toshana asks. I don't think disguising ourselves as guards will work twice. We have Bennua this time, Zahid says, and her astounding dancing abilities. They're the key. It seems like the girl is the center of all your plans recently, Mirk says, sneaking a side glance at me. She might as well be useful for something other than running her mouth. Zahid shrugs. Nothing would give me more joy than seeing Amar dance all over the Raider Prince's face. I grin at the thought. So, we're disguising as circus performers? Do you think Abbas will fall for it? Toshana asks. Zahid shrugs. Perhaps. Only time will tell. He looks ahead and says, Toshana, you and Mirk go into the city. Bennua and I will stay behind as to not attract attention. The others look at me as if expecting me to protest, but I nod obligingly. They leave slowly in surprise, heading toward Sumu. Zahid gives me a look, and I say, It's already clear that I cannot escape. I might as well try and learn from you, as that was the plan, after all. Of course, he says, but he narrows his eyes. He doesn't believe me. It doesn't matter. He will, eventually. I might be playing his game, but I'm my own pawn, and I've made the first move. I just hope it's enough to make Zahid take the bait. I ask, So where exactly are we supposed to meet the other two? The tavern, he rattles off. Figures, I say, shaking my head. I suppose it's some filthy hovel in the ground, am I right? Not in the ground, he adds, and I let out a snort. His sarcasm never ends. As we come to the Sumu gates, I see that the door is kept tightly shut, heavily manned by guards. Halt, one says as we approach it. What business do you have here? Zahid pulls his horse to a stop. I don't mean to disturb you, but my wife and I seek shelter at the inn. She's pregnant and she needs her rest. What? Zahid elbows me. I immediately put a hand to my stomach, letting out a moan. The guard looks at me suspiciously, but then shrugs. If you wish to pass, you must pay the fee. 5 coins.
I let out a loud exclamation, but Zahid pulls out the money without protest. The guard gestures to the balcony above, and the door opens.
5 coins simply to enter the city?
I hiss at him as we pass through.
That's ridiculous, and with Ashana and Mirk having to pay as well.
We can afford it. Everything costs money here. It all goes to Abbas.
For as much money as it costs to get in here, you don't see it. I look down the filthy streets and see that they're ridiculously narrow, darkness looming over each and every pathway. There's barely enough room for our horse to get through. Women hang out tattered clothes to dry as children with no shoes run rampant throughout the streets. The buildings sag in disrepair, falling apart from the rooftops down. Many people are littered along the city walls, sleeping under holey blankets. The city smells heavily of rats. The entire place is disgusting, overflowing with trash, fecal matter, debris. People's ribs pop through their clothes, skin stretched tight over bones, hollowed eyes sunken deep into skulls. Nearby, a few people fight over what looks to be a scrap of molding meat, one man enclosing his fingers around the other's throat. The citizens simply pass the men by as if this is an everyday occurrence, huddling closer together in groups. Underneath the dirt on everyone's faces, I spot the mark of youth. I have to fight to keep tears from pouring down my face. This is terrible. How can Al-Shams let this happen?
Are you all right?
Zahid asks, noticing my distress. I'm fine, I say, turning my face away.
I haven't known you for very long, but I've known you long enough to be sure that's a lie, princess.
He rebukes me softly. I didn't know people lived like this, I say, trying to stop my crying. It's very sad.
Don't be afraid to show compassion, Zahid says softly. It's not a mark of being weak, but of strength.
My father always said it was foolish to cry. I sniff, wiping tears off my face.
Only if what you're crying over is foolish itself, he says. This is far from it.
If my people lived like this, then I would go throughout the streets and give them all the food I had, so they could eat and I would starve, I say. This is cruelty.
Then you have the mark of a true leader. Perhaps you're not as selfish as I thought,
he says, kindly. I'm quiet for a moment before I say, I haven't seen any elderly since we've entered here. They're all young.
Sumu is a city plagued with poverty, Zahid informs me. Most people here don't live to their old age.
But why? I ask. There's plenty in Sahrahn to trade and to sell. The citizens should have more than enough to spend on food and other things.
Taxes are outrageous. The cost of living in Sumu is extremely high, but there is a price to move away. Most of the people can't leave, because they don't have enough to pay the exit fee.
They have no choice then, I say. They're forced to stay here.
They have a choice to try and chance escape, but it's very rare. If you get caught by the guards, you're thrown into jail until you can pay the fee to be released.
But there's no way they can make money in prison and their families won't have enough to pay, I say, confused. The frown deepens on his face.
Exactly.
I've cleaned my face of tears by the time we reach a dingy, dumpy tavern. Zahid dismounts and ties his horse next to the rest. Toshana and Mirk are already inside. Shouldn't somebody watch the horses in case of theft? I ask.
He shakes his head. There's nowhere to go. Stealing is a high offense here. You can't escape the city, and everything that's sold here has to have paperwork. If a thief was to steal the horse, he would have nowhere to put it and no papers to show that it was his. He'd be sealing his own doom.
The laws here are so tight. I try to imagine Hayama like this, and it's unthinkable. Why doesn't anyone revolt? If my country was like this, the people wouldn't stand for it.
The guards are the only people of this city who are paid well. To stand up to them is suicide.
Zahid offers a hand to help me off his horse. This time, I take it, remembering that I have to pretend to be his adoring wife while I'm here. As I wrap my fingers around his, our eyes meet for a brief second. My breath catches, but I flit my gaze away and focus on the ground, instead of the glimmer lying within his pupils. We walk into the bar and find it cramped, nearly full to the brim with shifty characters and desperate-looking men. We spot Toshana and Mirk sitting in a corner and walk over silently. Some glance our way, but most seem to care less.
Cheery as always,
Mirk says, raising a glass to us as we sit down.
Always a good time when we come to Sumu.
Oh, stop, Toshana says, delving heavily into her own drink. We'll be out of here soon. Despite her optimism, the tone of her voice suggests otherwise. She seems downtrodden and keeps her eyes focused on her cup instead of us. Is everything all right? I ask. She doesn't look up. It's hard for me to be here. I don't like seeing people suffer.
We'll be out before the morning,
Mirk promises. And how do you expect that? I ask, looking at him. He smirks.
Word of your dancing has reached the Sultan. Apparently, there was an advisor to Abbas who was in the square in Okar when you danced. There are papers around town requesting that if you are seen, you have an invitation to perform.
I am taken aback. I've only danced once. Are you sure it's about me? The whole bar is gossiping about it, Toshana says dully. They're trying to see if they can disguise their daughters as the magical dancer. Are they going to let us in? I ask.
Of course they are,
Zahid says.
You are the famous dancer, Batari, and we are your faithful servants. You'll ride in on Amar to make it look real. No commoner can afford a fine stallion like him.
And then what? I ask.
You perform, and Mirk and I will sneak into the Sultan's private stores, he says. We've been in there before, so we already know how to get in. If you can keep him preoccupied throughout the performance and dinner, we should have more than enough time to rob him blind.
I am the only one astride a horse as we walk into the upper districts of Sumu, where the nobles and royals reside. The other three walk on the ground, disguised in the same black outfits they wore to talk to my father. Their clothes are nothing compared to my elaborate dancing costume. As I walk by, people turn and whisper to each other ferociously, saying things like, "Is that her?" and "Never such a fine horse I've seen in my life. She must be very good." The streets instantly turn from trash to treasure in a matter of minutes when we reach the upper districts. Gardens flourish along elaborate homes, with lords and ladies prancing around proudly in garments expensive enough to hold a feast for half the sultanate. I feel my cheeks burning. How can these nobles live so comfortably when right under their feet their fellow citizens are starving to death? "Zahid," I say, anger bubbling.
"Yes, princess?"
he asks. "When you steal from Abbas, take as much as you can carry," I say. "Leave no coin behind that you can spare."
"Whatever you wish, princess,"
he states, giving me a wink. I raise my head high and keep it there as we approach the palace. I look up. It's not as large as my own and has no gate, but the marble and tile that adorn its walls acclaim to its expense. Despite its size, it probably cost more than ours did. As we walk up to the palace, several guards line up in front of its doors.
"Who requests a visit with the Sultan?"
a booming guard asks.
Zahid steps in with a comical bow, speaking in a voice not his own.
Batari, the great dancer of Sahrahn,
he says with an elaborate flourish.
Surely you've heard of her?
The guard eyes me.
Whispers here and there. What does she want with the sultan? Only to perform for his highness,
Zahid adds.
The sultan has plenty of entertainment to keep him busy, the guard says. One dancer will not be missed. A dancer such as she comes along only once in a lifetime,
Zahid argues, honey in his voice.
Perhaps we'd like to see her dance for us first, to make sure it's worth showing to the sultan.
The guard's eyes sparkle greedily. Zahid goes to say more, but not before I step in.
You dare to insult the great Batari?
I ask, my voice practically blowing them over backwards.
I only perform for kings and nobles and for the occasional peasants for when I want my name spread throughout the land. I have traveled miles upon miles to see Abbas, and I am very impatient. Is your sultan too good for my charm? Do you see the horse I ride? Do you suppose I got this stallion simply by my good looks instead of my astounding talent?
The guard flounders.
Well, no, but
Then why do you keep me waiting? I demand you let us through.
I bellow. Years of being royal and taking abuse from my parents and sisters have taught me how to order people around. The guard cowers at the authority in my voice and says, Right away. He turns to yell, Open the gates and send a messenger to the sultan that the great Batari has come to serve him. I keep my nose upturned until we're inside the courtyard.
I wasn't sure we'd be able to get past them,
Mirk mutters as we get farther away from the guards. You're learning, Toshana says to me, and I beam. It's great that I'm getting just as good at this game as the thieves are. It'll make it easier to gain their trust. When we walk through the palace gardens, a servant bustles to my side. I dismount, shoving Amar's reins into his hands.
Hurry up! Take my horse and give him water. Don't be slow about it.
You're really good at this, Toshana says as the servant scuttles away. Have you been trained to act completely rude?
She grew up in a palace. She learned from the best,
Zahid says flatly. I glare at him and say, Keep talking and you'll end up carrying me to Abbas. He smirks.
It would certainly be an honor, princess.
I don't know if he's joking or not, so I don't reply. The courtyard ends and we find ourselves walking through the entryway of the grand hall. The first thing that commands my attention is a very large, stumpy blob with another tiny blob on top of it at the end of the room. A man that's shorter than I am and at least 4 times my weight sits on a plush throne, little arms and legs sticking out from his plump ball of a body. Slim women feed him pastries off of golden trays. After seeing so many emaciated people, it's a shock to look at someone heavy for a change. A fat sultan in a starving city. It's so ironic. I'd consider it a story if it weren't right here in front of me. When we walk into the room, the sultan holds up his stubby arms.
And to whom do I have the pleasure of this visit?
I have to bite my tongue to keep from laughing once I hear him speak. His voice is very high-pitched, higher than a woman's or even a child's. It's hilarious. Zahid wants to talk, but I don't let him.
It is I, your majesty,
I say with a dance move that ends in the form of a curtsy.
Batari the Great, the dancer of the desert.
His curly little mustache bobs happily as he twiddles it between his fingers.
Ah, so this is the girl I've been hearing so much about from my royal advisors.
Indeed, your majesty.
I have heard of your greatness as a sultan and have decided to journey to perform for you.
These are my servants,
I say, gesturing to my comrades.
Ooh, splendid,
he peeps,
letting out an absurd laugh.
I'll have a room ready for you immediately. You will dance for me at dinner tonight. If you're good enough, maybe I can offer you a permanent position here. Perhaps as one of my special harem girls.
He wiggles his eyebrows in excitement. The thought of making love to that man makes me want to vomit, but I throw up my words to him instead. Whatever pleases you, Your Majesty. We follow a servant up to some stairs to a hallway with 20 rooms. Do your servants require different quarters? The servant asks us as he opens the door. Oh no, they can sleep on the floor. I smile. Zahid's mouth opens in outrage, and I beam. The servant goes out the door, leaving us alone. That went very well, Mirk says, throwing a bag on the floor. I think Abbas is pleased with you. Lay on the flattery there, Zahid says grumpily. For a minute I believed you when you said you'd go crawling into bed with him. I narrow my eyes. Clearly, you don't know me well. Oh, don't mind Zahid, Toshana says, putting a hand on my shoulder. He's always thirsty when he has to run into royalty. Abbas seems very comical, I say fairly. His voice is... ridiculous? Zahid throws out. Yes. Is he real? Ridiculous, but real indeed, Mirk says. He's a joke to everyone in Sahrahn, but he doesn't know that, so it'd be best to stay on his good side tonight. All is going according to plan, Toshana says. It'd be best to get some sleep, seeing how we'll be running all night. She's right. I go to lay down on the bed, Toshana beside me, and Mirk taking up the couch. Zahid is lying on the floor. I go to say something to him, but I catch myself at the last second. His back is turned away from me. Was it something I said? That night at the feast, I am given a special place at the Sultan's table in his grand dining hall. It is a circular room overflowing with servants carrying gold trays, floors made of silver, and walls embossed with jewels. While eating, Abbas leans over with a full mouth and says,
So tell me, Batari, you've traveled through the lower districts of my city. How are the people faring there? I haven't been down in years.
I hesitate before answering. The people in the lower districts are... happy, sir, I say slowly. I can't afford to blow the mission, no matter how much I want to tell the Sultan off. The standard of living is high. Food and other materials are abundant.
Wonderful, he exclaims. It pleases me to hear how well off my citizens are. Better than any other citizens in all of Sahrahn, I'd say.
He strokes his mustache thoughtfully, twirling it around his fingers once more.
In fact, I'll probably be raising my taxes next year. I'd hate to do it, but it's necessary to keep our city prosperous.
More like it's necessary to keep him living in even more luxury than he has. If my face betrays anger, he doesn't notice. He claps his hands and says,
Come, it's time for you to dance for me.
I get up and move to the center of the circular dining hall, surrounded by curved tables full of advisors and men in prominent positions. The high ceiling that is covered in diamonds, rubies, and other gems reminds me of the faces of the emaciated children I saw on the streets. Puffing my cheeks out angrily, the music from the band begins, and I start to dance. Certain dance moves are performed as insults in some cultures. I've studied them all. I perform them, one right after the other, smiling as I consistently berate the Sultan without him even realizing it. His smile gets bigger and bigger, and so does mine. My dancing becomes so rude, so flamboyant, that some of the advisors are starting to catch on. I can tell they want to say something to the Sultan, but are afraid of making him angry, so they keep silent, their faces paling with each step I take. I throw in some really insulting moves just for good measure before I get taken away by the music once more and throw my feet into a frenzy, forgetting that anyone is there and simply dancing for me, because my happiness is worth so much more than the enjoyment of the rats that I perform for now. When I finish, the Sultan bursts into rapid applause, though he is the only one.
Absolutely marvelous,
he proclaims.
Mind-blowing, spectacular. You have certainly earned my favor. What can I do for you after performing such a beautiful dance? Such grace, such flourish. I have never seen so many interesting movements in my life.
I smile and curtsy. If it would please your majesty, all I would like is to go to bed. I know it is rude to leave the party so early, but I am very tired after such a performance.
You may have whatever you wish, my little desert flower, he says. Tomorrow night we shall have the same dinner with the same dance. I wish to see it over and over again. My advisor was right when he told me about you.
I nod my head. Thank you, your majesty. Tomorrow it is. I head out of the room without being excused and hear the rapid whispers buzzing about my head. Abbas has already returned to his food and his women. If he gets drunk, tonight will be all the easier. I return to my room, where I change my clothes and immediately start pacing. Where are they? I gave them ample time to make the heist. My insides clench. Maybe something went wrong. Maybe one of them got caught, and Abbas is storming up to my room to grab me, to cut off my head before midnight. If they take much longer, I'll flee on my own. I jump as a grappling hook hits my window and hitches onto the pane. I peer over to see the 3 thieves clustered about several stories below, big bags of gold around their feet. Ammar is carrying some of them on his back. Hurry up and slide down the rope. Zahid calls out to me, as softly as he can. My heart feels like it's in my throat. I can't. Why not? He groans, throwing up his hands. I'm terrified of heights, I whimper. Just do it, and if you fall, we'll catch you, Zahid protests. It's not that hard. I'm not going anywhere, I say. You'll let me smash into the ground. Zahid shakes his head. For Al-Sham's sake. Without another protest, Zahid begins climbing the rope. He clambers in through the window, sweeping me off the floor and into his strong arms. You're not going to carry me down, are you? I ask. Unless you'd like to go down yourself, he says, grabbing the rope. Zahid, no, this isn't a very good... I yelp as he carries me out the window and into the open air, slipping down the rope with one hand and holding on to me with the other. You're not strong enough to carry both of us, I shriek, clawing at his back. I've carried the bricks of gold that weighed more than you. Be still, he says. I'm clinging to him for dear life. With every slide down the rope, I gasp, shutting my eyes. His heartbeat is pounding through his shirt. Trust me a little, will you? He mumbles. Trust you? Just slip and save yourself, I say quickly, burying my face in his shoulder and trying not to faint. Then don't ever let me go, he whispers into my ear, lips brushing my hair. By the way, we've reached the ground now. I open my eyes, cheeks reddening as I realize that he's right. He puts me down and I stand up straight, adjusting my dress. Yes, well, All 3 of them are staring at me. I shake my hair from my shoulders and say, What are you all waiting for? We're losing time. We run for the gates a little clumsily, the thieves encumbered by all the extra weight we're carrying. When we hit the gates, they're barricaded shut for the night. How are we going to get out? I ask. Same way as last time, Mirk says. I do a double take as I see that he's holding on to one of the guards, his hand cupped over the man's mouth. Toshana holds a sword to his side.
Call open the gate, Mirk says, or it's over for you.
He slowly uncaps the man's mouth, and the guard lets out a sigh.
Not this again. You couldn't have found someone else, could you? Any other guard? No, it had to be me. Again. I might as well be a trained monkey.
Do it,
Toshana hisses, and she pokes him with the sword. The guard opens his mouth and calls out,
Lady Batari would like to leave with her guests. Open the gate.
The doors slowly open without question.
Thank you,
Toshana says kindly, before hitting him over the head with the hilt of her sword, immediately knocking him out. Mirk drags the man behind a statue of Al-Shams and says,
Let's go. He won't be out long.
We make our way through the gates, dragging our wares behind us. The open-mouthed guards watch us as we pass, and I snap.
What are you looking at? Don't you think the Sultan pays well? Be gone.
They creep away slowly. We make our way out from the upper districts and down into the lower ones once more, Toshana with her sword out to watch for enemies. We meet not a soul on the streets. We gather the rest of our horses from a nearby stable and mount up. I can barely fit behind Zahid, with all the gold we've loaded on his horse.
All's well,
Zahid says.
Let's make our way out of here before the city awakens.
Mirk and Toshana go to follow him, trotting our horses under the shadow of night. But as we pass a long, dark alleyway, I hear a soft sound, a gentle weeping. Zahid halts his horse. He cocks his head to the side, listening. He then turns into the alley where our eyes adjust to the blackness within. 10 children huddle around a dying fire, clothes so tattered that you can see exposed ribs and bloated bellies underneath. They are dirty, bags underneath their eyes and faces so sunken you'd figure them to be skeletons. One girl cries and cries while the others look at her hopelessly. Zahid gets off the horse and goes to her, kneeling.
What is wrong, little girl? Why are you crying?
A boy steps before us angrily.
She is crying, he says, because we have run out of money. We have no way to feed ourselves. We'll soon die.
Where are your parents?
Zahid asks, looking from one to another.
Some of us have parents, sir, ones that abandoned us when they could no longer take care of our needs, the boy says. But most of us are orphans.
Where do you live?
Everywhere and nowhere, he states. We have nothing.
Zahid is silent for a minute as he watches the embers burn in the little fire.
Mirk, he states, cut the bags from the horses.
But, Your Majesty,
Mirk bursts.
Leave it,
Zahid says.
We have more than enough gold left over from the first time Bennua danced. We can make it to the next city comfortably.
My mouth drops open. Toshana's face is glistening proudly. Mirk angrily obliges Zahid's orders, throwing the bags on the ground carelessly. Gold spills out of them. The children's eyes brighten, watching the treasure sparkle against the flames. The girl stops crying, watching Zahid's face with wonder.
1 bag for each of you,
he states.
First, go and get some food, then take a bit out of every bag and get out of the city. Go where you please afterward. There is more than enough to take care of your needs until you are adults, if you make it last long enough.
But, sir, the boy states, why are you doing this?
Do not ask why, he says. Only know that because you have been blessed, you now have the opportunity to bless others.
He stoops down to the child's side to cup the boy's head in his hand, affectionately.
But what will we tell them when they ask where we got all this?
The boy asks.
Tell them that Al-Shams came to rescue you.
Zahid gives him a pat on the head and goes back to his horse, mounting up so we can leave the children to gather the gold eagerly. We get through the gate and into the desert after paying the fee easily. Once we hit sand, however, Mirk instantly erupts.
There was enough there to have us live in paradise until our dying day,
he yells at Zahid,
shaking his fist into the air. That was the heist of a lifetime. We'll never make so much money in one night again. Ashana needed that money. Your people needed that money. And you simply gave it away?
Zahid's face is emotionless. Our city will get by. My people might be poor, but they have hope. They have freedom. Sumu has none. It isn't right for us to live like kings while children starve, if there's something we can do about it. Mirk delves into a red-faced rant under his breath. I can tell that he doesn't understand. I glance at Toshana's face. Her simple smile, eyes shining under the starlight, makes it clear that she thinks Zahid did the right thing. I agree with Zahid. Money is money. You can always make more. But a human life, you can never replace. But perhaps I only think that way because I'm a princess. I've never had to worry about where my next meal was coming from. Zahid's face is expressionless, yet his eyes are troubled. Does he regret his decision? Or is he sad that such tragedies are a fact of the world we live in? I'm not sure. I didn't think it possible, but it would appear that the Raider Prince has a heart. Chapter 7. Mirk still isn't over Zahid giving the money away by the time we cross into the next town, if you could call it a town. A place with more tents than actual houses. Hadil is hardly more than a well, a tavern, and a few carts clustered together against the desert wind. We might as well stay a few days, Zahid informs me as we pay for our room. Traveling all the time is hard on our bones, and maybe a little rest will help numb Mirk's bitterness. I'm not sure. The frown is carved into Mirk's mouth so deeply that even if one was to take a chisel, it wouldn't come out. Even Toshana, who is usually able to soften the tough elder, can't seem to crack through a submerged rage. We can't do anything to stop it, so we all ignore the problem of Mirk's rage, hoping it will go away on its own. Myself, I can't seem to trust him. Perhaps it's simply because I don't believe all that anger boiling up inside is good for a person, but I'm keeping an eye on him, even if it means lying a little closer to Zahid when we sleep. I'm praying to Al-Shams that the Raider Prince is right, and this will all be forgotten soon. On our third day in Hadil, I'm starting to get a little frustrated. I've been trying to read the maps in Zahid's bags when everyone is sleeping, in order to teach myself, but I can't make heads or tails of any of it. If I was to take Amar and head my own way with only these papers, I'd probably end up farther away from home than I am now. But on the fourth day of our stay in Hadil, I have a chance to earn a teacher. It's a horse race, Zahid says, putting a piece of paper on the table in our room. With a reward going to the winner. There's no entry fee. It's our chance to make a little honest money for a change. When has that ever been a problem for you? Mirk asks bluntly, letting his boots clank to the floor. I'd like to make something of my life other than being a world-class criminal. Might as well start with a small step. Zahid's face is harder than stone. Only one problem there, Prince, Toshana says. Who's going to ride? And which horse? We can't all enter. Amar's the fastest, he says. And who's going to be his mount? Mirk says, letting the words smash on the floor. Zahid's silence makes me realize what he's going to say. You're too large, Mirk. You'll slow the horse down and he won't run for Toshana or me. Bennua has to be the one to do it. She can get that stallion to run faster than phoenix fire. You're a fool, Mirk spits, and this is the closest thing to an insult I've ever heard Mirk say to Zahid. She'll take the chance and escape. It's better to have one of you ride him. Then we won't win. At least we won't lose a good horse and a profitable slave in the process, he argues. Bennua is not our slave, Zahid shouts, and I'm taken aback. By a technicality, she may be our prisoner, but she is our equal.
That's the reason why she came with us in the first place, to learn who we are. She's becoming one of us.
Mirk knocks a chair over.
She comes from palace blood. She's been raised under royalty, made to kiss the Sultan's feet and eat up every poisoned word he says. She'll never be one of us.
He pushes past Zahid and out the door to the city streets.
I'll go after him, Toshana says, hurrying past. I don't want him to hurt anyone.
After she is gone, Zahid shuts the door and rubs his eyes, looking very tired. He glances at me. For no reason at all, I begin to feel a little guilty. He sighs. I'm sorry, Bennua. Nobody has asked you what you want. I won't make you race if you don't wish to.
You're the kindest thief I've ever met, I reply. But no, I want to race. I want to run Amar and prove I can beat everyone.
I've got to know you won't run away, though.
Where would I go?
I ask, and I gesture out the window to the desert.
I'll starve to death out there. I'll never survive without help.
I pause.
However, there is one catch if you want me to race.
And what is that? His voice is full of dread. Do not ask me to let you go, because no matter how much you want to be free, I cannot allow that, for your safety and mine.
Teach me how to fight, I say. How to defend myself and how to find direction. I'm tired of being defenseless every time I run into trouble. I want to be able to save myself next time.
Zahid takes a moment. He seems to think long and hard. For a second, I'm afraid he'll say no before he nods. Deal. I begin braiding my hair back.
So, when is this race?
Tomorrow morning, starting at sunrise. You race to a marker in the mountains and back. It's not exactly a safe trip, but if you keep Amar moving, no harm should come to you. No one willing to do us harm will be able to catch us, human or beast. I promise him.
Come tomorrow, we will be the ones crossing the finish line first.
Dawn is much too early for one to rise. I'm yawning as I clamber on top of Amar and gather the reins in my hands, putting my feet in the stirrups. I'm barely aware of where Zahid is leading me as I sit on top of the stallion. My stomach grumbles. No breakfast yet, either. I give an obnoxious yawn and clear the sleep from my eyes, trying to see where I'm going through all this cursed dust.
Do you think she'll fall asleep before the race even begins?
Mirk utters under his breath. He's shown up, which is more than what I expected, but he hasn't helped us get ready. Zahid ignores him and instead talks to me. Remember what I said. Don't let Amar get his head, or he'll run off on you. Hold him back, or else he'll run out of energy and you won't be able to finish. Keep him under control until the last stretch. Then let him go. I nod, trying not to yawn again. I'm trying to take in as much as I can, but I'm not sure how much of it is actually sticking to me. As Zahid leads me up to the starting line, Toshana puts a hand on my leg and states,
Be careful. Many of the riders will try to stop you if they consider you a threat.
Who's going to be threatened by a stupid girl? I ask, noticing all the side glances and snickers as I walk up to the line. Everyone is laughing at me because I am the only female rider, and because I am also the youngest. I shrug. Let them laugh. Soon enough, I will be the one laughing. Amar is the best horse in this line. I can already see that. But is he the fastest? At my side, a man with a yellow smile cackles at me and says, Shouldn't you be at home acting like a woman instead of trying to race with the boys? My sleepiness snaps out of me. In an instant, I've got fire in my veins. I want to win more than ever. Far away, a man holds a flag high in the air. He brings it swooshing back down, signaling the start of the race. I touch my heels to Amar's sides.
The sound of hooves go thundering through the air as we take off into the desert and toward the mountains in the distance. I'm unprepared. We're jostled by other horses as we fumble into a horrible start. Amar lets out an angry snort and tries to bite and kick at the other contenders, but I don't let him. I urge him into a slower gallop, reminding myself that if I want to win, I need to save all of Amar's energy until the last possible moment. If I let him go a second too early or quick, I'll lose. A rider and I are side by side, and our legs keep hitting each other. I go to pull away from him, but he follows me. I duck as I realize he's swinging his riding crop at me. It nearly hits me in the head 3 times before he gives up and starts attacking my legs. The crop lands with a sharp stinging each time, some of the blows leaving me bleeding. "Get off!" I yell. I snatch the crop and yank it out of his hands before he knows what's happening, and then use it to whack him in the eye. Blinded, he falls off his horse, and Amar pulls ahead. I throw the crop to the sand and keep going. 2 riders are neck and neck in front of me. I pull into the middle of them, and they glance at me, urging their horses faster. When they cannot exceed Amar's speed, one rider grabs my reins and pulls back, trying to slow him down. The other rider does the same. I'm immediately caught as they yank on poor Amar's reins, confusing him as my feet urge him faster, and the bit tells him to go slower. "Let go!" I yell. I glance ahead and see that the riders aren't looking where they're going. The horses are charging toward a pit that's sunken far into the ground, and only I seem to notice. "Stop!" I yell. "We're going to fall in!" They don't listen to me until we're right upon the pit. Their eyes quickly dance down to the hole as their horses come upon it, and they panic. They let go of my reins and ready themselves to jump, although it's too late for them. I grab onto Amar's mane as tightly as I can and hold on, getting into a jumping position. Can Amar do this? I close my eyes and we sail over the pit effortlessly, the wondrous feeling of flying entering my gut as we travel high and far through the air. We land on the sand seconds later, and I feel as if we did not leap over the pit, but soar. I look back to see what's happened to the other 2 riders. One horse stops altogether, throwing his rider off. Another one clears the jump but bucks in midair, toppling his rider into the pit in the process. "Good boy, Amar," I say. "Good boy. Now, faster." We pass 8 or 10 horses on the stretch as we enter into the mountains, passing the marker and following a tight path big enough for only one horse to run through. The terrain is different here. I have to bring Amar's speed down so he can climb the treacherous slopes, which are rocky and nearly vertical. A pit of anxiety enters my stomach. There are still at least 5 riders we need to pass, yet if I push Amar too hard, he'll come crashing down. A high-pitched whinny tears through the air. I glance behind me to see that one horse and rider have done just that, falling backwards and tumbling head over heels to tear down the other riders as well. I won't have to worry about anyone catching up to me, but I do need to make up time. Amar's hooves slip, and I clutch onto his neck as he slides, fighting to keep balance. He surges upward. All I can see as I'm clinging to him is his head and the clouds as we continually canter upward. It feels like we're climbing the sky. Finally, his back end raises high, and I push off of his neck, looking down. My heart is stolen away as I see an endless expanse of sand, the dunes rising and falling like breath within the earth. The wind whistles in my ear. Hadil looks nothing more than a small gathering against a hot, dry world. I turn on my seat and see that the mountains are brown and sharp, like the edges of so many eager knives. The caverns and crevices within them are endless. 2 paths are before me, a road to the right which leads back to the race, and a road to the left which heads further into the mountains. A thought snags me. I could run. I could run far, far away from here, turn Amar, and head back into the wilderness. No one would be able to find me here, not in this endless maze. I'd only have to hold on long enough for the thieves to leave. Then I could head back into Hadil. I could get some supplies and go home. All I'd have to do is turn down the second path. I bite my lip. Amar dances in place, waiting for my next move. I wince, grit my teeth, and hesitate. I think of Sahid. Then, for a reason I don't understand, I turn away from the left path toward freedom and head down the right toward the finish. The journey back down the mountain is much easier than the climb up. We make our way to the desert and take off toward the rest of the riders, who are far in the distance. My heart sinks as I realize we're too far behind. We'll never catch up. Not with that great of a distance. At this time, I simply want to throw my reins down and walk back. But then a small spark rises up in me, and that spark catches into a flame, a tiny one, but one that burns up my heart and my innards. Before I know what's going on, my entire being catches fire. I give a loud yell, digging Amar in the sides and urging him onward. He tears off, and I weave my fingers into his mane, leaning forward as he charges into the great desert. We run so fast that I don't see the 3 horses we pass, horses we never should have been able to catch up to. The world returns to me, and I can see again as we pass 2 more horses, charging ahead to cross the finish line with ease. Nobody cheers as I run past the finish. It's dead silent as all the townspeople look at me with astonishment, unable to believe that a horse, no matter how fine, was able to cross that much of a distance that shortly. Nobody cries out, claps, or shouts. Nobody, save for the thieves. "You did it, Bennua!" Zahid shouts. He's jumping up and down, pounding his fists into the air. "You won! You won!" "That horse came out of nowhere," Mirk says. Even he's pleased. "I couldn't even see you as he came round the last leg." Toshana gives me a small smile as she walks up to me. "Well done," she says, and nothing more. Zahid is already carrying large bags of coins in his arms from the winnings. He tosses a bag up to me. "Here," he states. "You've earned it." I look at the bag of gold, and then at Mirk's sour face. I hand the bag back to Zahid. "Give it to Mirk," I say. "I don't need it, and it might help soothe the disagreement between you." He shakes his head. "Mirk will be fine. You truly deserve this, especially after what he said." "What he said means nothing. He's right. I would be a slave if you weren't treating me so well." I argue. "What use do I have for coins?" Zahid takes the bag uneasily. "It feels wrong." "Don't mind it," I say. "You can pay me back by giving me my first lesson in fighting tonight." Zahid's found a quiet place away from the glaring eyes and endless chatter of Hadil's citizens to start my training. Since I won the race, I don't think anyone in this town has forgiven me for it, so I've told Zahid that I want to leave as quickly as possible. He swears we'll head out tomorrow morning, but I have a nasty feeling that it's not going to be soon enough. "All right," Zahid says, and he rolls up his sleeves. "Let's begin. I figure we'll start out with some light boxing, then we'll go on to wrestling from there. We'll start with the maps tonight, too. It won't take you long to learn those." I stare at him. "Aren't you going to teach me how to use a sword?" He shakes his head. "You can't run a horse before you learn how to walk. You might not have a sword with you all the time. You have to learn how to use your body as your greatest weapon." I hold in an impatient huff. Sword fighting is what I need to learn the most. There's no way I'll be able to stand up to Mirk or Zahid if we get in a battle of strength. But I figure we have to start somewhere, and at least he's agreed to teach me instead of not helping me at all. "Very well. What do I start with?"
"First, your stance."
He goes into a sideways position, with one leg in front of the other, legs spread apart.
You see how I'm standing? The closer your legs are together, the greater chance you're going to fall. If you come at me while I'm standing like this, you'll have to use an army to get me to topple over. Plant your feet firmly on the ground and don't move them.
I do what he tells me, and he adds,
Bend the knees. You need them to absorb the impact. If you're straight-legged as a bow, how do you expect to hold anyone off?
all right, I say, doing so. He's dreaming if he thinks I can hold anyone off, but even so. He looks at me and says,
Better. Now, I want you to try and get me off my feet.
How am I supposed to do that? I ask, looking him up and down and dreading the task.
Go for my legs around the thighs. You want to get my knees out from under me, he says, like this.
He charges toward me and shoves his shoulder into my hip, wrapping his arms around my legs and sweeping me off my feet. I'm about to hit the sand before he catches me, letting me hang oddly for a minute before setting me back on my feet. Once again, I'm surprised you can carry me, I say as he puts me back on the ground.
He laughs. You weigh no more than a feather. If I can't carry you, I'm in a sorry state. Now, come on, try it with me.
Tackling him is like tackling a mountain. I feel like I'm hitting a stone wall over and over as I try to knock him over. I can barely get my arms around his legs. It hits me just how small I am. Zahid isn't even that big of a man. If I can't take him down, who can I fight? On my third try, I finally use enough force to shift him off of his feet. He's thrilled.
Good. One of the first things you want to do in a fight is get your opponent's feet off of the ground. But you have to remember that they're always trying to do the same thing, so watch out.
What next? I ask eagerly. Moving Zahid is a small, pitiful triumph, but it has enough fire in it to get me excited. He bunches his hands into fists, putting them in front of his face as he goes back into his fighting stance.
You want to hit with your knuckles. Always keep your hands in front of your face to protect yourself.
Like this? I put my fists up. He inspects my tiny hands.
Almost.
He moves behind me and puts his hands on mine, adjusting them.
This is where you want to be,
he says in my ear.
Don't forget.
A shiver runs down my spine as he steps away. I have absolutely no possibility of forgetting that. I shake myself and say, Fine. Now, where do I hit?
You want to aim for the nose,
he informs me.
Put as much pressure as you can on it so it'll break. Then, aim for a quick hook to the mid-jaw.
Like this? I ask, and I swing wildly at his face. His eyes widen as he does a quick duck, and I spin out of control.
Easy. You do that, you're completely unguarded. You have to keep your hands up.
I shake my head.
That was terrible.
Who am I fooling? I have absolutely no chance of surviving alone. Zahid puts a hand on my shoulder.
Don't get discouraged. It wasn't bad for somebody who has never tried before.
Well, I have punched someone before, I say. But since then, I haven't raised a hand to anyone.
Who? I can't imagine you hitting anything,
he says. My little brother, I say. I was 10.
What got you so mad at him?
I tighten my lips. He stole my doll and dangled it off a rope on the side of a balcony.
Zahid laughs. Such anger from such a little girl.
He got our father to buy me a new one after I punched him and had my mother sew up the broken parts, I say.
That's very sweet of him,
Zahid says.
I wish I had siblings. Would have been a lot less lonely growing up.
Zahid's smile changes into a deep frown. I suppose I should be grateful that Bashar felt close enough to me to tease me like that, yet still be nice to me after I hit him. My sisters and I were never close. I was the odd sister who was more concerned with riding horses and learning things behind my father's back than combing my hair and daydreaming about my future husband. Bashar, at least, never questioned what I did.
"Let's try again,"
Zahid says, and his voice is unusually flat this time.
"Keep it more controlled."
We continue like this, him teaching me more moves and me trying to keep hold of everything he's saying. It's not working so well. Even though I try as hard as I can, each movement slips out of my memory like sand. All I can really remember is the shifting of Zahid's eyes and the changing of his expressions as I struggle, and then achieve almost every technique he teaches me.
"Enough,"
he says, and he looks at the sweat pouring down my face.
"You've had more than enough for today. I think here is where we should stop."
It's just the heat, I say, trying to get more time.
"It's getting cooler. Don't give me such a poor excuse."
I collapse by a boulder, leaning my back up against its smooth side. I've never worked so hard in my life, I say. At least, not like this. There were days at the palace I was dead on my feet.
"I know what that's like,"
he says, sliding down beside me and handing me his water skin.
"Toshana and Mirk do as well. We've all had to work very hard for what we have, and even now, it isn't much."
Why is Mirk so concerned with money? I ask, the question that has been burning in my mind for days. I understand that we all need it to survive, but we have more than enough gold on us to live comfortably for a while, especially now that I've won the race. He doesn't answer right away, and I wonder if he's going to refuse answering. But he takes the water skin from me, chokes down a sip, and says,
"Mirk's family starved to death around 7 years ago."
"Oh," I say, looking down.
"In my home country, there was a huge famine that year. Food was nearly impossible to buy. Mirk couldn't find any work, and back in those days he couldn't steal a grain from under a blind and deaf man's nose. 1 wife and 3 kids, all wasting slowly away before his eyes."
Zahid takes another slow, soft sip.
"He was always good at fighting, so he enrolled in the palace guard, at the promise that his family would be well fed on his salary. He was gone for quite a while. When he returned, the coins the sultan gave him paid for less than a week's worth of meals."
Zahid sighs, his eyes vacant and distant. I'm not sure I want to hear the rest, but he continues the story.
"He was approaching death before I found him. I was young, but I had already become a skilled thief. I broke into his house expecting to find gold and got 4 dead bodies and a man as a candle, burning dim in the darkness."
Zahid shakes his head.
"Worst thing I've ever seen. I ran out and stole some bread and some wine, then tended to him for a few days while I buried his family. By the time he was strong enough to keep awake, they'd already been gone a month."
That's horrible. The words sound useless as they fall out of my mouth, but it's all I can manage to say.
"My mother died the year before. I knew how he felt," he says. "He was my first subject, though I really can't call him that. He's the father I never really had."
So that's why he's so worried, I say.
"Yes."
Zahid throws the water skin to the ground.
"He fears that no matter how much wealth he hoards, it will never be enough to save him from starvation."
He's silent for a moment. His words. He called Mirk the father he never had, and said that his mother was gone. Is he an orphan? I'm sorry to hear about your mother, I say sincerely. I really do feel sad for him.
"It's all right,"
he says, almost in a whisper. It was a long time ago.
Sahid shakes his head and asks,
Do you see why I hate royalty? Thousands of lives are lost so lords can wallow in plush rooms with treasures and delicacies.
They're not all like that, Sahid, I say. Not every one of them is a crook and a monster.
Not at first, he says, but it begins as a spoiling on the heart as men become too comfortable, and then the infestation spreads as generation after generation of sons come into power. Eventually the line produces a child that's so twisted there's nothing good left in him, and that's where we are today. Most of the people in Sahrahn are poor and helpless, and to what end?
He puts his head in his hands. I touch his arm gently. Not all sultans are corrupt, and not all of their cities are in ruin. I promise that one of these days I'll prove it to you. I swear that I'll find a leader who is good and not selfish.
Do so, and I will be their most loyal servant, he promises. You have given yourself an impossible task. Finding a leader who isn't cruel? You can never do it.
You're not cruel, I point out, looking at him.
I came into my position because my people asked me to. I wasn't born into a pampered life. I've earned my place. Out of all the sultans in Sahrahn, who truly deserves theirs?
There's no use getting through to him, and until I can gather up some evidence to change his mind, I don't want to press the issue further. Especially not when he was brave enough to share with me the truth that his mother is gone. So, when will you teach me again? I ask, looking to him eagerly. I want to start learning as soon as possible.
He lets out a hearty guffaw. After you get experience at what I've taught you, then we'll move on.
By Al-Shams, that will never be. I'm a pitiful fighter. I know it. He knows it. But maybe someday, hopefully, I can at least be a decent one. I'll need to be if I stand a chance of escaping my teacher.
No worse than I was when I started. You're not going to use my own skills against me, are you?
He asks, a teasing smile on his face. My stomach wriggles as I tell the lie. Of course not. I'd never dream of it. I awaken that night in the inn to the smell of burning wood. Drowsily, I raise my head up off the floor, my eyes wide open as I realize that I'm not dreaming. Smoke, thick smoke, is filling up the room fast, crawling through the cracks and out the windows. I spring to my feet. I see that Toshana's already awake, her face calm even though the inn is going up in flames around us. Get up! They set the inn on fire! They want us to burn! She exclaims. Why? I ask, coughing. I look around and see that Mirk isn't there. A wave of panic rushes through me. They're angry you won the race. They're saying that Amar was enchanted and that you used magic to win. We have to hurry. We're very high up, but even from here I can make out the angry chants of the townspeople, calling me a devil worshipper from below. Toshana runs to Zahid's side and tries to shake him awake. Zahid! Zahid, arise! We must go! He doesn't stir. The smoke is making my eyes water. Covering my mouth with my veil, I ask, Is he dead? He fainted from the smoke, she says. I have to carry him out of here. Flee, Bennua! I can't leave you to carry him by yourself. He's too heavy. I protest. I kneel down to grab his one shoulder, Toshana the other. We wrench Zahid upright so one of his arms is thrown over each of us. Toshana puts a hand on the door to make sure it's cool, then kicks it open. Fire trickles over the walls, hot and angry. Orange sparks licking up furniture and wood. I can't hang on much longer. I'm going to pass out too. Don't be afraid, Toshana chokes. Her face is composed, relaxed among the flames. Fire means life.
Rebirth, not death.
She proceeds boldly, and I am forced to follow. Down the stairs we go, which are crackling and turning into flames around our feet. Zahid nearly falls through a hole in one of the stairs. We pull him out, grunting, with the task. I'm seeing stars. If I breathe in any more smoke, I'll be as good as Zahid. We finally make it to the main floor. Toshana bursts the door down with a heavy kick. I expect the minute that we get out, we'll be surrounded by angry townsfolk wanting to push us back in. But Mirk is there with the horses, fending them all off with his sword drawn and teeth bared. Toshana and I sling Zahid on his horse.
You're going to have to ride with him,
Toshana says, and she pushes me into the saddle. I grab hold of Zahid and race into the desert, far, far away from Hadil, as the inn burns in the background. Mirk follows, his blade glinting with blood as we race away from our enemies. We don't slow down to a walk until Hadil is out of sight.
Blasted fools, Mirk mutters, digging their own grave, setting fire to their only inn. They won't make any profit from travelers now.
Is everyone all right?
Toshana asks. I nod, but the second I do, my arms fall away from Zahid. He collapses into the sand.
Get the water,
Toshana says, springing off her horse. I do so, the only water skin being the one attached to Mirk's saddle. I kneel next to the prince and watch as Toshana breathes life into his lungs.
Toshana, it's not working,
I say, my voice quivering. Zahid is as still as a statue. His face is ashen, covered with soot, and my gut sinks horribly. I put my hand to my mouth, my whole body shaking in despair. The raider prince is dead. Zahid comes around, eyes rolling, gasping and retching for air. I give him the water skin and he drinks from it deeply, putting a hand to his head afterwards.
Yeah, I've got a headache. What sort of trouble did we fall into this time?
Fire, Toshana says.
They set fire to the inn.
I think of Zahid, what would have happened if he didn't wake up. Rage quakes me.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to stay there another night,
I say, my voice changing from terrified to furious in an instant.
And you didn't listen to me. You almost got yourself killed, you fool.
How was I to know the rats were going to try and light us up?
Zahid asks, drinking even more deeply.
I was expecting a simple assassination attempt during the night. That we could have handled.
So you admit it. You knew they were going to try something,
I say.
I was tired and I didn't want to travel anymore. What do you expect?
He shrugs.
As if being tired was more than enough of an excuse to risk our lives,
I snort.
If you had died, I would have been...
Would have been what?
Zahid coughs, and then smiles. I flounder to recover my pride.
Would have been stuck with these two, I point out. Though maybe that wouldn't have been so bad. I forgot how quiet it was when you were unconscious.
It sounds like you would have missed me.
Zahid smiles bigger.
I'd miss you about as much as I'd miss a flesh-eating disease, you irritating parasite.
I snap.
That's enough fighting,
Mirk says, and my tongue falls silent.
Arguing about it isn't going to help anything now. We lost all of our supplies. The only thing we have left on us is the gold from the race, and that's only because I decided to hide it in the saddlebags.
It's all right, Zahid says.
Ashana is no more than a day's ride away. We'll manage.
I roll my eyes.
How wonderful. The ruined city of outcasts and outlaws. I can't contain my excitement.
So you have heard of us?
Zahid beams as he climbs on his horse clumsily. I go to Amar. After all this time, the least they can do is let me ride my own damn horse.
How could I not?
Just you wait, Princess Bennua,
Zahid says.
You might find that there's more to Ashana than its reputation. After all, I'm certain that the Raider Prince has exceeded your expectations.
I expected a cold-blooded killer. What I got was an arrogant prince. I throw back at him. I can be both.
Zahid urges his horse forward, and the sun rises as we make our way toward the west. We've been riding for what seems like an eternity, and there is still no city on the horizon. We haven't stopped to eat or rest, and my knees are killing me from riding so long.
Zahid, if we don't stop soon, I'm going to knock you off that horse myself,
I complain, trotting up to him.
Keep your dress on,
he says.
Look closely, princess.
I peer past his outstretched arm to see a thin, wavy line cast against the orange-red sun.
Just a mirage,
I say, waving my hand.
No, Toshana says. Look harder.
This time I'm really straining my eyes. Putting a hand up to block out the sun's rays, I gaze closer and notice crumbling black buildings dotted along the sand. As we draw closer, I come to see that many of these buildings have no roofs. Very few have the walls left standing. Large stones and broken statues pile up around the edges of destruction.
Is that?
Zahid tilts his head.
Welcome to Ashana.
Chapter 8. No gate or wall surrounds the city. The entire place is in ruin, from its sinking foundation to the tattered black flags bearing a red phoenix raised high in the sky. Blankets pinned to the ground, serving as tents, tatter through the wind. As we enter the city, we pass stones formed in hundreds of squares around the crumbling buildings. What meaning have these squares? I ask Mirk, pointing at them. He looks down and says,
Those were old houses. Now only the outline remains. The soldiers took everything when they came through here.
Soldiers? I say, glancing towards Zahid.
Look below you,
the prince states, and I do so. Amar's hooves kick up soot as we walk, along with a black, dark sand that looks like ashes, I say.
The whole town is covered in ashes.
Zahid clears his throat.
A long time ago, a sultan came through here and took everything of value. His soldiers rifled through all the homes and stole whatever they could. They took the people living here as slaves. When there was nothing left to steal, the sultan ordered the buildings demolished. When his soldiers didn't work fast enough, they burned the city to the ground. There were so many ashes that the ground and the remaining ruins are permanently black.
But why? I ask. Why would the sultan do that? Zahid's mouth is a thin line.
Because the town tried to pull away from his rule.
I fall silent. I observe the area and wonder why Zahid would choose such a depressing place to start his kingdom. Why, out of all places, would he want to live here? Everything is falling apart as we speak. The black buildings, the ash-ridden grounds, the broken statues, along with all the shattered pottery and demolished artifacts gathered around our feet, attest to a city that has nothing left to give. Ashana is in such disarray, it almost makes me want to go back to Sumu.
Where are all the people?
I ask, looking around. Zahid halts his horse and says,
Hiding. They're afraid of you.
Afraid of me? I ask.
Yes. They're not used to newcomers riding with me.
No one shows their face as we continue along the city streets. In the middle of a cobblestone square, next to a decaying well with an audience of sagging houses, Zahid proclaims,
It's all right, everyone. The one you see with me is Princess Bennua, and she means us no harm. She's a friend. You can come out.
For a second, the only thing you can hear is the wind. Then people begin to file out from behind stone walls and underneath broken ruins. Some are men, large and hardened from the ways of the world, with faces made out of chiseled mountains. They are married to women with thin mouths and lined faces, women who appear to be young, yet look far older. One elderly person comes out from behind a blanket, peering at me with fear and respect. Animals come out too, sheep, camels, goats, and horses being herded by shepherds with long staffs. How did they manage to keep all of them quiet? And then children, dozens upon dozens of children, barely clothed yet well fed and with huge smiles, come crawling out of the cracks. They run to Amar to start dancing around his feet. The stallion stomps nervously, and I dismount in order to keep him under control. Easy, Amar, I say, stroking his neck. Only foals. They want to play. Amar snorts and rolls his one eye, as if he understands. Did your raids go well this time, Your Majesty? A man asks, coming forward. Zahid nods and opens the saddlebags from the race, all ooh and ah with star-struck eyes, as if such wealth has never been seen before. The treasure we earned from this trip is more than we've ever brought back before, Zahid says. Did anybody else manage to steal wares of wealth? Ikmar and his friends went out to a local village to see what they could find, but they're not back yet, the man informs him. Then it's good enough. Everyone line up so we can count the money. Zahid goes about to distributing the prize equally to all of the citizens, men and women, about a week's worth of wages. Even the children get something, squealing with glee when Zahid gives them a gold coin to use on whatever they wish. Mirk makes no move to share the money I have given him. I know he has the gold in his saddlebags, but he refuses to let it be known. I understand why he is hoarding the money, and I try not to care. But inwardly, I burn. His profit is easily 10 times of what everyone else is getting. Zahid gives the last of the coins to Toshana and me. There is nothing left for himself. As I look around, I realize that the citizens of Ashana are not as numerous as Zahid had told my father. There are barely a few hundred people gathered in the square. A flare of anger wells up in me at the lie he told my father. How could he have given us such a threat? We could have laughed in the Raider Prince's face and received no consequences. His words mean nothing. I came all this way for nothing. We thank you, sire, the man says to Zahid, bowing. All of us will sleep easier tonight, knowing supper is on our table for a few nights more. You'll never have to worry about food as long as I'm the Raider Prince, Zahid promises. Go in peace, my friends. We can rest easy for a few days longer. The people disperse, laughter and conversation abounding. Zahid watches them with a smile, even though it seems like a sad one. I'm going home, Mirk says, leading his horse up to Zahid. It's been a long journey, and I need to sleep. More like stockpile your gold, I think. But Zahid nods. Rest well, my friend. I should also return home, Toshana adds, and there is a mischievous grin on her face. I need to get things in order for your birthday. Toshana, I have told you not once but 1,000,000 times, no. The smile is tired upon Zahid's face. Besides, my birthday is months away. Nonsense. Ashana is celebrating your birthday, and that is that. She bounces up and down as she says the words. I have much to plan. Enjoy your time in Ashana, Bennua. She waves as she walks away, and Zahid shakes his head. I'll never be able to talk her out of it, he says. Why did I let her know about my birthday in the first place? How old will you be? I ask. 21, he tells me. That young? I ask in shock. What? He asks, amused. Did you think I was some elderly man disguised as a dashing, handsome young prince? No,
I fluster. But you've accomplished so much. I've worked very hard, he says. I see. I play with my hands.
So, where will I be staying?
I turn to him. With me, he informs me. He leads his horse in the opposite direction of which we came, and I follow with Amar. It's next to my own personal stables. I'd like my horse to have company. Zahid's grand stables turn out to be nothing more than a rickety old shed with 2 small stalls. After both of the horses are put away, Zahid leads me to a tall ruin, the tallest one in Ashana. It's a vertical pillar with windows on all sides. He walks me inside. I glance around to see threadbare rugs along the ground, pillows heaped everywhere, couches with stuffing poking out through the holes. Welcome to my home, he says. What's mine is yours. I understand that an unmarried man and woman living together is quite against the law everywhere else in Sahrahn. However, all of our other rooms are full, and as the Raider Prince, I declare it legal for the time being. I understand, I say. Living with him gives me more time to soften him up, and it's not like I'd ever, in 100 years, do anything like that with the scoundrel. Thinking of making love to him is not as bad as I thought, but still, never in 100 years. It's all very disorganized, I say, kicking a pillow around. I live alone, Zahid shrugs. Not much of a need to make things appear presentable. It's not like I'll be entertaining royalty. He laughs aloud, and my stomach does backflips. Come, I'll show you to your room. He leads me to a set of stairs that spiral round and round. I'm getting dizzy by the time we climb 3 flights. Here, he says, and he opens a door to reveal a room with odds and ends of furniture and a hammock hanging by a wide open window. I head to the window immediately and look out, my breath taken away by the view. Do you like it? He asks, coming next to me. It's gorgeous, I state. You can see all of Ashana and the mountains and the wide sweeping deserts from here. Why, it's almost as grand as the view from my... I turn away from the window and cross my arms. Home. How long has it been since I last roamed the palace halls? Days? Weeks? Maybe months? I haven't been keeping track of the time. Father must believe me dead by now. Imagining his pain causes a knife to slice across my belly. I understand this isn't what you're used to, Zahid says, and I catch a bit of guilt traveling through his voice. But it's the best we have. I swallow. It is enough. He thinks I miss the comforts of palace life. He is a fool. I miss my family. He nods. You can stay here as long as you like. That is, until you want to find a place of your own. A place of my own? What does he mean by this? He looks at me. Well, I thought you were going to be living here for quite some time. Zahid, I want to go home, I say, turning to him. You've treated me very well since the day we left, but I don't want to be here. I want to go back to Hayama. His eyes drop to the floor. I can't let you do that, Bennua. To actually hear Zahid say no is an abnormality. The very word out of his mouth seems ridiculous, comical. And why not? I ask. You're my prisoner, he mumbles. My temper explodes with his lies. Does he ever tell the truth? That's not the reason. That's not the real reason. I know you, Zahid. I turn away from him, my temper furling out of me like smoke out of a blazing flame. You lied to me. Lied to my father. You don't have 10,000 Ashana soldiers. You barely have hundreds.
I had to say something to convince Hanif to give us a chance, he says, his voice growing angrier. What would you have me do, Bennua? My city is barely surviving. There were other options than to steal me, I argue. You believe so? My people have enemies, Zahid says angrily. We have to make an alliance with someone, somehow. Otherwise, my precious Ashana will be nothing more than a pile of ashes. My people will lie dead upon the ground, and my legacy as the infamous Raider Prince will be nothing more than a mark of my disastrous failure to save those I care about the most. You want me to stay here until you see fit, so you can return me whenever you please to Hayama? So I can convince my father to make an alliance? I ask, incredulously. He never listened to me before, and now that I've spent all this time with you now, he'll consider me brainwashed. He'll never take me seriously. He never has.
Tears are welling up in my eyes, and I wish that they would go away, because the last thing I want to do is cry in front of Zahid. You were our only chance, Bennua. It was either take you or no one at all, he says. You should have left me there, I insist. This has been nothing more than a wasted trip. Zahid, I want to go home. Why do you want to go back there? He rages. You were not your own person there. You were never free, waiting to be sold off to the highest bidder. Here you can do whatever you please, be whomever you wish, do whatever your heart desires. Except go back to the palace, I say. I am not free there, but I am not free here either. I have no choices. Bennua, I'm choosing a better life for you, he says. You would have had no life if you had chosen to remain a princess, which even now you still choose. You would have been nothing more than Qasim's plaything for the rest of your days. My mouth drops open. He knows about Qasim? But how? How did you find out? I choke, my throat closing. Zahid closes his eyes. I've met Qasim before. A sneakier, more devious snake I've never found, and a crueler man I'll never meet again. I should have killed him when I had the chance, but I let him go. Zahid's words slow. When I heard that he was fated to marry the youngest daughter of Hanif, I took pity on the poor girl and chose to journey out to find her. Toshana and Mirk came with me. I told them not why we were going or where, but that it was very important. My world is dissolving. The walls are melting around me, and I'm fading into a dreamland that's become a nightmare. This isn't real. It can't be. We waited for 3 days outside of Hayama. We were to enter into the city on the 4th day, until that night I got lucky, and I saw you riding the horse Qasim had brought for his bride. There was no doubt in my mind it was you. Zahid's eyes flash up to mine. The way our gazes connect, it hurts and means everything, all at the same time. We tried to capture you, but failed. We knew that Hanif would never make an alliance with us, but I insisted to Toshana and Mirk that it was worth a try. Ashana depended on allying themselves with someone, after all. I had hoped you would sacrifice yourself to save your family, and you followed along with my predictions beautifully. It seems my very life has come to a standstill. I can barely breathe. I wasn't about to let another woman suffer at the hands of him. Zahid whispers, and now it is he who has tears in his eyes. I would die before I knew that he was destroying another girl like you. I don't know what his words mean, what hidden story there is behind them, but I don't need to know. I see the truth in his eyes. Qasim killed someone he loved, a woman he loved, somewhere along the line. And Zahid couldn't save her.
He rescued me because he was trying to fix whatever mistake he'd made in the past. I want to hug Zahid and thank him on bended knee that he saved me from Qasim. Yet I also want to spit in his eye because he was the one who decided that I had to get away from Qasim and not me, myself. I was weak. I should have decided my own fate, not let someone else choose it for me. It wasn't your choice to make, I whisper. What? To save your life? He comes closer to me, talking rapidly in my ear. Bennua, if I had left you there, you would be dead within the year, either because you had killed yourself or because he had slipped that blasted cobra into your bed.
I lost my family!
I yelled.
My home, my possessions, everything I have ever known!
But you still have your life, he says, and that's too precious to let you chance it again.
We've been gone forever. Qasim has left long by now,
I protest.
I'll go back to the palace and
what? Become a slave to your father? Your mother? Wait until your father finds a man just as terrible, or, if it's even possible, worse than Qasim. Because you will never be able to choose a man for yourself.
Zahid is talking furiously now, like he's losing his mind.
Do you want to spend the rest of your life doing what everyone else wants you to do, until your hair turns grey and you will be left wondering where all your days have gone?
If I choose it,
I say.
If I choose it, it is mine.
Zahid sighs. He walks toward the door, his whole body shaking. He's leaving before he loses his temper.
Bennua, it's not up to me to decide what you should do. Move away, become a nomad, take Amar and travel the world, for all it is my business.
His face darkens.
But whatever happens, I will never let you return to Hayama.
He slams the door. I fall to my knees, wanting to break into tears, but I gather myself together before I can do so. I wipe a few spare droplets from my face and go to the window, pounding my fists against the bottom of the pane. My original plan still stands. I'll calm Zahid down and get him to teach me. When I'm strong enough to survive on my own and have gathered enough supplies, I'll take Amar and run away in the night. One man has already controlled me before. A second man has attempted. I will burn in the fires of the great Al-Shams himself before I will let a third one choose my destiny again. Chapter 9. I barely sleep that night. I toss and turn in my hammock, unable to get comfortable with all the nightmares running through my head. Last night's argument keeps replaying in my mind. I can't get away from the memory of Zahid's haunted stare. For some strange reason, all I want to do is comfort him, make him feel better, tell him that whatever happened between him and Qasim, it wasn't his fault. After many sleepless hours, I give up and head to the kitchen, forcing myself to keep my eyes open. When he sees me come down the stairs in the morning, Zahid instantly leaps up to his feet. His expression is apologetic.
Bennua, I'm very sorry. I shouldn't have shouted at you, but...
Don't say anything, I say. It's best to just forget about it. It's pointless to argue. He stares at me.
Are you sure?
Like I said, it's not something to worry about now. For now, let us be at peace. I smile at him, and this seems to ease his mind. I take a piece of bread, already cut, off of the table and kneel on the cushions beside it. Zahid takes some bread and kneels beside me too.
I should probably give you a tour of the city, so you know where you're going if you're out walking on your own.
That's allowed here? I ask. Women aren't supposed to go anywhere without a man in Sahrahn, unless they're in a large group.
Everything's allowed here. You can do whatever you want.
Zahid takes a big bite of bread.
Here, you can be your own person.
Be your own person, I'm not sure what that means. What am I supposed to do in the meantime while I'm living here? I ask. He puts the bread down. Here in Ashana, we have hunters, gatherers, traders, builders, housekeepers, and animal tenders. I suppose you could stay and help me. Help you steal some more, you mean? I say. When he doesn't answer, only gets up from the table, I try to keep my face as still as possible, betraying no emotion. Fine, whatever it takes. If helping Zahid steal gets me home quicker, then I will do it. Come, he says, and he extends a hand to pull me up. We can start now. I take his hand. I notice once again the calluses, the warmth that radiates from his skin. Before, I hated taking his hand. Now, I long for it. We step out into the blazing morning sun. I shield my eyes, wrapping my veil tighter around my head. The morning is very quiet as we walk among the paths. Children laugh and play as their mothers chatter, doing their chores or leisurely activities with soft smiles. Men with booming voices carry water and wood and wrestle with each other playfully in the sand. Far off in the distance, I can see shepherds sitting on rocks lazily, gazing at the clouds as they roll by. I see not a single argument or fight. I am surprised, I tell Zahid. Your people are very well behaved, not barbaric or crude at all. We have little crime here, Zahid informs me. Ashana is a city for the weary and the broken. Everyone here has been thrown away by their family or friends for things they either didn't do or did do and now regret. The rest of us have been outcasted simply because of who we are. We are the freaks of society, the degenerates, the ones that can never be understood because we are different from those who are supposedly normal. I take another look around. Everyone here sure seems normal to me, but maybe I'm blind. I'm certain my sisters and mother would find something discouraging to say about the people living here. Couldn't they just live in hiding? I ask, curious. Why leave home if you didn't have to? You cannot change who you are, Bennua, Zahid says. No matter how hard you try and hide it, the real you will always be there. Living any other way is a lie. I begin to notice things about the women here. They talk directly to the men that aren't their husbands, and laugh with them as if they are friends. Only a few wear veils, and some, like Toshana, dress in men's clothing. What is this? I ask, waving my hand at them. I believe Toshana was the only woman who chose this. Do all your women dress like men? And talk like them too? Our women do as they please, Zahid says. How they dress and talk isn't nearly as important as what's in their heart. But it's wrong, I reply. You only think that it's wrong because you have been taught so. It is a sin, I say, looking directly at him. I notice that my words sound deadened, like they're someone else's, and not my own. Like I'm just repeating what I've been told. The real sin isn't disobeying tradition, but humanity not helping those whom they are entitled to help. Zahid says, is it better to be holy than to be helpful? I have no answer, so it makes him think that he has won. With a smug grin on his face, we continue walking. My mind is still churning because now I'm confused. My whole life I've known no other way, and now I'm living in a place where people act different. I don't know what to think. Maybe Zahid isn't the one who did the brainwashing on me. We come to the square where that same old well is sitting. I should push you inside of it, I grumble, grinning at the idea. What was that? He asks. Before I know it, he scoops me up and turns me upside down, carrying me to the well and holding me over the water. Did I hear you say something?
Zahid, put me down!
I scream, my voice echoing around the well.
Right now!
Oh, really? He asks, and he lets me drop a little more. I think it'd be refreshing if you went for a morning swim. I let out another scream and say,
If you don't put me down this instant, you're going to regret it!
I'm not buying it, he says, voice full of laughter.
I swear, Zahid!
Say you're sorry.
No!
Say it. He teases, swinging me back and forth. It's a very long drop down to the water from here. Would he really let me fall?
I'm sorry!
I shout. He puts me back on my feet and asks, Are we better now? My veil fell in the well, and my hair is all over the place.
You've made me look like a wild woman,
I say, trying to brush it back and failing.
Then you'll fit right in here.
He laughs.
You could have dropped me, you ass!
I shout.
I would have gone head first down into the water, all because you had to be the backside of a camel.
Don't mutter about me under your breath next time, and it won't happen. He winks at me, and this is the last straw. I charge towards Zahid and begin punching him in the chest, using my body weight to try and get him off of his feet. Within seconds, Zahid wrenches my arm around and yanks it behind my back, so I'm unable to move.
What was that for?
He asks, not even working a sweat.
For being irritating,
I pant.
You're lucky that you're stronger than I am, or I'd have taken you down.
Strength has nothing to do with it. It's all about strategy. Don't forget, princess. He whispers in my ear. I've got more experience. I push away from him, shoving him backwards as I do so.
Someday I'll be just as good as you. Better even.
I promise. Then you won't be able to push me around. Maybe I'll even defeat someone you can't.
Better than the Raider Prince?
He smirks.
You've got a long road ahead of you. No one's better than me.
It can't be hard fighting somebody with that big of a head. I'm surprised you don't lose your balance and tip over. I shout back at him.
Whatever you say.
He shakes his head, looking skyward. Why did the girl I kidnapped have to be so rude? Why did the man who kidnapped me have to be such a jackass? I ask him. He laughs, and that's all we have to say about it. Ashana isn't that big. We're nearly back to Zahid's house in about an hour. Although I've noticed that Ashana is nearly as bad as Sumu in terms of food, and worse in housing conditions, most of the people here are cheery, friendly, and kind. Even the children seem polite. It doesn't make any sense to me. Everyone's happy here, I state. Even though they have nothing, all your people are smiling and laughing. That is because despite their poverty, they know they're free, Zahid tells me. No one tries to control them here, and that's what makes all the difference. One morning, Zahid is standing outside of my bedroom doorway.
Would you like to go riding?
He asks.
The horses haven't been out at the stables in days, and I hate to see them cooped up until we can get supplies to build a proper pen.
Certainly, I say, nodding. I don't have anything else to do, and I've been missing Amar terribly. For the most part, I feel terribly alone in this city. Although Zahid and Toshana are both nice to me, I consider Amar my only true friend. I am a true outcast here. As we head to the stables, Zahid seems awfully quiet. Usually I can't get him to shut up, so as he opens the stable door, I ask, Are you tired? You haven't spoken since we left the house, I say. He shrugs.
I'm just thinking. I don't have to be running my tongue constantly.
Most fools run their tongues non-stop. I can't see why you wouldn't. I tease. He doesn't respond, which makes me wonder if something is wrong. If I tease him, he'll always tease me back. But he's not playing along today. which means something is wrong. We tack up the horses in silence and lead them out into the desert just as quietly. As we ride, I've noticed that the silence isn't necessarily uncomfortable, but that for some reason I desire to talk. I guess I'm lonely, and I would like to have a conversation, even if it is with someone I can't stand. Just as I'm rummaging through my mind for something to say, Zahid asks, "Your horse, what does his name mean?" "I've been trying to figure it out, but the old language is difficult for me to translate. I never had much skill in it."
"Al-Amar," I say. "The bay."
"Ah," he says. Not like Qasim to be particularly imaginative, I suppose.
"It suits him," I argue. "He doesn't need to have an elaborate name in order to be a great horse. What, dare I ask, is your gelding's name?"
Zahid smiles sheepishly, petting his black horse. "Abdul Ali, servant of the Most High."
"You've got to be joking," I say, rolling my eyes. I hope Toshana didn't pick a name for her mare that was so full of itself.
Toshana's mare is beautiful. Her horse has a coat so white, she appears to be a cloud floating in the sky. "Al-Yazma, the white rose."
"How gorgeous," I say.
Mirk's chestnut came with the name Mushtaq. It means longing. How did we get on this talk of names? Do we have nothing else to speak of? I chuckle. "Names are important," he says. "In some cultures, the name you give a child is the destiny that it will come to be."
"My name means phoenix.
I doubt I'm going to turn into a giant flaming bird of the sky anytime soon," I reply. Zahid translates to religious and devout. What does that tell you? He laughs. Toshana isn't quite sure what her name means, but she supposes that it means content.
"That suits her."
So it does. Now, Mirk, I have no idea. You'd need to ask him. "I think I'll just have to wonder," I say, and we both laugh, but a bit nervously. Zahid looks at me and thankfully changes the subject from Mirk. "Back at the palace, did you have any siblings besides your brother? I don't know much about your family."
"I have 6 sisters and 1 half-brother," I tell him. "Potina is the eldest, and then from there is Jabaira, Dua, Estella, Rihab, Hosna, then me. I've already told you about my brother, Bashar. Don't ask me to list all their name meanings because I don't know."
"I won't," he says. "It must have been fun growing up in the palace with all those children to play with."
"My sisters weren't exactly what I would call fun," I say. "They were more interested in making dresses and preparing for marriage rather than playing in the gardens like I wanted to. Sometimes I felt like I was odd because I wasn't just like them."
"You weren't odd," he says.
"I don't know." I bring Amar to a stop. "I tried to be just like them when I was a little girl, but the more I grew up, the more I realized how different and strange I was. I didn't like dressing up or acting proper or being royal. I just wanted to be me. But the more I tried to be myself, the more I realized that
your family didn't accept you for it."
Zahid's tone has changed from polite to sad. I shake my head. I remember I got caught playing in the mud one day instead of practicing my sewing like I was supposed to. Mother beat me and told me that I was a princess, that I needed to act like it and give up these foolish notions of running wild. She said I was acting like a child.
But you were a child.
I was no more a child in the palace than I am a child now, out here riding a stallion with you, I say. I was expected to act grown at all times, to sit still and be quiet, to never make a sound and to be seen but not heard, like a woman is supposed to be. I got beatings quite frequently when I was young because I never liked doing any of the things girls like to do, so I threw tantrums when I was asked to do them. My throat is tight now. I take a breath. And I like doing them now because I'm older. But after I realized what a monster I was, I tried to mold myself into something that my family and my kingdom would appreciate more. I hate myself for not being able to turn myself into what they needed and what they wanted. Bennua, Zahid says softly. I can't stop talking. It's like the words are pouring out of my mouth. I was taught that so many things were wrong. I was told not to talk, not to read, not to take off my veil or to look at a man, that making love was wrong and thinking about it was wrong, and that everything that I wanted to do or even try to do was a sin, and that Al-Shams would hate me forever for it. And with you introducing me to this whole new world, I find myself wondering if all of that really is wrong, or if it's just a lie that I was told to try and keep me in line. Bennua, Zahid says again. Sometimes I still wonder if there's something that's wrong with me. I whisper. I think to myself all the time that there is. There must be, and every day I wish that I wasn't so different. Things would have been so much easier, and I would have been loved so much more if I wasn't who I am. I'm ashamed to find that there's tears welling up in my eyes yet again. I hate myself for crying so much, for weeping at every little thing, but I can never seem to help it. I'm gentle in that way. I wish I could be strong, like Zahid is. I try to wipe them away before he sees, but Zahid brings his horse closer to mine so he can reach over and cast them away himself. There is nothing wrong with you, Bennua, he says, cupping my face in his palm. There never was. How do you know? I whisper. Because you're one of the kindest, most sacrificial people I've ever met, even though you put me through hell on a daily basis. He smiles. You're willing to give up everything for your family and your kingdom. You did that day when you gave yourself to me for Bashar's sake. I just wish that sometimes you'd think about yourself first and how brilliant you are, instead of worrying about what your father or mother or sisters are going to think. Just for today, could you do that for me? I force a watery smile back at him. I suppose. Good. He gathers his reins. No more talk of your family, not for today. Let's see if Ali can beat old Ammar here in a race. You're dreaming, I say, taking hold of Ammar's mane as he starts to dance under me in excitement. Ammar will never be beaten, not in 1,000,000 years. We shall see, Zahid says, and he urges Ali into a gallop. But his words mean nothing but sand on the wind. Ammar and I win again that day. Kneeling on the floor with the door closed, I pull out a small knapsack from under a blanket and count over the items again, making sure nothing's missing. Long strips of meat that will keep for weeks lie beside hard bread that will spoil months from now. A blanket and a small tent, big enough just for me, lie beside rope. A small knife, which Zahid has been teaching me how to use, is a companion to 3 water skins and a map of Sahrahn, with the route back to Hayama marked. I've spent around 14 days in Ashana, and it has taken me that long to learn maps. I can navigate fairly well now. True to his word, Zahid has been keeping up with my lessons, and I can feel muscles developing on my arms and legs. I'm not so helpless now. A little while longer, and I'll be able to flee. I've planned to escape tonight after my last lesson, and when Zahid and the rest of the city is asleep. I hide the knapsack behind a pillow and clamber to my feet, looking out the window. Hayama is in that direction. My heart aches with homesickness. I wish I could leave now. There is a knock at my door before Zahid enters. It's time for your lesson, he informs me. I turn to him slowly,
casting my eyes down to the floor because I don't want to meet his own. Strange things happen whenever I look at him now. I forget about Hayama, about the palace, and my family. The only thing on my mind is him.
Are you happy here, Bennua?
He asks. I notice the desperation in his voice, the yes that he longs to hear. I'm sad to disappoint him. I'm as happy here as I can be. He looks down.
I don't know why. I have given you everything I can.
I cannot be happy in a place where I'm far away from the people I love, I say. I'm different from everyone else here. No one believes what I believe. Back home I was different, but I'm even different here too. I feel crushed inside. I am all alone in this. He stares at me for a very long time before holding out a hand for me to take. For once, I don't object. Longing for comfort, for some sort of human contact that reminds me of family, I grab his hand in mine. He leads me down the stairs, through the door and into the city. The sun is starting to sink low in the sky, and most of the citizens are turning in for the night. For the most part, Ashana is empty. We pass by the open area we usually use for training. Where is he taking me? He leads me to a building I've missed before, a large stone square that still stands, a building that is surrounded by ashes and that has a statue of a bird with its wings tucked in, its head bent low in submission. Is that Al-Shams? I ask, pointing to the statue. He squeezes my hand.
It is. This is the only temple for Al-Shams in all of Ashana.
Was it still here, from the raid long ago?
No. Our people built it themselves, out of the best of the old stones lying around. The worst ones we use for our houses. Everything of value we found is within the temple. I'd have us go in, but it's supposed to be silent in there. Our people enter to pray.
But why? I ask. You discourage the faith. You object to it. You don't believe in Al-Shams any more than I do the moon being purple. Why do you allow this?
I didn't say I don't believe. I said I didn't know.
He drops his head to the ashes.
And it's not my say to determine what somebody else believes or does not.
All the time I've known you, you've only shown disgust for the Onari, for Al-Shams. I say, sometimes I feel like I should stop believing in Al-Shams, or at least pretend not to, just so I can appear normal or sane to you and the others.
You should believe in something because you believe in it, because it's a part of you, he says. You shouldn't let anyone, not even me, change your mind about it, no matter what it is. It's something you have to decide for yourself.
He lets out a breath.
I, however, have decided that it's not right for me.
Why? Why do you think it's so bad to believe in something bigger than all of this? Zahid's face is very sad.
I can't understand a God who would let all this suffering happen. Even if it is true, I think we've got it all wrong. I think people who do believe in Al-Shams are more concerned with trying to follow the Onari instead of trying to be a good person. If Al-Shams were perfect, wouldn't he give us a conscience so we could think for ourselves and determine what is right, instead of mindlessly obeying instructions in a book we don't know where it came from or who wrote it?
I look up at the temple. Those are a lot of questions. I don't know if I can answer them. I don't know if we're meant to.
The temple gives the people hope. I can't take that away from them. Not when it has already been taken away from me.
He sinks to the sand. I follow him, still holding his hand. Why do you have no hope? I ask, confused with the situation. You've built a kingdom from ashes. Everyone looks up to you, and everyone who doesn't fears you. You're creating a better life for many. Why do you have no hope?
He shrugs. My hope is for my people, not for me. I am already lost.
What do you mean?
He draws in the dirt with his free hand. I never met my father. My mother was a prostitute. All my life I watched as she was mistreated and abused, all for my sake. When I was old enough, I became a thief, so I could help us survive. I was her world, and she was mine.
What was her name?
I ask him. Ashana, he says, without hesitation. It means to be reborn. He hesitates. Please don't tell anyone about this. I haven't told anyone, not even Toshana or Mirk. It's a secret I've kept forever.
It will stay with me till the grave and forever after.
I promise. He scratches his face before he continues. It was my fault she died. Our city was rampaged by Qasim and his army. The prince himself broke into our house. I fought him off. I tried to protect my mother, but I was only a little boy. There wasn't much I could do.
Zahid's words become ragged.
He stabbed her as he walked out the door, to teach me a lesson to never duel with him again.
He rubs his eyes.
I was foolish. I thought everyone was as merciful as I was. I thought he would take me and spare her. It wasn't until I was much older when I realized that wasn't the case.
Zahid, I say, my own voice breaking. I know Qasim was a cruel man from the start, but to murder a mother in front of her own child is a crime beyond any other.
From that day on, I vowed to make things different in Sahrahn.
Zahid says,
I traveled here with Mirk once I found him, and we began building a city. I swore to accept the downtrodden, to create a nation of people who were accepted for who they were and who didn't judge or condemn others for what they had done wrong.
Zahid raises his head. His voice is proud now.
My mother was treated terribly simply because of what she had to do to survive. It wasn't right. She was still a person. She didn't deserve that. But no matter how many people I save now, I can never save her. That is why I have no hope. Besides my people, I have no one to live for.
I bite my lip. What can I say? There are no words I can give that will ease Zahid's pain. Nothing that will stop him from missing his mother, any more than there are words he can give me to stop missing home. So I gently squeeze his hand and say, Your friends are with you. We care about you, even if you feel alone.
He sighs. I believe you.
He then glances at me mischievously.
I'm stalling. We need to get on with your lesson. I think you're finally ready to move on to wrestling.
About time, I say, getting up and dropping his hand. I was thinking that you were never going to teach me.
It'll be useless to you, he says. We might as well continue on with the knife work.
Knife work is boring, I whine.
But it'll protect you, he says.
Let's just have a little fun, I say, for once in our lives.
He rolls his eyes. Getting smashed into the ground over and over and having your body twisted into many painful positions is fun for you?
Being stupid is fun for you boys, but I don't question it. It's who you are. I smirk playfully.
You've done it now, he says.
He nabs me by the waist, taking me down into the sand. In minutes, he's on top of me, grabbing my wrists and pinning me down. Tell me what to do, I demand,
squirming under his weight. Decide for yourself. He lets up just enough so I can push him off of me. The next thing I know, we're rolling and tumbling around in the sand. Him barely putting an effort in while I struggle with all of my might to get him to submit to me. He pins me again and I grit my teeth together. Will I ever be as strong as him? Wrap your arms around my neck. Use your legs to push me off as you pull down, he orders. I do so, and he goes flying, though I know it's only because he's helping me. We're back at it again, and he puts me into some convoluted position, where he's got both my legs and my arms pinned and is practically cracking my back in half. This isn't fair. Stop, I cough, wiggling around. Figure it out. He loosens up a bit more, and I somehow manage to wiggle out of it, enraged. It's only because Zahid is being easy on me that I keep getting out of his grip. I'll never survive out there. He pins me a third time and holds my arms above my head, while Al-Shams only knows. He starts tickling me. Stop tickling me! The enemy isn't going to make me laugh to death. I giggle out, barely able to take it. You've got to be prepared for anything, he shouts. He continues tickling. I squirm like a snake under him, locking my armpits down and grabbing his hands, twisting his fingers so I can squirm out from under his hips. I manage to finally get on top of him until he throws me off. We're once again batting each other around, me trying to gain the upper hand, him trying to tickle me into submission. This has become less of training and more of a game. Ha! He says, inches from my face. For the final time, he's pinned me down, fully lying on top of me. His hands pin my wrists over my head. You're done. I'm done, I say, breathlessly. My strength is gone. He was right. This is a useless thing to teach me. I'm expecting him to tickle me some more, but that's not what happens. Our breathing syncopates and becomes one in the sand. Neither of us move. Zahid's face is practically next to mine, and from here, I immediately realize how endless his eyes are. Or perhaps I remember. Brown and deep, they gleam with playful mischief and seem to go on for miles and miles. Within them, I can see all of his laughter, his happiness, and his dreams that he's kept so close to him, hidden all these years. Within them, I can see me. To kiss anyone but your husband, especially in public, is a sin worthy of death. If we were to be caught by anyone outside of Ashana, we would both be stoned. But I no longer care. I let it happen anyway. Chapter 10. I close the door to my room slowly after Zahid says goodnight, my head spinning. I don't know what just happened or how to react to it, nor what to do. As I walk to my knapsack full of supplies, my legs are watery, quivering underneath me and threatening to splash everywhere onto the floor. The whole world is shaking. Dropping to my knees, I pull out the bag, recounting the items and calculating. Amar and I will be long gone before the sun rises. We'll be past Hadil by the time Zahid wakes up. I look at my bag, then at the door, then out the window toward home. The stars are glimmering more than precious gemstones. The moon seems to have a purplish glow. I take one last look at my knapsack before shoving it back under the pillow. I then climb back into my hammock and go to sleep, not giving it another thought. The days pass, and not too slowly. Zahid keeps teaching me, increasing the intensity of his lessons and raising the difficulty as I become more and more skilled. Sometimes Toshana joins us, but Mirk never shows up. Secretly, I am glad. I don't want the old man around to criticize my every move. Zahid instructs me in swordplay, fist-fighting, and self-defense. We stay away from wrestling completely.
It has become an unspoken rule that we will never do it again. Even though this is the case, I can't seem to forget how Zahid's mouth felt on mine. The wonderful softness of his lips and the openness of tasting his soul, which was sweeter than honey. Kissing him was addicting. I've only done it once, but now I'm longing to have more and more of him. His mouth left a burning upon my own, and now whenever I'm with him, I catch my eyes lingering upon it, longing for another taste. However I feel about it, it's obvious Zahid doesn't reciprocate the affection. His actions toward me lately are friendly, brotherly even, more playful and teasing than romantic and flirtatious. He hasn't made a move to kiss me again, and me being too afraid to try, we don't. I tell myself that it was a one-time thing. Being the Raider Prince, Zahid has probably kissed hundreds of girls. I'm just one more, and obviously nothing special. I thought the kiss was wonderful, but I had probably made a mistake while doing it, and I bet it had been horrible for him. I can't embarrass myself like that for a second time. It was in the heat of the moment. It can never happen again. My stomach sinks every time I think this, but I cannot help it. I am a princess, and he is a thief. This is how it should be. But that doesn't stop me from trying my best to please him, both while we're training and when we're off practice time.
Why am I doing this? He's just a stupid boy. Nothing more. I yell at myself as we do drill after drill. I'm a princess. We don't fight. We don't try to impress thieves for no reason. Why am I doing this? My frustration breaks through and I nail him in the shoulder, hard. He reels back, eyes wide, and drops his defenses. I'm left frozen in the sand. Oh no, I actually hit him? Is he mad at me? The thought is ridiculous. That's the point of the exercise, but still. He shakes his head as he rubs his arm. You've gotten better. Ow. My heart soars with his praise. Really? Yes, Zahid says. I think it's about time we put those skills into practice. What do you mean? I ask. We should go out on another raid, he tells me. Toshana and Mirka are ready to leave soon. I was going to have you stay home, but would you like to come with us? It'd be a great opportunity to get experience and to bring home more gold for the people of Ashana. I'll do it, I say, excited to prove myself. He furrows his brow, confused, and I stutter. I suppose I'm open to the idea. Well then, pack your things, he tells me. The others will be ready to go soon. I have to make myself walk back to the tower when I want to run. I used to hate stealing, but now I'm excited. Why? What is she doing here? Mirk instantly asks when he sees me astride Amar, riding next to Zahid with a pack full of supplies. She's coming with us, Zahid says. She wants to help Ashana too. Wonderful, Toshana smiles. It'll be nice to finally have another woman along these travels. She'll betray us, Mirk says, narrowing his eyes at me. Bennua is long past that point, Zahid promises. She's one of us now. Let her try. Mirk grumbles, giving me a glare. And then we go on our way. I notice he's watching me. I'll make sure to sleep extra close to Zahid tonight, keeping Toshana on my other side. It's a sad thing when you fear your allies more than you fear your enemies. The first raid proves to be a success. We bring home bags upon bags of gold after snatching away a whole tent's worth of money from a traveling band of kings, rumored to have been the ones who burned Ashana. The dimwits were so enthralled with my dancing, they never noticed the other three sneaking away with all their precious goods. After the first raid is another, and another, and another, until soon it is only Zahid and I who go on raids now. Toshana is left at home,
deep within planning Zahid's birthday feast, and Mirk has become so much of a complainer, Zahid finds excuses for him to stay in Ashana and to only take me. I avoid Mirk everywhere I go. There's something in his eyes when he looks at me that I do not like. Something within him that festers and crawls and grows larger each day. The only thing I can do is be polite to him and stay close to Zahid, hoping his anger will weaken soon. One night, coming back from another prosperous raid, the night grows unusually cold. I shiver and shake in the tent, wrapping my blanket closer around me. A chill settles over me, and I cough. I'm starting to feel sick. I hope that my body will stop doing this to me. Zahid will be angry in the morning if I'm ill and can't ride. Won't he be? I'll only slow us down. Next to me, Zahid turns on his side so that our bodies are pressing together. He wraps his one arm around me. I can feel his heartbeat and enjoy the way we meld together under the blanket. He is very warm. I stop shaking. I fall asleep very quickly, and when I wake up, his arm is still around me. I do turn out to be sick the next day, but Zahid doesn't complain. He cooks food for me and makes me sleep while he waits for me to get better, reading texts he's stolen from our latest conquest. I do not know why he reads. To me, the Onari is the only thing important enough to waste my time reading. But he does, and I wonder if it's because he wants to know more, to discover more. This I also wonder. What could Zahid possibly not know? He seems to know everything. But his reading is quiet, so I sleep long and deep, and whenever I'm conscious, he goes out of his way to make me feel comfortable. And that night, he puts his arm around me again. I still miss home, but my homesickness is abated by glancing into Zahid's eyes when he isn't looking, by licking my lips when I think of his own, by cracking jokes just to hear him laugh. At night, I think of my family, and I cry. But then I think of Zahid's face and how he's just a few floors above me, and I feel better. I don't know what's wrong with me. Part of me hates it, is terrified of this insane longing, this desperate desire to have Zahid in my life. But another part, a bigger part, is wanting me to fall harder and faster into whatever this madness I'm feeling. So I let myself fall and soar. My determination gets me very far. Within 2 months, I'm Zahid's most valuable asset. I'm bringing in more money and bounty than Mirk and Toshana combined, mostly because of my dancing skills and my newfound talent at being sneaky. Zahid is pleased with me, proud of me, even. If I cannot have his kisses, his pride in me is more than enough. It gives me confidence, leading me to form new relationships with many of the citizens. Eventually, I am almost as popular as Zahid. I like everyone here. I have friends now. But sometimes I wonder what I'm doing this for. Is it to try and earn Zahid's affection? Or is it for myself? I'm visiting Toshana one night while she cooks dinner over an open flame, slowly. It's a rack of lamb, one that she's flavored with spices I've never even heard of. What's the special occasion? I ask, gesturing to the meat.
It's about time I try out this new recipe, seeing how Zahid's birthday is in a week, Toshana says. I have to make sure it's right, so I don't poison him. I panic. It's in a week? I ask, grabbing Toshana's shoulder and wheeling her around, shaking her. She pulls away warily and looks at me. Yes. She raises an eyebrow. Bennua, is something wrong? I fall onto one of her cushions. No, everything's fine. I just wish I had known about it. I don't know what to give him, and it's too late to go on a raid and get something now. Zahid would never want a present that was stolen, Toshana tells me. I'm sure whatever you come up with will be fine. I shake my head.
No. It has to be perfect. Toshana sits by me. May I ask why? I don't want to tell her, so instead I say, I can't give him anything that's cheap or simple. To do so would make me look like a fool, and to give him nothing at all is an insult. Zahid would appreciate it if you gave him a rock, simply because it came from you. Toshana tells me. He's very fond of you. I blush. I know. But it's not in the way you want, is it? She asks. I don't know what you mean. You love him, Toshana says. Don't you? I swallow and proceed with caution. Love is a very powerful word, I say. I wouldn't use it so lightly. Zahid and I are friends. You can't deny that you want him to be more than that to you, Bennua. Toshana says gently. I can see it in the way you look at him. I sigh, giving up. I thought that if I tried to act normal, I could hide it from everybody. You cannot hide it from me. Do you think he knows? I ask, fearful. I don't believe he has any idea, Toshana tells me. It's obvious to me, but I'm more sensitive to this type of thing. I throw my hands up in frustration. I don't know what to do, I tell her. I don't know why I feel this way. I want to stop it, but I can't. I can't stop the way I feel for him any more than I can stop the sun from shining. I know how you feel, she says. It wasn't so long ago that I wished I could stop having feelings for someone. I look at her. Her face is crestfallen, the usual smile wiped clear from her face. When I was 16, I was the daughter of a very prestigious noble, a lawyer of sorts. I knew the Onari cover to cover, even though I had never read it. She gives a soft laugh, remembering years gone by. Within that house was an advisor, a man who was very handsome. He told me many sweet things. I saw through his ruse, knew him for what he was and what he wanted from me, but I let my feelings determine my actions. When my father found out about us, he planned to have me stoned. But, as always, Zahid swooped in, just in time. He seems to have a knack for that, I say with a smile. It's one of the things I like about him. Zahid will do anything for his people, Toshana says to me. He would die for them, if it came to that. I fiddle with my hands. I'm sorry that happened to you. Loving someone and losing them like that, especially when they never cared, must be terrible. It's all right, she says. I am not who I once was. I am a new person now, reborn. I'm afraid that'll happen to me, I say. That I'll get my heart broken. Zahid would never do that to you, Toshana says. It's about time you trusted him. What's life without risk? I've lost so much already. If I lose him, I'll have nothing left. I get up and go to the window, looking out at the city I've come to love. Hayama is my home, but now Ashana is my home too. How in the world did my life end up like this? Sometimes we must risk everything we have to gain something that means everything to us, she says, and she puts a hand on my shoulder. Tell me what I should do, Toshana, I say. I'm so lost. You know better than I. No creature, no matter how beastly, approves of being told what to do. Toshana says wisely. I cannot decide anything for you, Bennua. I know you're not used to it, but you have to start making your own choices. But whatever the consequences may be, do not be afraid of making them. I nod as I go out her door.
When I was living at the palace, all I longed for was freedom. Now that I have it, I have absolutely no idea what to do with it. Making my own choices is terrifying. I don't even believe I have the capacity to make my own decisions, let alone follow through with them. Especially about Zahid. My foot turns over something in the sand. Bending over, I pick up whatever I kicked and see that it is a long, shiny black stone, the sides of it clear as crystal glass. A thought comes to me. I'm not very good at carving things, but I know that whatever I can make out of this won't be completely hideous. Tightly enveloping the stone in my palm, I take off running toward the house. I have just enough time to finish it before the feast. That is, if Zahid doesn't catch me. My heart snags. I hope that what I create from this stone will accurately express my feelings, yet still be obscure enough to keep my secret. The day of the birthday feast, the entire city is alight with activity. People bustle around hanging up streamers and broken lanterns, more or less cups and cracked glasses with half-burnt candles inside. When they are lit that night, it is a beautiful sight. Ashana aglow with what seems like magic. Everyone is bringing something to the feast. Gifts are piled up outside of our house, all for Zahid.
All of this isn't necessary,
Zahid protests, though there's a very large smile upon his face. I can tell he's enjoying every moment of his birthday, though he complains that it wasn't needed. In my pocket, I carry my special gift, wrapped in a cloth from one of my garments that was clean. I keep praying that he'll like it. We all gather together in the large square that night, bringing cushions and rugs to sit upon as we feast. Zahid likes the roast lamb Toshana makes. Zahid likes everything, from the music the citizens play to the small presents made out of sticks the children give him. He treats everything like a precious treasure, and for that my heart soars. I realize that Zahid is a person who isn't used to having things done for him. When someone actually shows they care, it's a rare gift. I don't want him to live like that anymore. I want him to realize that there are people out there who love him and who enjoy doing things for him. I want to give him everything. Bennua, Toshana calls out to me once we're done eating. Get up and dance! I shake my head no, but she's attracted the attention of everyone in the square, and they all call out, Yes, Bennua, dance for us! I look at Zahid, and he gestures to the open cobblestone.
Go on. Show them what you can do.
I roll my eyes and sigh, unable to keep a smile off my face. I get up and begin moving in time with the music, which is a happy, upbeat tune. As I dance, the people cheer, and I go into more complicated movements. Everyone starts clapping in time, and I turn faster and faster. Then Zahid gets to his feet. Unexpectedly, he joins me. He's a terrible dancer, I can already tell. But it doesn't matter. Zahid moves with all the joy in the world, and I don't care how poorly he performs, as long as he's enjoying himself. Soon all the people flood in, and we're dancing in time with the music. Zahid grabs me and spins me around, cheering. I laugh with exhilaration, clinging to him for dear life. This is bliss. If there is a heaven, an afterlife, it'll be like this. Everyone celebrating around me, and me wrapped tightly in Zahid's arms. We dance for hours until the entire city is collapsing to the ground. Even the musicians are tired, breathless from playing so hard and so fast. Enough, Toshana says, laughing. Let's finish up the prince's presents. The only ones left are mine and Mirk's, who never joined in on the dance. Mirk comes forward. He looks at Zahid, then with a sharp ringing sound, he unsheathes a long curved sword from his belt. I instantly jump in front of Zahid to protect him, but he puts a hand on my shoulder and gently pushes me aside, looking at the blade. I then realize that this is Mirk's present.
My cheeks burn and I straighten my skirt, pretending as if I lost my balance and fell over. "A new sword," Mirk says, "made from craftsmen in the mountains. I noticed your old one was beginning to fall apart. It was time to replace it." As I look at Mirk's present, my heart sinks. The hilt is covered in fine jewels, the metal not a sharp silver, but a glistening gold. Red tassels hang from it. The very sword looks like it could cut through bone. My present will never surpass it. I can't deny Zahid looks impressed. "Mirk, well..." "You're speechless," Mirk says. "I'm glad you like it." He hands it to Zahid, who sheathes it in the belt he always carries around with him, before he lays his old sword carefully in the sand. Mirk catches my eye as he walks away, a smug smile playing on the edges of his lips. He is trying to show me up. I think he achieved his goal. Zahid and everyone else looks at me expectantly. I can no longer avoid giving my present to the prince, but now that he has received Mirk's flashy sword, I wish I had gone first. I prepare to be embarrassed. I hand out my small gift, head down, wishing that I had worn a veil. Zahid slowly unwraps it. His eyes soften and his smile falls into a slightly open mouth as he picks up a small black phoenix, its wings open. Through the bird is a cord, a thin strand of leather which he can use to hang the amulet around his neck. "Bennua," he says, and the whole court is silent. "I wasn't expecting this." I put my head down further. "I know it's probably not what you wanted." Zahid slips the phoenix around his neck and pulls me in close for a tight embrace as my body goes rigid with shock. "Thank you," he says, "for being brave enough to share this with me." The entire square starts clapping. Zahid pulls away and looks at the phoenix in his palm again, the sword forgotten. I turn my head to see where Mirk is, but he has gone. The party resumes to its usual lively atmosphere. Zahid gets up off the ground, taking my hand. "Come, there's something I want to show you." Amongst the starlight, he looks unearthly, angelic, like a heavenly being cast down from the skies just for me. "All right," I say breathlessly. We go winding down the alleyways of Ashana, the lanterns lighting our way and making our footsteps seemingly hover above the shadows. Zahid turns to me. "Close your eyes and don't open them." I do as he says, and he leads me farther and farther away from the city. I don't know where we're going or where he's taking me. I do not care. Tonight and every night after, I'll follow him anywhere. He stops. I do too, my eyes still closed. "You can open them now," he says. My breath catches in my throat. Zahid has led me to a garden, a beautiful place where a small creek trickles by desert plants and palm trees that sprout along dabs of cobblestone here and there. Plants grow up and over ruins, blossoming flowers I've never heard of or seen before. A small stone bench lies by the trickling creek. We sit on it, our hands still intertwined. "Zahid, this is gorgeous," I say breathless. "Why have you never shown me this before?" "This is where my mother is buried," he tells me quietly. "I'm the only one who's allowed to come here, but I've decided that you should be able to come here too. This is as much your garden as it is mine." "Just because I gave you a silly amulet?" I say. "One that I didn't even buy? One that I made?" "That makes it even more special to me, because you took the time and the effort to make it for me yourself," he says. "Though how you came up with the idea astounds me. I never knew you could carve." "I wanted to give you something that represented me," I say.
So wherever you are, you'll know I'm there with you. I know it sounds stupid. He gently puts a few fingers on my chin and pulls me close, brushing his lips with mine. I've never received a better gift. Stunned by his kiss and still trying to catch my breath, I say, well, it did take me hours to make it. I'm not talking about the amulet, though it is nice. I'm talking about you. What do you mean? The question flies out of my mouth. Zahid brushes his thumbs over the back of my hand. Bennua, did you ever think that maybe there's a possibility we would make a good match? I glance away. I'm not sure what you mean. Bennua, look at me. I do so. Zahid's eyes are soft and shining. There's something in them that I've never seen before. I care about you very much. I love you. I know I haven't shown it recently, but I was scared that you didn't feel the same way. I don't want to lose you like I lost my mother, but I don't care if I get hurt anymore. Only if you'll give me a chance. I love him too. I want to tell him I love him, want to tell him how much he means to me, that he is my entire world wrapped up here in front of the moon and the stars. I want to say those words to him more than anything in the world. I love you too, Zahid. But inside, I am afraid. I am terrified to say those words, more frightened to say 3 little words than I've been afraid of anything in my entire life. What if all this isn't real? What if this is a fantasy and it doesn't exist? What if our love can't last? And I know in that instant that I can't let him have his chance, but I don't have the heart to tell him that either. I swallow and say, I don't know what to do. You don't have to do anything right now, he says. Just think about it. I nod, although I have no intention of doing so. This time it is me who leans in for a kiss. If I can only have him for tonight, I want to make sure I take full advantage of it, whether it's right or wrong. We keep kissing, and we don't stop until the moon is high and full in the sky. It's the darkest part of morning when we make our way back to the house, still holding hands. I feel closer to him than I've ever felt to anyone, ever before. The connection between us is so strong, it hurts me to think of ever severing it. I don't want to. I'm still living in paradise. Zahid! A few men call from around the corner, waving. He looks at them with a wide smile and says, Some of my friends are calling me. Do you think you can walk yourself home without getting into trouble? You're joking. It's Ashana. I push him playfully. You've taught me how to take care of myself. We're not arrogant at all, are we? He asks, giving me another light kiss. Go then. I'll probably be home by the time you fall asleep. After tonight, I doubt I'll be getting any sleep. Never mind. I'll wait. I hate letting go of his hand. I smile as he walks away, then turn down another path to go home, my head swimming. I feel so wonderful, better than I ever have in my entire life. I try to ground my body, reminding myself that this walking on clouds feeling can't last forever. I am a princess. This isn't my destiny, and sooner or later, it has to end. Not to mention things are different now. We're living together, but we weren't involved like we are now. Zahid loves me. That much changes things completely. Ashana is unusually quiet. I think everybody was up just as long as we were. The whole town is probably fast asleep by now. I take a short turn, and the tower is in sight. For some reason, my steps quicken. I know I'm being ridiculous, that nobody is out here, but without Sahid by my side, I feel uneasy. I'm not defenseless anymore, I remind myself, and I try to slow my steps. I'm nearly there. I sense the blow coming seconds before it hits. I duck just in time, and the fist goes swinging over my head. I leap backwards, my hand flying to where I always keep my knife. I unsheath it and gaze upward at my attacker. My brain barely registers the fact that it's Mirk. He's red-faced and furious, fists as big as my head wrapped into tight balls. He is a giant, a fearsome giant who I've enraged. "What are you doing?" I ask weakly, putting my knife up. He doesn't answer, only takes another swing at me. I dodge it again, the only advantage between him and me being my agility. "You've had too much to drink," I say, wildly trying to think of excuses as to why he'd be acting this way, why he'd be trying to hurt me. "I've drank nothing," he says. He grabs my hand and twists the knife out of it, and I feel bruises form in my hand instantly. I scream with the pain. He's going to make my wrist snap. I bite down on his hand, drawing blood, but he doesn't recoil. "Stop! I've done nothing!" I say. "You've stolen Zahid from us, you little wench," he growls. "You've stolen Zahid from all of us, stolen him from me. You won't get away with it." "What are you talking about?" I say, still trying to wrench my wrist away. He grabs my shoulder, crushing it under his grip, and I moan in pain. His hand moves upward, fingers encompassing around my small neck. "You must understand why you have to die," he whispers in my ear as he draws me closer to him, constricting all the air from my throat as he squeezes it tight. "Zahid has built this city. Now all he cares about is you. You will ruin us all." "Zahid still cares. He loves you, Mirk," I gasp. "He loves you more. This I cannot allow to happen. He doesn't want me on raids anymore. All he wants is you. I've lost one son. I won't lose another again," he shouts. I struggle against him, but it's useless. I can't handle Mirk on my own. I know that. Not without a sword. He's too skilled and too strong. The only thing left to do is scream. "Help!" I cry out as loud as I can, using all the air I have left. "Somebody help me!" Mirk lets out a wild yell and tosses me against the ground. I scrabble to my feet and try to avoid a blow as it comes at the last minute, but it grazes my cheekbone, causing me to see stars. I scramble to get up, but he knocks me down again. I swing onto my back and put my hands up as he tries to hit me over and over. One more hit, and he's going to break my arm. "Go for the eyes," I hear Zahid say, and I place a hand against the side of his head, pushing inward on his socket. He screams as I feel my fingernail scratch the orb, drawing blood. He recoils long enough for me to sit upright. I reach for the sword still dangling on his side, but he pushes me away. Eye bleeding, Mirk grits his teeth together and draws his sword. "Enough! You are finished!" He swings his weapon high. I close my eyes, waiting to die. There's a wild, enraged screaming in my ear as a sword goes swooshing through the air. I peer through my eyelashes and watch, horrified, as Mirk's head goes rolling off his shoulders. His headless corpse comes crashing to the ground. In his stead is Zahid, eyes wild and teeth bared. He holds the sword Mirk gave him. Zahid throws the bloody weapon aside and comes running to me. "Bennua," he says, and we cling to each other. "I heard you scream. What happened?" I'm in so much shock, I can't help but to cry. "Mirk came up behind me and attacked me," I say. He said something about me taking you away from him. He was hitting me, and then he tried to kill me.
I saw that, he says, his voice quivering. He's been jealous for a while now. I haven't been spending as much time with him as I used to because of our sessions, but I never thought it would come to this. Last night must have been the last straw. I'm amazed that he's able to hold the tears back, but then I remember that Sahid is very self-controlled. He'll wait until I'm out of his sight, until I've calmed down enough, so he can go grieve for Mirk privately. He picks me up and cradles me in his arms. I never should have left you. Come on. He runs with me back to the house and doesn't stop to set me down until we're inside. He puts me on a cushion, locks the door, and then proceeds with making some tea. Probably something to calm me down, to stop the shaking. But his hands shake too. I should be the one doing this for him. I'm the reason he had to kill his best friend, the only father he ever knew. It would have been better for you if you had left me to marry Qasim, I say quietly. I stare at the table, knowing that I shouldn't be here. I should be in Qasim's palace, doing whatever he told me, because that would be better than causing so much pain to the man I loved. What happened wasn't your fault, Zahid says, and he hands me a cup firmly. Mirk let his emotions get the best of him. You never saw this coming. If I wasn't with you, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. Mirk is dead because of me. Don't say that, Bennua, Zahid says roughly. Don't you ever say that again. I fall silent and take a sip of my drink. I should say it if it is true. Well, it isn't, so don't, Zahid says crossly. No, Zahid, I say. I slam the cup down, the steaming tea sloshing over the sides. I've done everything I possibly can to make you happy. I've worked hard at my sessions, gone with you on all your raids, for Al-Sham's sake. I'm the best thief you've got, and I still managed to ruin everything for you. You're not a good thief because you want to be one, Zahid argues, and his voice becomes angry. You've become a good thief because I want you to be one. Exactly! Everything I do is for you! I shoot back, standing up. You can't keep doing this! You've learned nothing of what I've taught you. You have to live life for you, Zahid argues. You have to follow your own dreams, not mine or anyone else's. I want to tell him that his dreams have become my own, and that's why I want them, want him more than I want anything. But instead I say something to protect myself. You haven't protested me being a thief until now, I say, crossing my arms. Zahid drops his gaze from mine. Because I wanted you to live with me. I'd hoped you'd come to love the life I lead. And I do, I say. But it is not who you are. You're a princess. It's who you've always been. If I ask you to change, I'm no better than your parents or Qasim. His expression becomes crestfallen. I'm just making a path for you that you don't want, but that you'll follow because you love me. I hitch a breath. I haven't told him I love him, not yet, but he's acting like I have, like my emotions are that easy to read. Is my devotion to him so plainly seen? If I want to be a thief and keep living with you, I should be able to do it. But do you really want to? Zahid asks. Is that what you really want? What do you want? I ask. He takes a step back, away from my enraged voice. When I first got here, I wanted to go back home, but you wouldn't let me leave. Now when I want to stay here with you, you want me to go? What? Are you satisfied because you got what you wanted last night? Is that the kind of man you are? Do you get what you want and then cast women away?
Tears well up in my eyes. We didn't do anything that dire last night. I didn't make love to him, at least. But I did confess things to him, things that were private and that I've never told anyone, because I thought I could trust him. Maybe he just likes the attention a girl gives him. Am I just one more woman on a long line of previous conquests? His mouth drops open. Bennua, no! No, I would never do that to you. Then why are you asking me to leave? I ask. Why? I'm not. I just want to make sure that this is what you want. I don't know what I want, I say, and I head for the door. All I know is that I want you. But it doesn't matter. Something is always going to stop me from going after what I desire. Bennua, don't go out there, Zahid says. He goes to stop me, but I wrench the door open to get away from him. The argument falls from both of our lips as we survey the scene before us. The entire city screams in terror as soldiers race through the city on horses, cutting down men and women alike with swords, bows, and arrows. Soldiers break into houses, grab what they can, and knock down whoever stands in their path. The Raider Prince's city is being attacked, and with the party running so late last night, we didn't stand a chance of having a fair warning. Stay here, Zahid says. He rushes out into the fray, grabbing a sword. I'm going to help. Don't go anywhere. If he thinks I'm going to sit here while Ashana is in danger, he's lost his mind. I go running up the stairs to Zahid's room, where I know he keeps extra swords. I snatch one, the lightest and the shortest, and rush outside. I then go to the stable. I find a short man pulling on Amar's halter, trying to get the stallion to come out of his stall. Leave my horse alone, I cry, and I slash the man across the back. He gives out a loud cry, crumbling to the ground. It takes me seconds to slip on Amar's bridle and climb aboard him bareback, leaping over the moaning man as we gallop out of the stable. Amar is meant for racing, but the brave stallion doesn't shy away from battle as we enter into the fray. He kicks down man after man as I use my sword to parry off every blow. I don't have the stomach to kill, only wound, as I fell more men than I can count. Zahid and half of the city is clustered in the square, defending what part of Ashana isn't torn apart yet. The enemy faces them, more than double their number. I grip my sword tighter. If I'm going to die, I'm going to die by Zahid's side, defending the city I love. That's a choice I'm fine with making. I charge head first into the fray, Amar taking down just as many soldiers as I. Bennua! I hear Zahid roar, and my heart freezes. What are you doing? I won't let you die alone! I cry. His face is overtaken with terror, but he doesn't protest further, just moves beside me so we can fight together. I cling to Amar's mane and go to deliver another blow, but not before I hear the word, "Halt!" echo over the square. All at once, both sides stop fighting. My stomach falls deep into the corners of my feet as I see a man astride a large mare. I know that face. Prince Qasim strides up to the front of the army, no more than a few horse lengths away from me. This is a surprise, Qasim says, smiling at me. Here my army and I go galloping halfway around Sahrahn looking for you. We find you here, not a grateful captive rejoicing with her saviors at being rescued, but a brainwashed fool fighting with her kidnappers. My blood runs cold. You haven't changed a bit, have you, Qasim? I ask, and I raise my stained sword higher. You've learned to fight too. I'm very impressed, he says, not sounding impressed at all. Anything else you've done all this time? I raise my chin high. I have to make up a story to protect Zahid. Qasim hasn't noticed him yet, and I don't think he's recognized him either. I have entertained sultans and lords alike with my dancing, while my servants steal their wealth right under their noses. I run the city completely.
I have conquered it. It is mine.
And where is the Raider Prince in all of this?
Qasim asks, raising an eyebrow. The Raider Prince is dead, I say. I killed him and took over his city after he taught me what he knew.
Bennua,
Zahid says. But Toshana, who is next to him, caps a hand over his mouth. She holds him tightly and nods to me, giving her approval. Zahid fights against her, but she whispers something in his ear, and he falls silent. Qasim, who is surely only humoring me now, laughs even more.
Oh, I see. So what are you, the Raider Princess?
That I am, I say, gladly taking Zahid's name with pride. I am the Raider Princess, and I know in my heart that I have more self-worth as a princess of thieves than I would if I had become your bride. His smile doesn't drop.
So, you won't come back with me then?
Never, I hiss. I'll die first. The word never only gives him more joy.
Wonderful. That means instead of waiting, I can take your country by force.
You'll have to kill me if you want to take this city, I threaten, preparing to charge.
Not Ashana. There's nothing I can gain from this pathetic little trash heap.
Qasim grins.
Hayama is what I want.
It's like the sky is shattering above me. No, it can't be. Qasim notices my expression and smiles even more broadly.
Oh yes, Princess Bennua. You know the law. Because you have refused my proposal, it gives me full right to attack and take the palace. A refusal of marriage from the woman after a promise has been made by her father for her hand is considered an act of war. I had thought I would have to take more desperate measures to make you refuse our marriage. But it seems the Raider Prince did that for me.
I have to struggle not to fall from my horse. This was his plan from the start. You leave Hayama out of this, I say, though my voice betrays fear.
It's too late,
Qasim says, and he turns his horse around.
Your father's country is mine. Soldiers, fall back. Leave this pitiful town behind us. Tonight, we make for Hayama.
There is an uproar from the soldiers as they turn their horses to leave. Just as soon as they arrived, the army is gone, a large cloud of dust rising from behind them as they charge into the desert. Qasim doesn't make empty threats. My father's kingdom is what he wanted all along. The marriage was just another way to try and take it. Now he can take my kingdom, and no other countries will try to interfere. Hayama can't stand up against Qasim's army. They have no chance. My family will die at his sword. I lean forward on Amar's neck, the world spinning around me. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Zahid and Toshana come rushing up to me.
Bennua, what were you thinking?
Zahid hisses.
You could have gotten killed. Qasim won't hesitate to cut you open.
How is everyone? I whisper, my voice weak. My tongue feels floppy, useless against the roof of my mouth. The city's devastated, Toshana says. Half of our people are dead or injured. We couldn't hold them for much longer. What saved us was you charging in there to stop the fight. They're going to take Hayama, I say. Qasim's going to storm my home. He's going to kill my father.
Bennua, slow down,
Zahid says. He looks scared, which frightens me. Zahid is never terrified.
Don't go anywhere. We have to get Ashana back on its feet. We can't leave it like this.
You can't, but I can. I take a deep, shuddering breath. I have to go home, I say, gathering Amar's reins in my hands. I have to warn my father. If I get there in time, Hayama might stand a chance.
Bennua, you can't go,
Zahid says. I must.
Bennua, please, Zahid asks, and he grabs my hand. Stay with me. His gaze is pleading and so desperate. I know what he's thinking. If I go after Qasim, I won't survive. He'll kill me. My very soul rips open at his words. I want to stay here with him. But what choice do I have? Zahid, I can't. I urge Ammar into a gallop, racing back to the tower. I jump off of him and run inside, dashing up the stairs to grab the bag of supplies I've kept hidden, but thought I would never use. Ammar, loyal as he is, hasn't moved. Zahid hasn't shown up to stop me. I leap back on Ammar and tear off into the desert, following the hoofprints of the army that is already lengths ahead of me. But even though my body is being carried far away from Ashana, my heart stays behind. It nearly breaks me to know I'll never see it again. What's worse is that I've lost Zahid. He's gone from my life. Forever. Chapter 11. I don't stop to rest, save for when Ammar can take no more and I need to give him time to rest. Stops become more and more frequent because Ammar is not a warhorse and he cannot keep up with these long distances. Frustrated as I am that we're losing the army, I don't take it out on him. He has borne me loyally this far and is giving me all he can. At these resting times, I lie wide awake, catching no more than a few hours' rest and a few bites here and there that sit with my anxiety. It doesn't help that I am alone, that Zahid is not here to shield me from the cold and windy desert nights. Every time I think of him, tears start falling and my insides churn. I left him for my past, and there's no way I can ever get him back. I can only hope that I get a fair exchange for what I lost. One thing I know, Qasim will pay dearly for what he took from me, and by Al-Shams I'll be dead before he steps foot in my palace as Lord of Hayama. When I lie down to sleep one night, I hear a rustle nearby. I know it isn't Ammar. I jump out from my tent, sword in hand, and a lone figure springs back.
Wait, it's me!
Toshana's voice rings throughout the darkness. I see the outline of her horse in the distance. Putting my sword down, I ask,
What are you doing here? I couldn't let you go alone. You need help. Zahid sent me. Is he coming?
I ask, a little too quickly. Her face drops.
No, he's needed in Ashana too desperately right now. I'm here to fill in.
Of course. Why would he come? I abandoned him. Yet I put a smile on my face and say,
Thanks, Toshana. It's good to know I have a friend. You always had me, even when you didn't know it.
Toshana says.
Do you have a plan?
I shake my head. All I know is that I have to reach my father before Qasim does. And if I don't, I'll have to take care of Qasim myself.
Are you sure you can do that?
Toshana asks.
Whether I'm sure or not isn't a priority. It has to be done, and if he kills me, then at least I'll have done everything I could to stop him.
I reply.
You are very brave,
Toshana says, and she gives me a hug.
I'll be there with you through it all.
I don't want you getting hurt when I fight Qasim. This isn't your battle, I say.
If it is your battle, it is mine, she says. I brought you into all of this. I'll be with you until the bitter end.
I look up at the open sky. There are no stars tonight.
I know, Toshana. And because you are, I feel a little less afraid. Nothing is more frightening than being alone.
I drop my head in guilt. But I have said is true, and I know it, because I have left Zahid alone. It takes 3 days traveling at full speed, and Hayama is in sight. The sun is at its highest point,
almost roasting the skin off of our faces, but I don't stop for the heat. My home is in danger. I stop for nothing. Seeing Hayama after so long awakens a part of me that I thought had forever fallen asleep. It's a piece that belongs to the city, a part of my soul that lives and breathes to see my father reign long over it for a long time.
There it is,
Toshana says, pointing to the dot on the horizon.
Do you think we made it in time?
I shrug.
I'm unsure. I pray so.
We charge toward the city, but it's obvious our hopes are futile. Columns of smoke are rising from within, and the sound of screams and breaking glass are heard as we draw closer and closer. The gates are thrown open. People and animals alike rush past us and out of the city as guards and soldiers do battle in the streets. Even from the outside, I can see there are trails of blood from within. Some of my people have already died.
We're too late,
I say, tears in my eyes.
Qasim's already here.
Toshana unsheathes her blade.
Then we must do everything we can to chase him out. Where must we go?
The palace, I say. He can't take over the city until he kills my father. That is the law.
Let us be off. Stay close to me, Bennua.
We charge into the fray. I thank Al-Shams that we were thoughtful enough to rest the horses before we came. Amar is fierce again, even with the rough journey on his shoulders, pawing down enemies the same way he did in Ashana days before. I brandish away soldiers, not paying attention to what wounds I deal, only to whom I'm dealing them to. Toshana fights with such a fierceness that people begin clearing the way to avoid her, dodging our horses and staying clear not from my blade, but Toshana's, which is sparkling with blood. The day wears on, and the fight tires us to a point where we can barely move. As night falls, Toshana and I find an empty house and board ourselves up in it, locking each door. We even put the horses inside, for fear of them being stolen. Fewer and fewer blades ring out now. Then a horn is blown, and there is no sound at all. My heart rises in hope.
Have we won?
I ask Toshana, as we lie down on some disregarded pillows we found.
The fight will continue in the morning, she says. Both armies need to rest and collect their dead.
When will we have to be ready to do battle again? I ask, looking at her. She lies down.
At dawn.
True to her word, it isn't seconds after daylight breaks when the sounds of battle are heard again. Exhausted, Toshana and I clamber abroad our horses and exit the house, taking down who we can, but defending ourselves more than wounding the enemy.
We have to fall back. They're going to overpower us.
I shout to Toshana. The look on her face is one made of iron.
Trust me, Bennua. We have nothing to fear. Keep resisting.
I do so, but my arm is getting tired. I can't take much more of this. I'm a dancer, not a warrior. Toshana and I are the only two women in this fight. If not for the horses, we'd have been taken down by now, and their strength is failing. I can't ask Amar to do much more. It'll kill him. I need my chance to find the snake of a prince and to stop this whole mess. But making our way to the palace is an exhausting endeavor. We've been fighting for nearly 2 days now, and the spires of the towers are still far out of sight. Toshana and I tackle man after man until a group of them turns on us and forces our horses up a flight of stone stairs. We're unable to battle them in such tight quarters, so they chase us until we're trapped on the roof with nowhere to go. "Burn them!" a man shouts, and they light a torch, touching flame to one of the awnings. It instantly springs aflame. The men cheer, slashing their swords toward us until we're at the edge of the building. There's no way to take them all, and with the flames rapidly approaching, we'll certainly die.
Bennua!
Toshana says.
Jump!
She turns her mare toward the edge and urges her to leap off of it, seemingly falling forever until she lands on a balcony of a nearby building below. Scared out of my mind, I kick Amar in the sides with all my might. He has no choice but to leap off of the flaming rooftop and to follow Toshana's steed, leaping from balcony to balcony until we make the horses fly to the ground, the building sprouting up in flames behind us. Miraculously, we're alive. "Follow me, Bennua," Toshana says, and she continues galloping toward the palace. I follow her, urging Amar on through the fray. As I ride, there's a scream at my side. A man the size of a mountain sends me spiraling off Amar. I sail through the air for an eternity before my hip slams into the cobblestone. Letting out a cry of pain, I try to move my leg and wince as I do so. It hit a stone on the way down, and I'm bleeding from a cut along my thigh.
Toshana!
I cry, but she's busy fighting off 2 men at once, unable to come to my aid. The man laughs before grabbing a hold of Amar's reins. My horse squeals, rearing up and pawing at the man, but he misses his strikes. Forcing myself to get up, I raise my sword and charge toward the man with a wild cry. He laughs as I go to swing, still holding on to Amar. He brings his sword up to block my hit, and the force of his resistance shakes my arms. He pushes me away, and I stumble backward, nearly losing my balance as he swipes his weapon at me. I leap out of the way, crying out when I land on my bad leg. He begins parrying at me again, ignoring Amar as the horse tries to rip the reins out of his hands. The man's legs have no armor. Seizing my chance, I use my short height to duck under his swing and slice at his knees. The man shouts as blood goes spraying everywhere, the sinews in his legs coming undone as he falls to the ground, letting go of Amar. I raise my sword to stab him in the heart, but I get too close, and he yanks me to the ground, putting his hands around my throat and squeezing. I grapple at his hands, but he's too strong. I see stars as it slowly grows darker. The only thing my ears have left to hear is my enemy's laugh and the sounds of hundreds of dying men. The man lets go of my throat instantly. I glance up to see 1,000 pounds of hooves and flesh at the attack. Instinctively rolling out of the way, I heave for air and scramble to my feet as life, beautiful life, returns to me. I turn to see Amar, his eyes red and his teeth bared, pounding my enemy into the dirt so that the soldier's blood flies everywhere. All that's left of him is a messy pile of organs and an ugly face that's overcome with shock. Amar shakes his head and trots back over to me, blood and entrails dripping down his legs. Trying not to gag, I pet him gently, then remount as Toshana finishes her opponents and rides back over to me.
"Are you all right? I heard you scream."
Her eyes widen as she notices the long gash along my leg.
"You're bleeding."
"I'll be fine. Just hand me a bandage," I say. She does so, and I wrap my leg up sloppily before turning back to her. "How many of Qasim's soldiers do we have left?"
"Hundreds, maybe thousands," she shouts. "There's no way to tell."
"We can't finish them all," I say. "We have to make it to the palace somehow." Toshana and I make our way along the city streets slowly. Citizens run along the chaos in a panic, struck down by enemies and confused guards alike. Children huddle and cry in corners, while valiant mothers and fathers try to defend them. Just as one of Qasim's men is about to stab a man in front of his children, Toshana gallops toward them with a wild cry and lops off the warrior's head. The family screams. The father darts to his children, scooping them up and running away. Toshana lets out another beastly cry, charging toward the fray and beheading enemy after enemy, crushing them all as easily as bugs underneath her feet. There's a fire in her eyes, a rage that I knew if I called out her name, she would not hear nor recognize me. Amar trips on something below his hooves. Looking down, I let out a deathly cry of sorrow and pain, dismounting my horse and sinking to my knees. Hakim and Sagira are both dead. Their little bodies lay broken on the ground, their glass eyes looking out at nothing. "No," I whisper, pulling Hakim's body into my lap. "No, no, no." Qasim's soldiers have stolen the lives of children. With my wails echoing through the sky, I close their eyes gently and position them so they are holding hands. "I'm so sorry, little ones," I whisper. "I will make them suffer for what they have done to you." I climb back on Amar, tears blurring my vision, looking around for someone to take my rage and pain out on.
Leave me alone!
A familiar voice screams. I turn. There's a pit in my stomach as I see one of my sisters surrounded by 3 men, 2 of them holding her against a wall, and another advancing on her with an evil smile.
Bettina!
I scream. I charge toward the warriors. Enraged by the deaths of Hakim and Sagira, I leap off of Amar and fall on top of the soldier, slitting his throat. As he falls to the ground, I raise my sword and advance in a screaming, hellish rage toward the second man, who has let go of Bettina and is backing into a corner, his blade drawn, but his body shaking. I shove the blade into his gut and yank it out again quickly, stabbing him twice more before he, too, dies. I turn to watch Amar grab a man with his teeth, shaking him in fury, before tossing the cur against the wall, where his skull hits the stone and shatters. With the 3 men dead, I turn to my shaking sister.
"Who are you?"
She whispers in fear.
"What sort of devil sent you?"
"Bettina," I whisper quietly. "It's me." She squints, then realization crosses her face as she recognizes me underneath all the blood and muck.
"Bennua!"
she cries. She collapses, but I grab her and bring her to her feet again.
"Bennua, what happened to you? We thought you were dead."
"The Raider Prince taught me how to fight. He's not as bad as we all supposed." "How did you end up out here?" I ask.
"Qasim stormed the palace. Father ordered us and Mother to run. We did, but we got lost and separated."
Bettina's voice quivers.
"I don't know who's dead or alive. Rehab got hurt. One of the soldiers stabbed her. She kept on going, but I don't know if she's all right."
"Which way did she go?" I ask.
"She went into the incense shop. That was the last time I saw her. Please, don't make me go out there."
Bettina begs. "You have to," I say. I hand her one of my daggers and say, "Take this and follow me. If anyone gets close to you, you use it. You understand?" She nods feebly. Grasping her hand, I lead her into the battle, Amar following. We manage to maneuver around the fighting as I head for the store where Rehab was last seen. 2 men charge directly at us, but I bring up my sword at the last instant to send one spiraling to the ground. My sister lets out a tiny squeal as she quickly stabs the small dagger forward, catching the other man in the side. He lets out a groan and then falls over, curling up into a ball at our feet. Seeing this, my sister starts to bawl. "Keep yourself together, for Rehab," I demand. I yank the dagger out of the man's body and give it to her, watching her nose wrinkle up as she delicately handles the blade, trying not to touch the bloody spots. As we reach the incense shop, I ram myself against the door. It goes flying open, and the 2 of us clamber inside. Rehab is lying in the middle of the room, clenching her shoulder.
"Bennua,"
she whispers, her eyes drooping. She's already lost a lot of blood, judging by the puddle forming on her clothes. Bettina cradles Rehab in her arms. I search myself for bandages, but realize that it's no good. Toshana has them all. "Here," I say, taking off my veil and handing it to her. "Use this. It'll stop the bleeding until a healer comes."
"Bennua, you can't go without your veil,"
my sister argues feebly to the air, looking out at nothing. I don't think it matters at the moment, I say, my mouth a thin line. I wrap up her shoulder and say to Patina, let's carry her behind the counter. You two hide there. If anyone bursts in, use your dagger.
Where are you going?
Patina asks sharply.
I have to kill Qasim and stop all this mess,
I say. The very idea sounds ridiculous when spoken out loud. I would laugh if things weren't so dire.
You can't help father fight Qasim. You'll be dead in a minute. You're just a woman. What can you do? Stay here with us,
Patina demands. I feel like crying, but I can't. I have to be strong.
Do you know where Mother and the others are, Rehab?
They got away,
she whispers.
Made it outside the city gates, safe. But all our husbands are dead from trying to get us out.
My sister won't last much longer if this battle keeps raging. I have to end it quickly somehow and prove to Patina that, yes, a woman can do something. We have to move her now, I say to Patina. Together, we carefully carry Rehab behind the counter. I give her a kiss and Patina a hug. I have to do this, I say to Patina. I'll get you help soon, but I'm no good to you just sitting here. Patina's eyes seem vacant.
Go then. Leave us here to die.
Her words hurt worse than the cut in my leg, but I don't stop. I exit the incense shop and mount Amar, charging back into the battle and searching everywhere for Toshana. It doesn't take me long to find her. She's covered in blood that is not her own, her horse dancing nervously beneath her as she looks around at the circle of bodies, her blade glinting red in the sunlight.
Toshana!
I say over the clattering and yelling. She looks at me sharply, her eyes still in a fury. For a moment, I'm more terrified of Toshana than Qasim, his army, and anyone else in the world. She appears as if she's someone who isn't to be crossed, someone that viciously and jealously defends her people. I'm afraid of her. But then I realize that this is Toshana, my friend, the one that I love. Her expression softens, and I decide to approach her. I gallop to her side and say, My sister is in the incense shop. She's badly wounded. She needs you to help her.
I will do so,
Toshana adds.
But you must know, Bennua, this fight is futile. I've cut down many warriors, but no matter how many I slay, there are always more coming. This isn't going to end.
A pit of dread and fear settles in my stomach. How can we fix this?
They've broken into the palace! Qasim is storming through the halls!
A guard cries out before being cut short by an arrow. I look up at the great building, my heart contracting in fear. Father. Turning Amar around, I race through the streets and up the steps, charging over whoever's in my way.
Bennua, you mustn't go alone!
Toshana cries, but I've already left her far behind. I cling to Amar as I leap over squabbles and fights, tearing higher and higher until I'm into the palace courtyard. Guards pay me little attention as I gallop past them, forcing my way into the great hall.
More reinforcements for Qasim on the horizon! Barricade the palace! We can't keep them out much longer!
A guard shouts. More reinforcements. We're surely doomed. Amar slips upon the smooth stone, and I have to grab his neck to keep from falling off. His delicate hooves could cause him to fall and break a leg. I can't let Amar run free. Someone will steal him, and Al-Shams burn me alive if it's one of Qasim's men. I slip off of the stallion's back and lead him upwards, up miles of stairs and to the one place which I hope is still mine. My room hasn't changed since my absence, which is a great surprise. I cannot believe, out of all the things, that the little bird I saved is still here, looking healthier and cheerier than ever. It sings to me as I pass it by. I always kept a key hidden within my pillow, just in case I needed it. What a blessing now. You stay in here, I tell Amar, leading him in and slipping off his bridle before I walk out the door, locking it behind me. No one will be able to get in unless they break the door. Fairly possible, but the lock will buy a little time, which is all I need to find Qasim. I hear Amar pounding on the walls, wondering why he's been locked inside. There's a crash from within, and I wince. No sense in worrying about him breaking anything. Leaving my beloved horse behind, I grip my sword tightly and start creeping toward my father's council room on the uppermost floor, the place where I know him most likely to be. I sneak around every corner, jumping at the slightest noise. Qasim's men haven't made it to the upper level, and all the guards are on the first floor trying to stop them. I was a fool for believing I could do this on my own. I think of Toshana, and I worry. Is she still alive? Or is she dead because I left her without a companion? There's a wheezing from around the next corner. Cautiously, I tiptoe around it, only to have the sword clatter out of my hand and into a puddle of blood as I recognize whose mangled body is on the floor. Bashar, I whisper, dropping to his side. Bashar, what happened? My brother coughs. I was getting our sisters and your mother to safety. They're safe now, but I was ambushed by Qasim. He's here, in the palace. I put my arms around him to lift him up. Come, let's get you some help. He pushes my arms away. It's too late. I'm already dying. His eyes are fading fast. Qasim is too good. You cannot fight him, sister. Run! I have to avenge you. I weep, my tears falling on his chest. You can't avenge me if you're dead. He hushes. Save yourself, Bennua. Do it for me. Those are his last words before his body falls silent. Glass eyes seeing nothing. Deaf ears hearing nothing. Grief-stricken, I let out an enraged yell before wiping the tears quickly off of my face. Bashar is one more beloved person that Qasim has taken away from me, and his death causes an immense anger, all the fire of a phoenix rushing through my veins. When I find Qasim, he will burn. My brother's blood is on the handle of my sword. When Qasim tastes my blade, he will taste my brother's vengeance. I hate to leave Bashar's body behind, but I must. It takes no time to reach the council room. The area is nothing more than a large marble room, with a throne that sits upon 3 large steps and an open balcony that takes up half of the space. Usually, it's the most boring room in the palace. But not today. Fallen upon the stairs with his body spread out, head lying against a leg of the throne, is my father. His blood creates a red waterfall upon the steps. A place of tedious procedure has quickly become an agent of horror. Running to my sultan, I kneel by his side. Father, I whimper. Bashar and him all at once. It's too much to bear. Father, Father. His eyes open slightly. Bennua? He breathes, his voice strangely faint. I'm not stupid enough to hope for a recovery, not from these wounds, so I plaster on a watery smile. Hello, Father, I say. He lifts the corners of his mouth into a grin filled with pain. My lost daughter. My lost daughter is here. His head begins to drop. Father, please, stay with me a little bit longer, I plead. I am coming with you, he mumbles, and a frantic understanding fills my chest. Now I can die in peace.
knowing my daughter is here to take me home.
Father, I'm not dead! I'm here!
I scream.
And so am I. We never truly die, Bennua. I'm so glad that you're here to bring me to Al-Shams. We can go together and be happy forevermore.
Yes, Father, I whisper, just wanting to ease his pain. I hear footsteps behind me, and I know I have to move. I bring up my sword at the last minute to stop Qasim before he severs my head from my shoulders. I parry off his blow and leap to my feet as my father gives his last dying breath. Tears of agony and grief are streaming down my cheeks.
Very good,
Qasim says, twirling his sword.
The Raider Prince taught you well. It's too bad that you aren't as good in bed as you are on the battlefield. Or are you? I suppose the Raider Prince knows.
I grit my teeth. This must end. Qasim will die by my hand tonight. He charges toward me, and I batter away another blow, staggering under his strength. He rushes forward to duel me head-on, but I avoid him, slashing him across the cheek as I feint to the side, which is about all I can do. He curses roughly and asks,
"What is it, Princess? Afraid to cross swords with me?"
I'm not afraid. I'm terrified. I have to use every defense Zahid has taught me to protect myself from Qasim's advances, which shake my whole body whenever I block them. He hammers on me over and over, practically burying me into the ground with his blade. I pray to Al-Shams somebody will come help me, anybody, for I am going to die here.
I have to say you've lasted a lot longer than I'd expect a woman to fight,
he says, stepping back to let me catch my breath.
Certainly longer than your father and brother.
At the mention of my family, a fire rises up within me. Summoning what strength I have left, I charge toward Qasim, screaming. The advance catches him off guard, and he stumbles as he defends himself from my every offensive. I refuse to leave him scarless from this. Swiftly, I cut him across the other cheek.
"Ugh!"
he says, putting a hand to his now streaming, bloody face. He pulls it back and watches as the warm liquid trickles down his hand.
"You won't make me bleed thrice,"
he promises, the words slithering out of his mouth. The cobra inside the bag on his hip is hissing wildly from being shaken around so much. He throws the pouch down onto the floor. The hissing becomes more agitated, the snake jumping around inside the pouch. The only reason I'm alive is because Qasim's been playing with me, and that's about to end. I put my sword up to protect myself and think of Zahid. I'm never going to make it back to him. I'm going to die here, right at the feet of my father, which is where I've always been and, I suppose, where I belong. The door makes a loud bang as it flies open. I whirl around, expecting Qasim's troops, but my heart stops as I realize just who it is. Chapter 12. Letting out a warrior cry, Zahid charges toward Qasim. Qasim puts his sword up to block Zahid at the last second. Without another word, I am forgotten, staring open-mouthed as I watch two men, one my savior and the other my demon, fight for the right to love me or kill me. Zahid and Qasim's swordplay is so complicated that I can barely see their movements as they duel fiercely back and forth. Qasim's advances are angry, full of force and brute, while Zahid's are cleverer. I can't imagine how Zahid has the time to think about what he's doing with Qasim hammering on him like that. I certainly didn't. But Zahid's much stronger than I am, and his strength equals Qasim's. Rough blows don't bother him. The men continue to battle, Qasim swinging wildly, Zahid barely missing Qasim's skin with precise movements. I come to my senses and realize that I shouldn't be standing here. I should try to help. Qasim can't fend us both off at once. I begin maneuvering toward the fight, wondering where I should strike.
Bennua, no! Stay out of this!
Zahid orders as he notices me trying to sneak in. Those few seconds of distraction are all Qasim needs. With precision, Qasim pulls his sword back and dives it towards Zahid's stomach. Zahid catches him at it and tries to avoid the blow, but too late. Qasim's sword slices deeply into his side. Zahid crumbles, dropping his sword and clutching the gushing wound. There is a horrible wrenched sound unlike anything heard on this earth, echoing throughout the room. It takes me a minute to realize that it's my tortured screaming. I forget that Qasim is there as I foolishly drop my sword and rush to catch Zahid as he falls to the floor. He collapses into my arms. I'm pulled to my knees. I place him gently on the marble floor as he tries to hold together the ravaged cut. The wound is deep. He's already losing so much blood. The wound isn't as deadly as my father's or my brother's, but it is dangerous all the same. I tear a piece of fabric off my robe and bunch it up, putting it on the cut to stem the bleeding. He's in so much pain. Seeing him like this, unable to move with a wound that could be fatal, kills me. I wish Zahid hadn't come. I wish he had stayed in Ashana, and that Qasim would have cut me down instead. Anything is better than watching Zahid slowly pass away in my arms. Qasim's laughter makes my bones shiver. He's kicked my sword to the side and is advancing on us, his blade glistening with Zahid's blood.
You two have been an annoyance to me for too long,
Qasim says.
The Raider Prince and his whore princess. It's time for this to be done.
Bennua, Zahid says. He tries to get up and fails. He's helpless. He can't do anything. I can't do anything. It's all over. Another angry, sharp hiss resonates throughout the room. I glance to my right and see the cobra twisting and snapping in the bag nearby, spitting its venom.
No creature, no matter how beastly, approves of being told what to do.
Toshana whispers again in my mind. I know what I have to do, and I absolutely hate it. But this creature and I are one and the same, both trapped under the same man. We need each other to be free.
Please protect me,
I ask Al-Shams. I pull the bag slowly towards me. I cautiously begin untying the knots until I see the hooded back of the venomous cobra.
What are you doing?
Qasim asks, slowly approaching me. I don't answer. Bathrateri jumps out at me, and I leap back, barely avoiding her fangs. But then the snake, seeing daylight, slides up onto my extended, shaking arm, coiling gently in circles around my wrist as if she were twirling up a tree, her head twisting around to look at Qasim as I stand.
You must be joking,
Qasim says, and he laughs out loud.
You're using my own snake against me? You think something I raised from an egg would turn on its master?
I walk closer to him, as close as I dare, so close that he could cut me in half if he wanted to. Yes, I say,
because she doesn't want to be kept prisoner any more than I do.
Qasim grins.
It's pathetic what people will do when they're desperate.
You're a failure, Bennua. Even your father knew that before he died, and you'll die by your biggest mistake.
He goes to snatch the snake out of my hands. Before I know what's happening, Qasim wraps his hand around the cobra's neck and yanks. Without a second's hesitation, Bathrateri sinks her teeth into his thumb and fills his veins with her deadly venom. Qasim screams and pushes me away, trying to rip the snake out of his hand, but Bathrateri only holds on tighter. I uncoil the snake from my arm and rush back to Sahid. Qasim finally twists Bathrateri off his hand and flings her off the balcony, down into the gardens far below. Not I, Qasim, or Zahid will ever know where she went. Qasim's mouth begins frothing. He charges at me in a last attempt to take my life, for he knows I have taken his. But it's too late. He trips and falls to the floor, immobile, where his breathing becomes staggered, then gasping, then gone. And I know he will never trouble me again. I turn back to Sahid. The compress is holding in his blood, but it won't for long. I need to get him help. I'm going to find a healer. Don't move, I say rapidly, but he snatches my hand. No, he says weakly. Stay. Tears spark in my eyes.
If I stay here, then you'll die.
I'd rather die and know that you love me than live a century without being sure,
he gasps.
Tell me, do you love me?
I nod.
Yes, Sahid, I do love you.
Then don't leave me,
he begs.
Please.
I bite my lip.
I won't.
He's losing a lot of blood. What can I do?
Help!
I cry out.
Help us!
Footsteps clatter from the hall. Who but Toshana bursts through the doors. She sees Zahid lying on the floor and runs over to us, taking off her mantle as she does so.
Toshana, thank Al-Shams you're here,
I say breathlessly.
I see Qasim will no longer be of trouble to you,
she says as she reaches into her coat, ripping open the inside pockets. Bandages, a curved needle, and some thread fall out, along with some sort of strange liquid in a tiny bottle.
Good riddance,
Zahid mumbles. He hisses loudly as Toshana pours the liquid on his wound. She then begins to stitch up his side. He grabs my hand and squeezes it tightly, wincing with each poke of the needle. Seeing him hurt like this makes me want to take his place, but all I can do is speak softly to him as Toshana finishes her work.
There,
Toshana says as she finishes wrapping his side.
It's going to hurt when you move, but we caught it just in time. In a few months, you should have no more than a scar.
As long as the women find it attractive,
Zahid says, managing a chuckle. I shake my head, and we help him to his feet. He's pale and has to lean on me to stay upright.
How did you get here?
I ask Zahid, still amazed. He smiles.
After you left, we patched together what we could of Ashana. It was suggested that whoever was able should go on to help you, while the ones who couldn't fight stayed behind to restore the city. Everyone wanted to thank you for saving their lives.
So the reinforcements
were our people,
Zahid says. The way he says, our people, makes me shake with pride.
So you and the others rode all the way here to fight for me?
To fight and to die. How many of us are left, Oshana?
Zahid asks, worry in his eyes.
From what I can tell, all of them,
she states.
Once your army arrived, Qasim's men were overwhelmed. The battle is either over or very close to being done.
We won? I ask, barely able to believe it. Toshana smiles.
We won.
My mother and sisters return to the palace the morning after the battle, when Amar is safe in the stables and Sahid is able to move slowly by himself. Most of the bodies have been buried by now, and the servants that survived are slowly putting the palace back together. We have a burial for my father and Bashar. My family weeps quietly as they are lowered into the ground and the gardens. Qasim's body is taken away by the remaining soldiers. Few, so they are, and they head back to Qasimar without another word. Zahid stands by my side through all of these things, Toshana with him. No one yet knows who they are, but I know that soon enough I will have to reveal their true identities. When it runs late in the afternoon, the three of us are still standing near the graves of my father and brother, all alone. Toshana whispers quietly to me,
"Now all there is left to decide is who is to rule Hayama."
I knew this would come up eventually. I don't want to admit it, but my father is gone. Someone has to take his place. I know who it has to be. The council will never let a woman become sultan, I tell her. They have no choice. By law, the son of the sultan is supposed to take the throne, but as your brother is dead and Sultan Hanif has no male relative still living, the throne has to pass to the first unmarried daughter. They'll find a way around it. The law has to be followed under penalty of death. You're forgetting one thing, Toshana. I'm not engaged to be married. That's also in the law. I let out a sigh, and Zahid looks at me peculiarly. Toshana doesn't waver. You have to try. The council will be meeting at any moment now. You must convince them that you're the true ruler. I don't know if I want to rule. Would you rather Hayama fall into the wrong hands by some councilman you barely know? She's right. The throne should go to someone in my family, someone with my father's blood. It should pass on to me. Toshana escorts me to my room, where I dress in my finest clothes, a fire-red skirt that reaches down to my ankles and a top outlined in gold embroideries of phoenixes. She places a veil in my long, unbound hair that skims along the floor, placing gold sandals on my feet and spraying perfume around my neck. Take Zahid with you. You're going to need him. They'll kill him when they find out who he is. He was the only reason the city survived. They'll be grateful. I'll tell your mother and sisters while you're gone what you've decided. No doubt they'll stand behind you. I don't believe her in the slightest, but I walk out of my room with my head held high. Zahid stands outside my room, ready to follow. We climb the stairs to the highest tower. I'm extremely nervous. There is no telling what the council might do if they find my proposal to rule less than welcome. The council has gathered together in the large stone room, the same one where my father was killed. A lump settles in my chest as I take a deep breath and walk in, joining the circle where they stand. Zahid formidably takes his place next to me. I'm glad he's here to back me up.
What is this?
A man states with a snarl, his goatee trembling.
A woman and a peasant infringing on the privacy of a secret council meeting? Your head should be cut off where you stand for such insolence.
I am Princess Bennua, as you very well know, Advisor Suchan, I state. And beside me here is no peasant but royalty, the Raider Prince himself. The council immediately breaks into a score of angry shouts and shocked exclamations. Some of them seem curious, others afraid.
Why have you brought such a man into our palace? He is the reason all this happened in the first place.
Suchan says.
Qasim was intent on taking Hayama before I refused the marriage contract.
I believe you all know that, I say slowly.
And after a long bout of spending my life with the Raider Prince over the past several months, I found that he and Ashana are no different than ourselves and our city.
Ashana, thieves, beggars, and vandals, common murderers and cutthroats, sinners of the worst kind,
Suchan says, spitting everywhere as he does so.
Only because they live in poverty,
I argue.
Which is why I ask that you assume me to the throne and that we join together the two kingdoms in an unbreakable alliance.
This provokes an even worse response than Zahid's reveal.
Some men angrily flounder about, while others stare at each other, confused and baffled beyond belief. I know it seems sudden, I say, but the law states that if there are no male heirs, that the Sultanate must pass to the first unmarried daughter. Under penalty of death and at the risk of losing Al-Sham's favor, you must crown me as queen.
A woman in charge of an entire country? Such a thing hasn't been heard of in all of Sahrahn. We'd be mocked by every sultan for centuries. A man shouts out. Such a woman who dresses as you have after her father and brother's death is not fit to rule. Another advisor sneers. You've already discarded the mourning attire. I have only dressed like this in order to provide hope for my people, not as a vanity for myself. I say, turning my palms upward at my sides. And I know that it's never been done before, but the law is the law. My father would have wanted it this way. Your father saw you as nothing more than a disgrace and a reluctant obligation from the moment you were born, girl. Suchan says. Hanif would turn in his grave if he knew that you were trying to take his place. That much is a lie, Suchan. I know Hanif loved his daughter. Another advisor speaks up, the oldest of the bunch. He has a beard so white, a dove could nestle against it, and you would never find it. Quiet down, Ashana, you old fool, Suchan says. You should have more respect, Zahid argues, and he steps forward. The only fool I see in this room is the one who's constantly running his tongue. You shouldn't even be standing here, Suchan says. You demanded that the princess be handed over to you, otherwise you would attack and demolish our city. I only escorted Bennua away because I wanted to give her a taste of freedom, Zahid says. I wanted her to see what my people lived like. And if Hayama could come to an agreement with us. I knew her brother and sisters would never accept me, no matter how hard I tried. Bennua was the only one that would possibly listen. I was never going to attack your city. Those were all lies. We do not make deals with liars, Suchan says. But I will make a deal with him, I say, cutting Suchan off. As head advisor, I think you're trying to ensure that you can take the throne as ruler and not I. Preposterous! I only want what is right for my country, Suchan argues. You want what is right for yourself, Ashana snaps back. A few days ago, I would have agreed with you and stuck to the old ways, but times are changing. After this battle, I've seen that we need a strong leader. Hanif couldn't win that battle, but Princess Bennua did. There's no doubt in my mind that she deserves to lead us. She has proven herself, and we should stand behind her. Aren't you forgetting something? Suchan says nastily to me. In order to come to the throne, you must be engaged to be married. And not just to anyone, she must be engaged to a prince. Another advisor speaks up. I look at Ashana. I believe he is right, the old man says sympathetically, looking into my eyes. You have to be promised to wed. I hesitate. This is where they have me. The old lawmakers made it nearly impossible for a woman to gain the throne, with the requirements being that she was both unmarried, yet engaged, and to a prince as well. It's no wonder I've been the only princess who's tried to take the throne so far. No other opportunities have come up for any other woman in Sahrahn to rule like this. I don't have any words. Suchan is smiling smugly at me. I think I'm going to lose. I go to say something, but Zahid steps in, adding, That shouldn't be a problem. She is engaged. Oh yes? To whom?
Suchan smiles snidely.
To me,
Zahid says. Suchan's smile falls, and the room breaks out in frantic whispering. I do everything I can to keep my composure and not collapse on the floor in shock. Zahid? Engaged to me? We never spoke of this, and he never brought it up. Did he plan this, or is it just a trick to get the council to vote me onto the throne? I decide that whatever it is, I must push my surprise aside and play along.
You? The princess is engaged to you?
Suchan says. I'm a prince, Zahid states.
A prince of thieves,
Suchan argues. But a prince, no less. Zahid's eyes narrow. He's right, Ashana says. Princess Bennua is able to take the throne if she is indeed engaged to the raider prince. Princess, is this true? All eyes, including Zahid's, are on me. My love seems desperate for my answer, and nervous. Is this truly the way he's asking for my hand? I nod slowly and say, yes, it is true. We are to be married. Zahid's body, once so rigid and still, settles. His face becomes relaxed and nearly ecstatic. Did I really just agree to marry him? My stomach is fluttering with pleasure and happiness. We share a secret smile with each other, but it's not so secret, because the entire council sees. It's the singular movement that seals the deal. Ashana nods. Then it's settled. Bennua should be queen. There's no protest against it. She led the battle. She killed Qasim when none of us could, and she is the only reason why all of us aren't dead right now. Zahid says, it's only right.
I see what game you're playing,
Suchan says, pointing at Zahid.
You're marrying her because then you'll be sultan over both Hayama and your filthy city. All you seek is power.
I am in love with her, Zahid says, and my heart does a dance inside my chest.
Preposterous. You only want the riches for yourself,
Suchan accuses.
Enough of this. It is agreed that if Princess Bennua and the Raider Prince hadn't saved us, Hayama would be under Qasim's rule at this very moment,
Ashana says. There are mumbles of agreement.
Then it comes to a vote,
Ashana says.
All in favor of pronouncing Princess Bennua as queen, confirming our allegiance to her and to serve her until death takes us one by one, as we would believe Hanif would have wanted?
Many hands go up, more than I expected. My heart begins pounding in my chest as I count them all, unable to believe it.
All who oppose this and who vote Suchan as sultan?
Suchan must not be very popular, because only his hand goes up. He grits his teeth in anger, and Ashana says,
Very well. Princess Bennua will be made queen and the Raider Prince her sultan.
Various applause litters the room. I can't believe it. We did it. I was once the weakest person in my family, in my kingdom, and now I'm ruler over it all. Just like that. I smile at Zahid, and he smiles back, moving over to thank Ashana. But as I look over at Suchan, a pit forms in my stomach, and his eyes seem to darken menacingly.
No,
Suchan says lowly, and all turn to him.
This cannot happen. I won't have my sultanate ruined by a little whore.
Suchan slaps me across the face. I fall to the ground, and the council gasps as he moves in, intent on killing me. Zahid jumps toward him, but I'm faster. Whipping out a dagger that I stored in my skirt, I whirl around and cut off the hand that Suchan has coiled around my throat. He cries out in pain, but angrily continues strangling me with the other. I swish the blade across his neck, and he goes falling to the floor, spitting and coughing blood. He writhes upon the ground, then falls silent within seconds. How much more blood will be spilt? And in this royal room of all places where my father breathed his last? I ask. To attack the royal family equals death. Any other questions? If I have the gall to govern my own country? The room is silent. Zahid is staring at me in shock, astonished that I would make such a move. Throwing the dagger to the floor, I say, I'm sorry that I had to kill him. Does he have any family?
Do you really think a man as vulgar and ghastly as him would have anyone to love him?
Ashana says with contempt, looking at the seeping body in disgust. I nod. Very well. Have his body taken away and clean up this mess. Ashana nods.
It is done, Your Majesty. When shall I formally announce your coronation, as well as your engagement to the Raider Prince?
I want to get this over with, and be left with the opportunity to properly grieve my father and Bashar. Tonight. We shall have a feast tonight.
Very well.
Ashana bows.
Then this council meeting is over for now. Long live Queen Bennua!
Long live Queen Bennua! The council shouts back. I'm overtaken with awe. This is actually happening. Now, I am queen. I curtsy to them, and Zahid and I turn to walk back to my room, both of us exhausted. Zahid leans upon me as he limps. He's still struggling to walk. I hope he recovers soon. Only a few minutes as queen, and I'm already making enemies, I say, shaking my head as we enter my room. Nobody has seen us go inside together, and I'm sure there would be a big scandal if they did. But at the moment, I'm too worn to care.
The rest of the council understands what you did,
Zahid says, leading me to the bed so we can both lay down upon it.
They all saw it. You had no choice. Besides, they voted for you.
I look at Zahid, lying across from me. This is the first time we've been in bed together, and it's wonderful, even if everything is so sad right now. They only voted for me because Suchen was the remaining option, I tell him.
No. They voted for you because they believe that you can lead them into hope,
Zahid says. I am silent for a minute. Zahid, you can't do this. You can't marry me just so I can take the throne. It's not fair.
I want to be with you no matter who you are, thief, princess, or ruler of an empire, he says. I'm not doing this because I want your kingdom or want you to rule Hayama. I'm doing this because I want you.
My whole body starts floating. Are you serious?
I wasn't joking.
My heart thuds in my chest. You're really saying that? You want to be with me?
There's no greater treasure in the world than you. I couldn't have a better honor than the one of being your husband.
He leans over to kiss me, and my heart flutters. You'll have to be a sultan, I remind him as he pulls away. His face turns sour. He smacks his lips together a few times and says,
Well, I'll have to get used to it.
When shall we have the wedding? I ask.
Whenever you're ready, he tells me. You're the one who makes the laws now.
I think it over, mulling it in my head. I don't want to get married right away. I want to taste freedom for a while, experience being a queen before I make Zahid completely mine. I'm not worried. I know he'll wait. Let's find Toshana. I'll make her our head advisor.
You're going to turn the entire sultanate upside down. A woman as queen, the raider prince as sultan, and an unknown peasant, a female peasant, as head advisor.
Zahid grins roguishly. That's the idea. I laugh.
Do you enjoy causing chaos?
He asks. Only when it's to make you angry, I tease. It's fun.
I figured that,
Zahid says, and I laugh even harder. A slight breeze flutters through the window next to us, lifting the golden curtains off the floor to trail through the air. I look to the cage where my little bird is, but she is gone. I wonder who set her free.
That was very clever, with the snake, Zahid says. I would have never thought of using it against Qasim.
I never killed anyone before a few days ago, I say, curling up beside him. I feel filthy. I don't even know how many men I've slaughtered in the past 2 days.
They killed themselves,
Zahid says roughly.
Qasim's own stupidity and pride brought his downfall. He never should have tried to grab a cobra with his bare hands. You were protecting yourself, Bennua, and you were protecting me. You did what you had to.
I look in his eyes. Are you sure you can do this? Do you really want to marry me?
Bennua, if I wasn't positive that I couldn't spend the rest of my life without you, I wouldn't have offered,
he says, a playful smile dancing across his face. But then it falls, and his face becomes frightened.
I'm afraid you'll change after you begin your rule.
I'm afraid you'll change, I say. You hate sultans, and now you're going to become one.
We'll both change, he laughs, but we won't stop loving each other. That much will never change. Agreed?
Agreed, my prince. I smile. I touch his hand and we interlock our fingers tightly, never letting go.
So Ashana and Hayama are going to be allies now,
Zahid says, rubbing his eyes.
That ought to be interesting.
There's going to be a lot of new rules and changes around here, I tell him.
Like what?
He seems amused. Like the Onari. Everyone can read it, I say. And veils are optional, and women can marry whomever they want to. Everyone is free. And a lot more things once I think of them.
It seems like a lot of those things I taught you, he says. Learned anything, did we?
I kiss his nose. Maybe. He chuckles.
I love you.
I sigh, never being so happy, yet so sad in my entire life. I love you too. There is a knock on our door. Toshana enters. Her face has a very tired expression, her body sagging. We were just going to look for you, I say, and both of us sit up in bed. I want you to be our head advisor. Zahid and I are going to be married. She smiles. I knew you both would find each other someday. But as for being head advisor, I have to refuse. What do you mean? I say, stunned. There's nobody I would want to guide me more than you. You've helped so much already. Don't be modest. Toshana looks down. Bennua, I've been meaning to say this all day, but I knew you wouldn't understand until now. You are a good friend, and I care for you very much, but it is time for me to go.
What?
Zahid says, getting to his feet.
You can't leave now. Don't you want to stay with us?
Ashana is where I belong, she says. I have to go back there as soon as I can. I've helped you in every way I know how. It's up to you now.
We have to go through this together, Zahid says. We have so far. You can't abandon us now.
I'm not, Toshana says.
I'm surprised to see she has tears in her eyes. I will never abandon either of you. But there's nothing more I can do here. I must go back home. You of all people know that feeling, Bennua.
Although it hurts me, holding her back would be wrong. I know how much she loves Ashana, its people and the ruins, the love that springs forth from them all. She feels like she doesn't fit in anywhere else. She wants to be home. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I say, "If it's your choice, I can't take it away from you. I'm going to miss you, Toshana." "You'll see me," she promises. "I'll be everywhere." "If you say it, I know it's true," I say. I get off the bed, walk up to Toshana, and embrace her, tears welling up in my eyes. "I'm going to miss you more than anything. You are my first true friend," I whisper. "You will always be in my heart, Bennua. There's a special place in there for you," Toshana says. She embraces Sahid, saying, "Take care of each other. Never let each other go."
"We won't. I promise you that I will never leave her, on my life,"
Zahid says, as Toshana pulls away. Toshana goes to the window.
"Go, Bennua. Your family needs you. I'm going to stand here and look out the balcony a little bit longer, to remember everything."
Knowing that she wants to be alone, we silently exit the room. Both Sahid and I are left standing out in the hall, tears on our faces. We begin the journey to my mother's room, where my family will likely be gathered, leaning heavily on each other. This is how it'll be for the rest of our lives. Sahid leaning on me, and me leaning on Sahid, because we need each other to hold the world up. And right now, we need to support each other, because Toshana is leaving us.
"I don't know why she's insistent on going,"
Zahid says sorrowfully.
"Ashana is fine. We could really use her help in getting Hayama turned around."
"I know what you mean.
I muddle it over.
Maybe if we beg her once more, we can get her to stay. At least a little longer."
"What about your family?"
Zahid asks, looking at me.
"They can wait a few more minutes. What's the harm in asking again?"
Zahid nods.
"We have to try."
Turning on our heels, Zahid and I shuffle back to the room, throwing the door open. I take a deep breath.
"Toshana,
The words fly away from my mouth as Sahid and I survey the scene before us in disbelief. All that is left in Toshana's place is a pile of ashes upon the floor, and a red feather balancing on the edge of the open balcony. I run toward the feather, my hands reaching out to grasp it, but a wisp of wind blows away what remains of my dear friend Toshana. Zahid comes to my side, drawing me close. We watch the feather drift over the remnants of our kingdom that will soon rise from the ashes, the kingdom that we will build together. I have no fear. Al-Shams herself watches over us all. Bennua and Zahid's love story continues in Fallen from Ashes, the Kingdom Saga, Book 2. The End. This has been Kingdom from Ashes, the Kingdom Saga, Book 1. Written by Megan Linski. Narrated by Nadia Marshall. Copyright 2015 by Megan Linski. Audio copyright 2024 by Megan Linski.